keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath on the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out, up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on YourLiveEvent.com.
Hey, welcome. This is YourLiveEvent.com. This is Brent Dick, and we're broadcasting to you from New Salem, North Dakota for the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is day number 2 coverage, and we will have our pre-tournament show for day number 2 coming up on YourLiveEvent.com. We have head coach of the Kindred Vikings, Justin Lehman, here, and we will step away for commercial and then come back to Justin Lehman after a word from our sponsors.
We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong communities.
Hi, I'm Preston Ettinger with Lux Wealth Advisors in Mayville. At Lux Wealth Advisors, we believe financial planning is about more than numbers. It's about your future. We provide small town service with big company resources.
Hi, my name is Hunter Torgerson at Lux Wealth Advisors. As your neighbors, we understand the unique challenges you face.
Whether you're saving for your child's education, planning for retirement, or starting a business, we're here to help every step of the way.
With personalized strategies tailored just for you, we help turn your financial dreams into achievable goals. Lux Wealth Advisors, your trusted partner for a brighter financial future.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their Power Lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Hey, welcome back. This is YourLiveEvent.com. We're here for day number 2 coverage at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And I have the head coach of the Kindred Vikings here, Coach Justin Lehman. And Coach Lehman, you guys here with some of the day 2 wrestlers. You got a couple into the semifinals, or at least have one into the semifinals. Kind of go over your day 1, how your wrestlers did, and how they're coming into day number 2.
Yeah, I thought we wrestled really well. Gavin Rude making the semis was a surprise. You know, he came in unseeded. We kind of knew that weight 114 is just wide open. Like Walker Miller being the 2 seed, we had beat him earlier in the year and kind of ended up in the right spot. And but overall, like even those quarterfinals, all those matches were tight. You know, we felt like we wrestled well, just came up a little short, and kind of talked last night. Like we're right there. Like let's have a day today and see if we can't get some of those wins back.
Yeah, you mentioned Gavin Rude there. Just had an excellent day, number 1 in the East-West tournament. Upset the number 7 seed, and then came back and upset the number 2 seed, like you mentioned, Walker Miller. So as you look over that roster, you got that semifinal matchup coming up, but also you have some of these other wrestlers that will place in the top 8, made it through to the blood round, and now they're into the top 8. Are there any key matchups there that you see, maybe just head-to-head? As you look forward into the tournament time, whether it's the East region or the state tournament, that maybe those head-to-head matchups are going to be really important today, and your wrestlers need to really focus in and I guess just kind of bear down and grind through day number 2 here at New Salem.
Yeah, there's a lot of state matchups. I don't know if we really have much for region matchups necessarily right away, but if we can win that first round of wrestlebacks and kind of set ourselves up, we'll see some of those guys where it's really going to come into play in seeding, whether it's trying to get to a seed in spots or where we can be seeded come state-wise and stuff. But definitely we got to set the tone in the first round and get in those consolation semis and stuff, and then we that's where a lot of those seeding matches are going to come into play.
Yeah. So just got to start the day on a good note, win that first or this next round of wrestlebacks, and get your wrestlers into that consolation semifinals. They make it into there. They place in the top 6. They have a chance at placing up to 3rd place. And I guess now for your team, this is a 2-day tournament spread over 2 days, and maybe a little bit different than when you go to the Letterman's tournament or to the Storehog, as the wrestlers have to, have an overnight trip, whether they stayed over 1 night or 2 nights. How do the wrestlers take that, and how do they look coming into today?
Yeah, that's something we don't do a lot. Lenten Holidays tournament's the only time we stay overnight besides this, and in the past it's been a struggle. We've had a young team, and it's kind of them learning that adjustment. We feel pretty good. Talking to the kids, it helped we got back early last night. But the kids said they feel good this morning. They're ready to go, and I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that's all you do. Once they blow the whistle, then you'll find out, how the wrestlers did, or how they're coming off of that day of wrestling yesterday, and then had to make weight again tomorrow morning after a night in the hotel. But you did mention some of your younger wrestlers. Now, as an old guy on the Kindred Vikings team, an old guy is a sophomore on your team. So how do you look for those sophomores to provide that leadership? And I've seen these kids wrestle, since they've been in elementary school, and I know who they are. But just kind of in your own words, bring us up to speed on the leadership that those kids provide and what they mean to your program.
Yeah, that sophomore group has been our core for a long time. Going through youth duels, winning some of those state youth duel tournaments, things like that. Brock, Miles, Fisher, Noack, and even going into our freshmen with the 2 Gavins and Tanner, they've been our core. They're great leaders. I think even last night, Brock and Miles kind of taking Bristol on their wing, helping him watch his weight, telling him what he should be doing. Those guys, they've been wrestling varsity since they're 7th graders, and it shows. You see the way they wrestle in the matches, you see the practice, you just kind of see how they go about their business. You'd never guess that they're sophomores and freshmen. So
yeah,
definitely show that leadership.
Yeah, but I'm sure maybe, as a sophomore, you might be kind of stepping back and thinking, man, am I up to this task of being able to lead this team? But they've done a great job. And like you said, they're just solid wrestlers, solid kids. I'm sure they're great in school as far as their academics. And now that you come in, I guess you're into day 2. We're coming into the placing grounds. Do you have any parting thoughts for your team or for the way ahead for your team the rest of the season?
I've kind of said all year, we're just looking for our kids to stay aggressive. We kind of tried to set that tone all year, push the pace. Let's push the other wrestlers to the edge of the mat if they're going to back up. Just continually looking for that aggressiveness, set the tone. We've been talking a lot about dictate what's going to happen. Don't let someone else dictate it for you. And that's when good things happen, and just looking for that. We're a week away from the postseason, and that's kind of what we've been building up for, and hoping that's when we're peaking rather than this tournament or earlier in the year,
Yeah, totally understand that. As we are heading into the tournament time, we have the Southeast Region duels next week, and then following that, the East Region individual tournament, and then our state tournament, and then it's the end of the season. So, as you look ahead, maybe to that state tournament, or is it maybe it's just a little bit too far to look ahead? But how do you see Kindred, improving from your finish last year as opposed to this year?
Yeah, we're a little beat up right now. But hopefully getting through some of that, we feel pretty good. How many qualifiers we have will kind of determine a lot of that, where we're at as a team. But, it's hard to say where we're going to be. But hopefully, with that year of experience, a lot of these kids being at state tournament now the 2nd, 3rd, 4th time, and just knowing that routine, and, that helps a lot. And hopefully we can just continually improve on what we're doing each and every year.
Yep, that sounds great. A lot of coaches say just consistency is what they're looking for,
Absolutely.
And that's what helps to build your champions on your team.
Yep, absolutely.
So everybody, this is head coach of the Kindred Vikings, Justin Lehman, here talking with us. We'd just like to thank you, Justin, for coming up and talking, and always being willing to do an interview with your live event, and also supporting the sport of wrestling. Just give you a final word before we close out.
Just looking for a fun day. It's going to be fun. This is a mini state tournament, and it'll be fun to see how some of this shakes out. So.
Definitely. All right, everybody, that's Coach Justin Lehman of the Kindred Vikings. We'll step away, take another word from our sponsors. This is YourLiveEvent.com.
winter weather have you feeling Make it less with the help of Mayport Hardware. They've got all the tools, tips, and tricks to make the most of your winter safety, projects, and fun. When the temps get too harsh to be outdoors, Mayport Hardware's games and toys can keep your family's spirits up. There's all kinds of ways to turn the of winter into yeah! Make memories this year with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
At Stock Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, welcome back. This is YourLiveEvent.com. This is our pre-tournament show for day number 2 at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'd just like to thank our feature sponsors here for the weekend tournament and all season long on YourLiveEvent.com. We have our Bank North scoreboard, our Olson Accounting hourly top of the hour and bottom of the hour recap, our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth, our Agassi Ag Precision move of the tournament, and our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the tournament. Those are your feature sponsors along with all of our ad sponsors on YourLiveEvent.com. We'd just like to thank you all for sponsoring our high school athletic coverage on Your Live Event for the 2024-2025 high school season in the state of North Dakota. As we continue on with our pre-tournament show, we'll go over the wrestlers in the tournament for the Kindred Vikings. So the Kindred Vikings right now with 6 place winners at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. They have Gavin Rude making it into the semifinals. We already talked about Gavin with Coach Lehman, but Gavin at 112 pounds upset the number 7 seed wrestler in the first round, and the number 2 seeded wrestler Walker Miller of Ellen Deledgely Calm in the quarterfinals. You'll see him later today or later this morning in the semifinals at 112 pounds. At 107 pounds, Bristol Swanson made it through the blood rounds and wrestling for a top 8 finish, along with teammate Cameron Kittleson at 133, the 7th grader. 145 pounds, we have Brock Johnson making it through the blood round, along with Miles Theolgis and Tanner Mengi at 172. So those are your 6 wrestlers still in the tournament for Kindred, with those top 8 place winners, projected top place or 8 place winners, along with their semifinalist Gavin Rude at 112 pounds. And turn to Hillsborough Central Valley. Hillsborough Central Valley with 3 wrestlers scheduled to place into the top 8. They have semifinalists at 139 pounds, Sawyer Owens, and at 189 pounds, Braden Chenot. And at 121, Justin Terrell made it through the blood rounds and will be a top 8 place winner at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And turning to the Carrington Cardinals, Carrington will have 5 place winners, and they currently have 3 semifinalists for Carrington. Carrington has semifinalists at 106 pounds of Sky Kramlich, 145 pounds Nick Garber, and 152 pounds Corbin Clifton. Those are your semifinalists for Carrington. They also have Drew Carr with a gutsy performance yesterday. Couple come from behind wins for Drew Carr, and he's able to get into the top 8 at 121 pounds. And then at 172 pounds, we have Callan Garber making it through the blood rounds for a top 8 finish here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And now we'll turn to the Lisbon Broncos. Lisbon with 8 wrestlers making it through into the semifinals after yesterday's quarterfinal round. So the Broncos sending 8 into the semifinals. And their semifinalists At 127 pounds, we have Noah Anderson. 133 is Gavin Robertson. 139, Cruz Ranke. 145, Griffin Greenlee. 152, Ryan Eng. 160, Eli Lyons. 215 pounds is Brock Lyons. And heavyweight, Aiden Hinkle. Those are your semifinals for the Broncos. Broncos also with 2 wrestlers making it through the blood rounds and projected to place in the top 8. We have at 121 pounds is Grayson Lyons. Lyons drawing the number 1 seed in the first round. He's come back all the way through the wrestlebacks to earn that top 8 finish. And then at 172 pounds, we have Riley Lucina placing in the top 8 at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. So more than likely we'll open up with a consolation rounds and semifinals here with action scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. And we will go through our Bank North scoreboard after return with the word from our sponsors. This is your LiveEvent.com pre-tournament show on day number 2 of the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, the half or the whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
Okay, welcome back. Your LiveEvent.com day number 2 coverage. New Salem East-West Wrestling Classic out in New Salem, North Dakota, home of Salem Sioux. As we have your Bank North scoreboard tournament update with your Bank North scores. At Bank North, good sportsmanship is a valuable trait that goes far beyond the game. For Bank North, it is achieved by helping our customers pursue their dreams and financial goals while supporting and improving our great rural communities. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. And your top 10 teams in 10th place is Napoleon with 42 points. 9th place is Bowman County with 43.5 points. 8th place is Carrington with 45 points. 7th place is Kilder with 45.5 points. 6th place is Stanley with 46 points. 5th place is the Yokes Tornadoes with 52 points. 4th place, Ellendale Edgeley Calm with 54 points. 3rd place, Velva with 63.5 points. 2nd place, New Salem Almont with 74 points. And in 1st place are the Lisbon Broncos with 87.5 points as we enter day number 2 into the 4th round of wrestlebacks. Or excuse me, the 3rd round of wrestlebacks. We already went through the blood round, so our 3rd round of wrestlebacks. And then our semifinal matches ahead this morning with coverage for those matches. The tournament match is starting right around 9 a.m. as we go into our semifinalists and some of the expected matchups in those blood round or in those matches to see who goes into the consolation semis, our 3rd round wrestleback rounds, or wrestling for 7th and 8th place. So at 107 pounds, your semifinalists are Isaiah Hackman of Velva, a returning state place winner for Velva, against Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton. Verdeen seeded number 4 in the tournament, Hackman number 1. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have number 3 seeded Sky Kramlich, returning state place winner for Carrington, taking on Jace Boynton of Bowman County. Kramlich, the number 3 seed, Boynton, the number 2 seed for Bowman County. And then in that 3rd round wrestleback, the winners of these matches in the 3rd round wrestleback will advance to the consolation semifinals for a top 6 finish. The non-winners wrestling for 7th and 8th. At 107 pounds in that 3rd round wrestleback, we have Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley Coleman, Bristol Swanson of Kindred. And then on the bottom side, we have Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks and John Logering of Lemoore at 107. 114 pounds. Your semifinal match is Dalton Feist. Their semifinal matches are Dalton Feist of Napoleon, defending state champion. He wrestles Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan. Feist, the number 1 seeded wrestler. Shea, the number 4. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Ben Wagner of Oaks. He upset the number 3 seed Loudon Haugen. So Wagner, returning state qualifier for Oaks, takes on the upset-minded Gavin Rude from Kindred, North Dakota. Rude having a great tournament. He was Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day on day number 1, but Rude upset the number 7 seed Keenan Gores of Northern Lights by decision 6-3 in the first round, and then came back and defeated Walker Miller by decision 13-11. Walker Miller was the number 2 seeded wrestler. You've heard comments from Coach Lehman during our coach's interview. He did mention that Rude and Walker Miller had met up earlier in the season, with Rude coming out on top. But Gavin Rude now into the semifinals for Kindred. And now into our third round wrestleback round for 114 pounds, top side of the bracket. We have Walker Miller taking on Jaden Koontz of Killdeer. And Miller returning state place winner for Ellendale Combe. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, in our third round wrestlebacks, we have Bogan Hyde of New Salem Almont taking on Keenan Gores of Northern Lights at 114-pound third round wrestleback action. Going into 121 pounds, your semifinalist, Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights, defending state champion, takes on Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen. Henderson, the number 1 seed, defending state champion. Turnus was the number 5 seed. He upset number 4 seed Cale Schwartz of Bowman County in the quarterfinals. Those number 4 and number 5 seeds, always great matchup. Along with that 8 and 9 seed, those are just the matchups to watch for in that first and second round, championship round. In your 121-pound semifinalist on the bottom side of the bracket is Hayes Weinberger of New Salem Almont and Cole Mogren of Kemmerer Bull Bills. And then your consolation round third round match is Grayson Lyons of Lisbon and Drew Carr of Carrington on the top side. And on the bottom side, we have Schwartz of Bowman County and Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley at 121 pounds consolation round match, third round consolations. 127 pounds semifinalists, we have Charlie Irwin. He'll take on Riley Hasbrook of Hettinger Scranton. Irwin, the number 1 seed, Hasbrook, the number 4 seed. And then number 3, Noah Anderson in the semifinals on the bottom side of the bracket. He takes on the number 2 seed, Cohen Bell. So we're both returning state place winner. Bell, I believe, a 2-time state semifinalist for Stanley. Anderson, a 2-time state place winner for the Lisbon Broncos. And on the third round consolation at 127, we have Connor Mellon of Kemmerer Bull Bills, Burke Central. Takes on Lander Rice of Killdeer, and Lucas Salee of Velva on the bottom times take on Regan Sand of Ellendale Combe. At 133 pounds, your semifinalist Jack Baumbach of Killdeer and Ethan Tezerick of EEK. And then we have Gavin Robertson of Lisbon takes on Cutter Rondeck of Bowman County. That's the bottom side semifinals. And then your third round wrestlebacks. For 133 pounds, we have Levi Jensen of Williams County takes on Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. Kittleson making into the consolation, or making it into the third round of consolations by defeating Nolan Braun. Braun was in the number 3 seed. So Kittleson upsets the number 3 seed in the second round of wrestlebacks, making it into this top 8 at the New Salem East-West tournament at 133 pounds. And then we have Bo Grunfeld of Napoleon on the bottom side in the third round consolations to take on Cash Gerhardt. Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. And at 139 pounds, your semifinalists is Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley. He takes on Cruz Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos. These two have met up 2 or 3 times already this year. So we have Ranke and Owens battling out in the semifinals on the top side of the bracket at 139. And then Kyler Schleski upsetting the number 3 seed Dagger Sand. He will take on Jace Duffy of Lemoore in the semifinals at 139. Duffy upset the number 2 seed Brexton Yanish. He was down in that last period and came out with an elevator and flipped over Yanish and pinned him yesterday, making it into the semifinals for Lemoore. And then in your third round wrestlebacks, we have Brexton Yanish of Velva takes on Jager Sand of Ellendale Combe, and Zane Allender will take on Zach Spain of Minot Bishop Ryan. Remember those third round consolation bracket winners. They will move on to the consolation semifinals for a top 6 finish. The non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place. At 145 pounds, your semifinalist is William Cook of Kemmerer Bull Bills, defending state champion. He takes on Griffin Greenlee of the Lisbon Broncos in the top side bracket of the semifinals at 145. Bottom side, we have Case Allender of Oaks wrestling Nick Garber of Carrington. And then your consolation round, third round consolation matches, Braylon Herman of Northern Lights takes on Brock Johnson of Kindred, and Bryce Schneider of Napoleon on the bottom side takes on Colton Beaker of New Salem Almont. 152 pounds, your semifinalist. At 152 is Corbin Clifton of Carrington, defending state champion, will take on Trenton Cladd of New Salem Almont. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Ryan Engel, Lisbon Bronco, the number 3 seed, takes on the number 2 seed, Carson Hildre of Velva. These two, I believe, also met up earlier in the season, with Hildre coming out on top at the Carrington tournament. And then your third round wrestle back at 152 is Zaid Heyer of Oaks, takes on Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby. Zachmeyer looking like a tough wrestler from Rugby, squeaking out some close wins. He beat Maddox Shockman 1-0 to make it into the third round wrestlebacks. Also that match with Ryan Eng in the second round in the quarterfinals. Eng defeated him 2-1. So Zachmeyer looking to make some noise for Rugby. And then bottom side of the bracket, third round wrestleback at 152, Miles Theologist of Kindreds. And he will face Jeremiah Schmidt, the number 8 seed, at 152. And at 160 pounds, your semifinal features Eli Lyons of Lisbon Bronco, returning state place winner, number 1 seed, wrestling Maddox Campbell of Velva. Campbell upset the number 4 seed, Sawyer Knoll, and that was just a back-and-forth battle. And just to recap that match, at the end of it, Sawyer Knoll thought that he did have the lead in the match, and the 2-point reversal was given to Maddox Campbell. Knoll just kind of sandbagged it down there, thought he had the lead, and wasn't improving on his position with the reversal attempt. And the win ended up going to Maddox Campbell of Velva by a score of 7-6. So the top side 160 semifinal is Lions against Campbell. And then the bottom side 160 semifinal is the always dynamic Mason Wago of Napoleon taking on Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central. And your 160 third round consolation match is Greg Fear of Ellendale Column takes on Gavin Enrich, New Salem Almont. And Sawyer Knoll of Bowman will take on Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer at 160-pound third round consolation match. And at 172 pounds, your semifinalists are Drew Zwack, defending state champion at 172 pounds. He takes on Cale Hebel of Lemoore. And then Brock Norton, the number 3 seed on the bottom side, will take up the number 2 seed, Rocker Aguilar of Williams County. And your third round wrestleback at 172, Matt Barstead of Elba takes on Callan Garber of Carrington, and Tanner Menge will take on Riley Lucina of the Lisbon Broncos at 172-pound third-round wrestleback. 189, your semifinals, Cole Henderson of Northern Lights takes on William Roundy of Killdeer, and then Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Central Valley, will take on Trey Bombach of Stanley. And your third-round wrestleback at 189, Carter Potasic of Oaks takes on Ashton Weathersby of Williams County, and Gus Strauman of Buell Hazen will take on Noah Werner of Velva. And your 215 pounds semifinal matchup at 215, we have Ivan Kruth of Ellendale-Lacombe, defending state champion, will take on Brock Lyons of Lisbon Broncos, the number 4 seed. And Andre Dahl of Napoleon on the bottom side of the bracket will take on Griffin Wilhelmi. And your third-round wrestleback is Thusen of Williams County, takes on Turbeville of Bowman. Turbeville, a tough wrestler. Record might not show it, but he's given these East Region wrestlers all kinds of trouble. And then the bottom side, third-round wrestleback is Jaden Foss versus Tucker Tim. And your semifinal at 285-pound is Kate Okeson of Bishop Ryan versus Matthew Jacobs of Williams County. And the bottom side is Seth Irie, number 3 seed, taking on Aiden Hinkle, the number 2 seed. And it's Irie, returning state qualifier from last year. Hinkle, returning state place winner at 285 in that semifinal. And then on the third-round wrestleback, we have Max Klein of Oaks takes on Brett Tosted of Northern Lights. And on the bottom side in your third-round wrestleback, we have Levi Ram, the number 5 seed. He will take on Delaney Feldman of Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central, your 285-pound bottom side third-round wrestleback. And just a reminder, the winners in the third-round wrestleback round will wrestle in the consolation semifinals, and the non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And this will conclude our pre-tournament show on YourLiveEvent.com for day number 2 at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will step away, take a word from our sponsors, and then come back for this semifinal round here on YourLiveEvent.com.
This is Jamie. From Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow. Pick your spot and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized and every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com. That's colsoncpa.com, or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsboro, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. We are day number 2 coverage. We have started our 3rd round wrestlebacks. Here out on mats 1, 2 inside the main gymnasium. As you look at mat number 1 is the mat with the big white outer circle and the Holstein in the middle. Mat number 2 is the all black mat with the big and small circle, or the white outline big and small circle. And that matchup on mat number 1 is Nash Nitschke, Ellen Dillage, the Calm, wrestling Bristol Swanson. Swanson has an early lead, 6-0. So we will have our 3rd round wrestlebacks, then go to semifinals, then wrestle 7th and 8th place, and then our placing matches 3rd through 5th and 3rd through 6th place, and then our championship matches. And they're predicting the championship matches, our final matches, to start right around 3:30 here. And normally take a break here in New Salem the 2nd day of wrestling. And we'll see if they do have time for that. They don't have that mat number 3 going, as you had heard in some comments earlier or yesterday from the coaches that back room just doesn't provide kind of an extra mat area for that extension of the wrestling mat. Now with the 1 point of contact inbounds, so they've kind of devised a format for that here. Day number 2, not using that 3rd mat in the back room as they try to run the first round. All championship round matches are run on 3 mats, and then they put usually they put the consolation matches in that back room. And now Trig Dahlstrom for Oaks has the win by fall in the 2nd period, minute 30. And Dahlstrom takes care of business. Dahlstrom, he will advance into the consolation semi as he won by fall over John Logering. Dahlstrom, a 7th grader from Oaks, North Dakota. Now Nash Nitschke and Bristol Swanson. Swanson works for the fall over on mat number 1. He has Nitschke in the headlock with 43 seconds remaining in the 2nd period. In the wind, nope. Just thought the whistle had slapped the mat, blew the whistle, but that was on the other mat. So Nitschke trying to roll through, has the arms locked around the shoulder and the leg caught. That is one of the counters for that headlock, as Swanson has a tight head and arm on him. Not much room to clear those hips or try to scoot the hips away. Nitschke still trying to roll through and win by fall now for Bristol Swanson. Swanson in the consolation semifinals. So that's the 3rd round consolations complete for 107 pounds. Now we will move on to 114 pounds as those wrestlers currently out on the mat. On mat number 2, we have Logan Hyde. New Salem Almont takes on Keenan Gores. So Keenan Gores for Northern Lights in the top position has the 3-0 lead in the first period. A minute remains on the clock. And then on mat number 1, 114 pounds, Walker Miller, the number 2 seed here in the third round wrestlebacks, takes on Jaden Kuntz, a freshman from Killdeer. Gores has a double armbar locked up on Logan Hyde. He sits through and looks towards the ceiling, has it pretty tight. Just that right shoulder can't get it down as he continues to put a lot of pressure on it. Now he gets almost all the way behind. In parallel, back to back with Logan Hyde. Logan Hyde able to get that arm free, rolls through. We'll have 4 near fall to Keenan Gores. Gores for Northern Lights last year was a state qualifier at 113. Finds himself making his way or trying to make his way into the consolation semifinals. At 114 pounds at the Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. He'll start in the bottom position on mat number 2. Miller and Jaden Kuntz over on mat number 1. 3-1's your score. Walker Miller has the lead over Jaden Kuntz. Kuntz from Killdeer, North Dakota. With another 3-point takedown going to Walker Miller. Now 6-1 is the score of on mat number 1. And that's the end of the first period over on mat number 1. Miller takes the 6-1 lead. Keenan Gores with another 3-point takedown. He now has the 11-0 lead on mat number 2, taking on Logan Hyde and New Salem Almont. Gores goes to work on the far ankle, reaches underneath, now traps the arm. He has a 2-on-1 on the far side, trying to reach underneath, go ball and chain. Hyde able to free up his arm and prevent Gores from locking it up underneath. Logan Hyde broke belly down. And Miller now with the 9-1 lead on Jaden Kuntz. And Miller with the mat return on the edge of the mat. Big mat return for Walker Miller. Takes Kuntz down. Works underneath, goes 2-on-1 on the far wrist. Now sticks in a half. Nelson has that far wrist caught, has a half on the near side. Kuntz counters, kicks the leg out to the side, turns the hips away. Now Miller's going to let him up. He has the 9-1 lead, 1:02 remaining in the second period. Working the far edge of the mat, drops down to another single leg, runs it over. Another 3-point takedown. Is 12-2 over on mat number 2 for Walker Miller. And we're going into the third period on mat number 2, 11-0. Keenan Gores has the lead. This is third round wrestleback. Winners of these matches advance into the consolation semifinals, and the non-winners will wrestle for 7th and 8th place at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And a headlock now by Logan Hyde has Keenan Gores in a little bit of trouble. This one's tight. Gores going to try to roll through. And a nice hip ice back around kind of catches Gores on his back, but Gores able to roll through. Comes back around the top. And able to roll through and pull the head out and over, now over the top on Logan Hyde. So Logan Hyde gave it a shot with a minute 22 remaining. Gores now we're trying to work another takedown. He has it now, 14-0 lead for Keenan Gores. So Gores in that kind of that bow and arrow position, has the right underneath the chin. And now with the leg split, has the leg Turk, goes to the wrist on mat number 2. Mat number 1 is now a win by technical decision for Walker Miller over Jaden Kuntz. Miller into the consolation semifinals at 114 pounds. Was win by technical decision for Miller, 17-2. And now mat number 1, we have Grayson Lyons for the Broncos taking on Drew Carr. Drew Carr, a returning state place winner last year for Carrington. Lyons, a returning state qualifier at 121 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Gores finishes out the match with a 14-0 major decision win over Logan Hyde. Gores advances into the consolation semis for Northern Lights at 114 pounds. And that takes us into these 121 matches with Carr on a double leg shot on Lyons. Lyons trying to scoot that hip up. Still no takedown award, and now he goes arm around the waist. And the official awards 3 points to Drew Carr. Carr takes the early 3-0 lead. And now the other 121-pound third-round consolation match between Kale Schwartz and Justin Terrell on mat number 2. Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley, returning state place winner. Kale Schwartz for Bowman, a returning state qualifier at 107 pounds last year. That's 121-pound third-round consolation action. Winners advance to the consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestling for 7th and 8th place later on today at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. Drew Carr with the 3-0 lead. So Carr is up 3-0. Really working underneath, doing a little hand fighting with Lyons. Trying to go 2-on-1. Lyons extends the body and the leg. Trying to stretch out, doing some hand fighting as final 7 seconds tick off the clock in the first period. Drew Carr will take the 3-0 lead into our second period. And we do have blood time there with Kale Schwartz, Justin Terrell. That's in the first period, minute 33 on the clock. Blood time over on mat number 2. And we are broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth here atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium. And your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. It's your small town bank and big time partner with Stock Growers mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. A member of the FDIC and equal housing lender. Your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth from New Salem, North Dakota. Terrell in on a double leg or single leg shot. That's defended with a whizzer by Kale Schwartz of Bowman County. Here Lyons and Drew Carr on their feet in the neutral position. Minute 30 remaining in the second period. Carr with an underhook. Now Lyons drops down to the wrist, ties up the wrist. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat on mat number 2 or mat number 1, and going rolling out there with Schwartz and Justin Terrell. They end up rolling out onto the pine hard floor. And no points awarded with 45 seconds remaining in the first period on mat number 2. And just a reminder, we will break away coverage at the bottom of the hour, top of the hour for a break for our ad-sponsored break, and also to give your broadcaster a little bit of a break. So top of the hour and bottom of the hour, we'll have our Bank North scoreboard updates along with our Olson Accounting recap at those times. And continue our live coverage from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Another 3-point takedown goes to Drew Carr, now up 6-0 over Grayson Lyons. Carr, a senior for Carrington, 34-9 record. Lyons, a junior at 24-10. And Carr working underneath, has that ankle. Lyons with the leg tucked up underneath. Then they go into the third period. Carr with choice chooses bottom with Lions. Terrell and Schwartz still scoreless going into the second period. Had a little bit of fireworks there. Schwartz had blasted into Terrell, took him onto the hard floor, but no points awarded. And a little slide by attempt by Justin Terrell. Head tap by Schwartz. And still holding the center of the mat, both wrestlers on mat number 2. And a sit-up by Drew Carr, nice hit by Estrella. He's going to try to get the reversal. Grayson Lyons drops down on the leg on Carr. Going to double up. Nope. Still with the single. He elevates this. He'll try to slide around, post the outside leg, and baseball slide around on Carr. They'll just maintain position, so no points were awarded. Still 6-0 over on mat number 1 in the third period. Minute 18 on the clock. Lyons goes to work on that far arm. Still working it. Carr is going to pass the wrist over his head, the arm over his head, hips away. Lions going front headlock on Drew Carr. Lions reaching for the ankle. Still no change of position. 6-0 remains the score. The Lions doing a good job following up these attacks by Drew Carr from the bottom position. Looks like we will have a headgear come off. A chin strap kind of dangling loose on Grayson Lyons with 40 seconds remaining. Lions out a little bit high on Carr. He works the wrist now with 30 seconds remaining. Drew Carr for Carrington has the 6-0 lead. Lions out front. Carr takes advantage of that. Now hip ice away. Carr working for a reversal. Lions sticks the arm out trying to stop that reversal attempt. Justin Terrell now with the 3-point takedown takes a 3-0 lead with 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Gets Cale Schwartz of Bowman. And Lions hip ice back around. He's going on the front and going to run out of time as Drew Carr is your winner, 6-0. He'll advance into the consolation semifinals. Lions for the Bronco wrestling for 7th and 8th. That's your result on mat number 1 in your third round consolation match. So Carr wins 6-0. Lions wrestling for 7th and 8th for Lisbon. Carr wrestling for a top 6 finish for Carrington. And we're still 3-0 started the third period. On mat number 2, Justin Terrell against Cale Schwartz. Terrell in the bottom position. Hillsborough Central Valley. Schwartz puts on the half Nelson. Little peek out by Terrell, but Schwartz ended up sinks this one deep, catches the far wrist. Terrell not able to counter it with that peek out and post the outside leg and try to turn around and get behind him, or hip ice back around behind him. So Schwartz with the half buried in deep has Terrell in a little bit of trouble. He's going to turn him over. Now Terrell explodes through and rolls Cale Schwartz to his back. And just like that, a little explosion by Terrell. And he gets the reversal and near fall. Now with the 9-0 lead over Cale Schwartz. And mat number 1, 127-pound third round consolation between Lucas Lee of Velva and Regan Sand of Ellendale Edgley Combe. Sand returning state qualifier for Ellendale Edgley Combe. And Terrell now back behind, riding behind the arms and the elbows. A little roll through, kind of a Peterson attempt by Schwartz with 20 seconds remaining on mat number 2. Schwartz tripods up. Terrell attacks the leg, spikes it, takes Schwartz back down to the mat. Final 15 seconds. So Lee, with the 3-0 lead over Regan Sand, has an armbar, trying to go bar half on Sand. Has the armbar on the left side, trying to work that half around the far side. Now goes back to the half on the far side. Final seconds tick off the clock in the first period. 3-0 lead for Lucas Lee over Regan Sand of Ellendale Edgley Combe. And Justin Terrell into the consolation semifinals for Hillsboro Central Valley, 9-0 winner over Schwartz. So Grayson Lyons will face Cale Schwartz for 7th and 8th place at 121 pounds. Carr and Terrell advance into the consolation semifinals at 121 pounds. And takes us into this 127-pound weight class. Mat number 1 always already with those wrestlers on the mat. With Lucas Ali and Reagan Sand. 3-0's your score. Minute 25 remaining in the second period. And your third round consolation matchup on the bottom side is Connor Mellon of Kenmare Bull Bills taking on Lander Rice on mat number 2. So Mellon for Kenmare Bull Bills last season was a state qualifier. And in the tournament, he was the number 7 seed. He takes on Lander Rice of Killdeer. Rice last year, state qualifier at 107 pounds. Rice currently in on a double leg shot, goes into that forklift position. He elevates the leg on Mellon. Mellon up to his feet, but Rice secures the takedown. He takes the early 3-0 lead over on mat number 2. Returning state qualifiers and Mellon and Rice. Mat number 1 between Sand and Salee. Salee working for a fall on Reagan Sand. That's the end of the second period with 10 seconds remaining. And in that Saturday Night Ride position up over the top. Left shoulder on Sand up just a little bit is the final 2 seconds. It looks like Reagan Sand will make it into a third period. He's down now 10-0 after that 4-point near fall by Lucas Salee of Velva. Salee chooses neutral with Sand. And Mellon now a 4-3 score as Connor Mellon picks up 4 points. At the end of the first period, 20 seconds remaining for Connor Mellon. Try to extend his lead. He's up by 1. Mellon in the top position. Works an arm. Kind of 2-on-1 right on the far side. Has that arm pulled tight across the waist. And that's the end of the period. Connor Mellon with the 4-3 lead on mat number 2. Lucas Lee's up 10-0 over Reagan Sand on mat number 1. Wrestlers in the neutral position. That's in the third period. And a big whizzer by Lucas Lee takes Sand over to his back. And Lucas Lee now in that head and arm position, up over the top. Sand with that left shoulder up just a little bit. Sleeves, looks like his arm and wrists are underneath the shoulder. Now he's going to readjust. Steps out to the side on the right side. Can try to make a T on top, going to chest to chest. Sand rolls through. Right shoulder up now. Now Mellon picks up 2 more points with the reversal, 6-3. He has an armbar locked up on Lander Rice, walks it around, working for a pin on mat number 2 at 127 pounds. Mellon trying to make it into the consolation semifinals for his chance at a third place finish. And does pick up the near fall. So 4 near fall for Connor Mellon. 10-3 is the score in favor of Mellon on mat number 2. Lucas Lee, you're winning by technical decision on mat number 1 at 127 pounds. And now up mat number 1, 133-pound third-round consolation match between Levi Jensen, Williams County, and Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. A nice little continuation by Kittleson at the high crotch fireman shot as they're going off the edge of the mat, but he felt it coming on. Just ran out of space. Now wrestlers trading shots. A reshot by Jensen puts him in that bottom position of the situation. A chin whip over by Kittleson. Kittleson with the three-point takedown, missed some back points, but a nice chin whip by Kittleson on mat number 1. He has a 3-0 lead. Millen and Lander Rice still 10-3 on mat number 2 at 127 pounds. Remember, the winners advance consolation semifinals in the third round wrestlebacks. Non-winners wrestling for 7th and 8th place. See those later this morning. We will have semifinal matches following this third round consolation. Projected start time for the championship matches around 3:30. And a 1-point technical violation. So now we'll score 11-3 in favor of Connor Mellon on mat number 2. Mellon for Kenmare Bullbills, maroon singlet with the gold trim. It's a shot by Rice. Mellon uses those long arms, drops down low, single leg. Trying to crack down. Lander Rice has him on his hip, turns the corner. Now has to work his way up around the waist to secure the takedown, and his head still caught between the legs of Rice. That's in the third period, 1:06 on the clock on mat number 2. Mat number 1, wrestlers on the edge of the mat called out. Kittleson still with the lead, 3-0 over the junior from Williams County, Levi Jensen. And Mellon with 3 more points. Now it's 14-3 on mat number 2 with 41 seconds remaining. So Mellon in that top position, up 14-3, final 20 seconds of the third period. Lander Rice not able to do much, not doing much in the bottom position, just hugging the mat on his hip here with Connor Mellon, putting a lot of pressure on him. And Mellon will advance into our consolation semifinals at 127 pounds. Rice will wrestle Regan Sand for 7th place at 127 pounds. A 133-pound matchup out here with Levi Jensen and Cameron Kittleson. Kittleson still has a 3-0 lead in the second period. Jensen has a cradle locked up on Kittleson. Kittleson does have he's a long, lean wrestler. They're hard to cradle up and get that body over, but he does it. He has rolled him over just a little bit too hard. Kittleson now breaks the hold. No near fall awarded to Levi Jensen. Jensen going back, has the back leg spiked. Keeps Kittleson broke belly down. A lot of pressure working the wrist, trying to dig out a hammerlock. Now goes up back around on the right side, working underneath. Is Levi Jensen of Williams County on mat number 1. Kittleson stands up. Big mat return of Jensen by Jensen. Kittleson back down, hips on the mat. Being worked over currently by Levi Jensen in the top position. Mat number 2, Brooks Grunfelder, Napoleon Gackle Streeter takes on Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. 8th grader Brooks Grunfelder taking on Cody Gerhardt, the freshman from New Salem. Well, these are your 133-pound consolation or third-round consolation matches. That's a 2-point reversal to Kittleson. Then it was Jensen back on top with his 2 points and just misses scoring near fall at the end of the period with the half Nelson. As Jensen with another scoring opportunity, not able to roll over Kittleson. So 5-2 is your score. 3-point lead for Cameron Kittleson. Jensen will start the third period in the bottom position Grunfelder with the takedown has a 3-0 lead over Cody Gerhardt in Salem Almont. Grunfelder making his name for himself here as an 8th grader at 133. Trying to make it into the consolation semifinals for Napoleon. Gerhardt sits out. Grunfelder at the end of the period has the 3-0 lead on mat number 2. And Kittleson working the top position on Levi Jensen. Jensen trying to arm spin and pull Kittleson over the top. Kittleson does have that long lead body, just a little bit hard to get some leverage on him. Jensen back down working the leg on Kittleson. He's going to elevate this. Stands up, doubles up now, trying to get a reversal, and they're off the mat. And a 1-point escape. A 1-point escape now, 5-3 is your score. Jensen could win now, 5-3 is the score. Jensen down by 2 points. Takedown for Jensen will win it. Takedown for Kittleson will seal the match. And now here's Levi Jensen with the 3-point takedown. Just using that experience and strength over Kittleson. Kittleson, a 7th grader. But not taking anything away from him. He's had a great tournament, and wrestlers go out. And a 1-point lead now for Levi Jensen. Kittleson can tie it up with an escape. A reversal takes the lead on mat number 1. That's in the 3rd period, 43 seconds remaining. Kittleson tries to stand up. Jensen trying to return him to the mat and able to do it. Catches Kittleson on his hip. There was a count by Jensen. Jensen has to watch out for a defensive pin. He's back up, no near fall. Got a couple swipes, but they weren't consecutive. Grunfelder and Gerhardt. That's still 3-0 in favor of Brooks Grunfelder. And Kittleson up over the top on Jensen as time, now final 10 seconds. It's kind of wild over on mat number 1 now. Jensen works down on the legs. We have a clasping, and we may end up tied up. A technical violation clasping by Jensen. Kittleson can win this with an escape. He's tied up with 5 seconds remaining, more than enough time. As the final 5 seconds tick off the clock, Kittleson's up on his feet. Jensen trying to return him to his mat. Kittleson runs out of time, and they're going to overtime. Tied up at 6 on mat number 2. Or excuse me, on mat number 1. Tied up at 6 apiece between Jensen and Williams County. Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. Grunfelder and Gerhardt going into the 3rd period, 3-0. Here's Jensen on a double leg shot on Kittleson. Kittleson in some trouble. Jensen cracks him down. Kittleson trying to control the ankles, but Jensen in a good position to score. Now goes arm around the waist. He's going to work up on Kittleson. Kittleson here in the barn, the Salem High School Gymnasium, goes down after the takedown. Made it interesting with Levi Jensen, but Levi Jensen, Williams County, prevails 9-6 over Cameron Kittleson. On mat number 1, Jensen wrestling for top 6 finish. Cameron Kittleson for Kindred to wrestle for 7th and 8th place. Grunfelder still has the 3-0 lead over on mat number 2. So Levi Jensen, your 8-5 win by decision over Cameron Kittleson, wrestling for top 6 finish. Kittleson wrestling for 7th and 8th place. Now we have mat number 1, 139-pound consolation, 3rd round consolation match between Brexton Yanish of Vilva, Jager Sand, Ellendale, Edgley Combe. It's at 139, snap down. Yanish follows up, kind of reshoots this after the snap down by Sand. Caught Sand with his hands on the mat. Now trying to spin around behind him. Sand up to his feet. Trying to counter the single leg shot by Brexton Yanish, and the wrestlers go out. Off the bat on mat number 1, no score. So Jager Sand did a good job scrambling away. Still 3-0 your score over on mat number 2 with Cody Gerhardt and Brooks Grunfelder. Grunfelder in the top position has the double boots in underneath. He's going to keep Cody Gerhardt pinned down on the mat, but The official calls a stalemate for the restart with 20 seconds remaining for Cody Gerhardt to pull out some magic. And here's Gerhardt from the bottom position. Grunfelder goes right away to leg rag, sticks in the double boots with 13 seconds remaining. No stall warning by the official. Gerhardt's going to try to sit out. Grunfelder catches Gerhardt. And we have a scoring opportunity over on mat number 1 here for Sand with the 3-0 lead. So Sand is up 3-0, mat number 1, 139 pounds. Grunfelder defeats Gerhardt on mat number 2 at 133. So now into those 139-pound third-round matches. Currently out there on mat number 1, Brexton Yanish. Jager Sand. Sand has the 3-0 lead with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. And mat number 2, Braylon Herman taking on Brock Johnson at 145 pounds. He must be short one of the 39s, maybe a medical forfeit. So 145 is Braylon Herman and Brock Johnson out there wrestling. Braylon Herman from Northern Lights, Johnson from Kindred. Brock Johnson, returning state place winner. Braylon Herman for Northern Lights, returning state qualifier from last year at 127 pounds. They're wrestling for chance to make it into the consolation semifinals in a top 3 finish at 145 pounds. And wrestlers out on the edge of the mat on mat number 2. And after this matchup on mat number 1, on mat number 2 between Herman and Johnson, we will step away for a short break and come back with our Bank North scoreboard update in our Olson Accounting recap of the day this far into the tournament. We are in that third round consolation matches, the third round consolations. Up through 145 pounds out on mat number 2 between Braylon Herman and Brock Johnson. Johnson in that forklift position. 3-1's the score with Brock Johnson has the lead. 1-point escape by Herman. And now in that forklift kind of waterfall down the back position. Johnson advancing this, able to hip heist over the top. Has Herman in a danger position. Now he's going to scoop the head and score the takedown and some near fall. So Johnson working for a pin on Braylon Herman, has him bundled up at the end of the period. 14 seconds remaining. He does pick up 2 near fall on mat number 2 for Brock Johnson. 8-1's your score on mat number 2. Final 5 seconds of the first period. Johnson will have the 7-point lead going into the second. And on mat number 1, we're tied up at 3. And more near fall coming now. 7-3 is the score in favor of Brexton Yanish over Jager Sand on mat number 1 in the second period with 50 seconds remaining. Well, Yanish working underneath the arms. Now goes in the arm bar. Sam going to try to hip heist through that. Yanish goes back working the bar half. Now takes the wrist. Sand able to stretch out the right arm. And potentially dangerous called on Brexton Yanish. 7-3 still the score. Second period, 27 seconds remaining. Another 3-point takedown for Brock Johnson. Now 11-1 lead over Braylon Herman of Northern Lights. Herman gets up limping a little bit after that takedown by Brock Johnson. And here's Yanish and Sand on the restart with 18 seconds remaining in the second period. Jager Sand in the bottom position. Tripods up, inside leg, spins back around. Yanish Keeps those hips hugged tight. Now Sand trying to score at the end of the period. He has 5 seconds and a stall warning given to Brexton Yanish. Sand breaks the hands and turns away as time expires in the 1-point escape at the end of the period for Jaeger Sand. Sand now in the bottom position, has another chance to score. He's down by 3 points. 1-point escape put him down by 2. A reversal puts him down by 1 point. So either way, at some point, he's likely going to have to wrestle this or win this from his feet. Now Yanish goes out front. Sand stands up, hip ice away. Yanish going to try to drag him off for a restart. And he gets it, but a 1-point escape now. Jaeger Sand's down by 2. Johnson up 11-2 on mat number 2. Herman trying to hit a funk roll on Johnson. Johnson just taking his time, secures the leg, works for the takedown. Now it's 14-2 in favor of Brock Johnson over on mat number 2. And still 7-5 wrestlers on mat number 1 at 139-pound third round consolation. Little scramble on the edge of the mat, back to the restart in the center. Takedown will put Jaeger Sand in the lead. Brexton Yanish would help extend his lead. He's up by 2 points. And now Herman, or should say Yanish, and Sand back to the center for a restart on mat number 1. That has 1:04 remaining in the third period. We're in the start of the third period on mat number 2. 15-2 lead for Brock Johnson. Johnson now finishes off Braylon Herman with the win by technical decision. On mat number 2, Johnson at 145 pounds, wrestling for a top 3 finish. And now with 40 seconds remaining, with 40 seconds, now 30 seconds remaining, here's Brexton Yanish and Jaeger Sand. They go out back to the center for a restart. And now it's a takedown for Yanish and some near fall coming for Brexton Yanish. And a couple of swipes. He does pick up 3 near fall at the end of the period. 13-5 is the score, with the 3 near fall coming to Brexton Yanish. 13-5, he'll close this one out and wrestle for a top 3 finish, or I should say top 6 finish. At 139 pounds. All right. As we keep rolling. At 145 pounds, Bryce Schneider taking on Colton Beaker on mat number 1. Schneider returning place winner for Napoleon.
On mat number 1 in the hole at 172 pounds.
And Beaker for New Salem, returning state qualifier at 145 pounds. That's a 145 pound, that second consolation, third round consolation match. Schneider was the number 5 seed, and Colton Beaker the number 8 seed. That's your matchup on mat number 1. Mat number 2, we have Zaid Heyer of Oaks, returning state place winner for the Tornadoes, taking on Bailey Zachmeyer. And Heyer, with the early 3-0 lead, came out firing on all cylinders with 35 seconds remaining in the first period. He's up 3-0 over Zachmeyer. And as I said, we do have to step away, take a word from our sponsors. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
At Polar Communications, innovation is in our DNA. We're pioneers, always looking ahead to what's next to ensure our communities thrive. We were the first in the state to offer gig services, and we didn't stop there. We continue to lead the way in delivering high-quality, reliable technology to your doorstep. A better experience starts here.
Polk Norman Mahnomen Public Health is here to keep you safe and healthy.
We offer all types of birth control here in our office, including condoms, pills, patches, rings, Depo shots, IUDs, Nexpanons, and emergency contraceptive. STI screening is recommended every 6 to 12 months and with each new partner. All of this at little or no cost to you and always confidential.
Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line Salad Bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Rivers Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Visit with Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union Insurance agent in Hillsboro.
Hey, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com. Day 2 coverage from the Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick with the call today. We are in our third round consolation matches at the East-West Wrestling Tournament, followed by our semifinal, and then our 7th and 8th place matches, our placing rounds, and then our championship match is scheduled to start right around 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're watching East Coast, West Coast, Mountain Time, we will start right around 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for those semifinal match, or our championship matches on YourLiveEvent.com here from the East-West Wrestling Tournament. We have your Bank North scoreboard update from Bank North. And looking at those looking at your team scores on your Bank North scoreboard update. And sitting in 10th place is Killdeer, 45.5 points. 8th place, tied for 8th, are Northern Lights and Stanley with 46 points. 7th place is Carrington with 48 points. 6th place, Kindred with 50.5 points. 5th place, Ellendale Edgeley-Colm with 58.5 points. 4th place is Oaks, 62 points. 3rd place is Velva with 72 points. 2nd place, New Salem Almont with 74 points. And in 1st place are the Lisbon Broncos with 87.5 points. Those are your top 10 teams at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will look at your live event area coverage teams as they entered into day number 2 of the East-West Wrestling Tournament. You had the Kindred Vikings bringing in 6 wrestlers into day 2. One of them in the semifinals in Gavin Rude. And then we've already seen in the third round consolations, Bristol Swanson, Cameron Kittleson, and Brock Johnson. Also in this third round consolation, we have Miles Steelgis and Tanner Mengi for Kindred. Their matches coming up shortly as we are, looks like we're at 145 pounds. And 152 matches starting. We'll start over on mat number 1, that third round consolation. Carrington brings in 5 wrestlers into day number 2. They have 3 in the semifinals with Sky Kramlich. Here for your Olson Accounting update. They have Sky Kramlich at 106 pounds in the semifinals, Nick Garber at 145 in the semifinals, and Corbin Clifton 152 pounds in the semifinals. And then wrestling in your third round consolation matches already out there was Drew Carr securing him in. He's wrestling for a top 6 finish at 121 pounds. And up next will be Callan Garber at 172 pounds, wrestling in that third round consolation, trying to make it in for a top 6 finish, get into that consolation semifinal match. And then for Hillsborough Central Valley, they have 3 wrestlers ending day number 2. Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley did win his third round consolation. He's in a third round consolation match. He advances into the consolation semifinals. And then 139 pound semifinalist is Sawyer Owens, along with his teammate Braden Shinola at 189 pounds. And your Lisbon Broncos, Lisbon with 8 wrestlers into the semifinals. And those wrestlers at 127 pounds are Noah Anderson. 133 is Gavin Robertson. 139 Cruz Ranke. 145 Griffin Greenlee. 152 Ryan Eng. 160 Eli Lyons. And then at 215 pounds is Brock Lyons. And at heavyweight is Aiden Hinkle. Those are your semifinalists for Lisbon. And then in the consolation rounds, Grayson Lyons was defeated in the third round consolations by Drew Carr of Carrington. Grayson Lyons will wrestle for 7th place later on this morning. And then at 172 pounds, Riley Cena, that match ahead, wrestling in the third round consolation match, as he does secure a top 8 finish, but he has a chance to improve on that finish in this third round consolation. He'll take on Tanner Mengi of Kindred. And that is your Olson Accounting update. Supposed to be at the bottom of the hour. We're almost at the top of the hour now to get kind of caught up in this wrestling. Hard to take a break. But your Olson Accounting bottom of the hour update. If you need help with your monthly accounting or payroll, let Cindy and her staff give you a hand. Rely on the friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting. All your tax and accounting needs, go to colsoncpa.com. That is your Olson Accounting update on yourliveevent.com. And we'd like to thank Olson Accounting and all of our feature sponsors for bringing you live coverage from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. That brings us back to our mats out here on mats number 1 and 2. Get you back to wrestling. And we do have a 152-pound match out there currently. So at 152, Miles Steele just out there wrestling for the Kindred Vikings. And he has the 11-0 lead, now 14-0 over Jeremiah Schmidt. And blood time over on mat number 1. That's in the second period with 1:34 on the clock. And then mat number 2, we have Greg Fuhr, Ellendale Edgeley Calm up 6-0 over Gavin Enwich and New Salem Almont. Steele just returning state place winner for Kindred. See Thiel just in the tournament for the Vikings. Trying to find out where he was seated. So Thiel just in the tournament was seated number 5. He was defeated by Trenton Klatt in the quarterfinals, dropping him down into these consolation rounds. But he's back at it with a sizable lead, trying to make it into the consolation semifinals and improve upon his already top 8 finish. That's a single leg shot. Able to crack down Thielges to the mat is Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County. He has Thielges with the hips on the mat. Now goes around and a stalemate called. Didn't really give him time to improve on that position. Quick stalemate. Thielges kind of locked up his legs around the head of Schmidt. And the stalemate called. Now Thielges in on a double leg shot. Goes forklift into that waterfall position. Passes the legs over. He'll have to try to maneuver and spin. He does post the outside leg and is going to try to hip ice back around. Schmidt doing a good job tying up the ankles, keeping Thielges from improving his position. Look for a stalemate called here if Thielges not able to improve, and they do get a stalemate on mat number 1. Still 14-1 is your score. Miles Thielges has the lead with 46 seconds remaining in the second period. And mat number 2, Greg Fuhrer, is up 6-0, second period, minute 21 on the clock. Wrestling Gavin Enwich of New Salem Almont. Enwich with the hometown crowd behind him. Fuhrer has the 6-1 lead. That's in the second period. Minute 21 on the clock. They're back to the center for a restart. And that does it. Miles Thielges at 152 pounds with the win. 17-1. He had a technical decision for Thielges. Into the consolation semifinals for Kindred. Higher for Oaks makes it into the consolation semifinals for Oaks at 152 pounds. He defeated Bailey Zachmeyer. So higher in Thielges into the consolation semifinals. Zachmeyer and Schmidt wrestling for 7th place and looking for 3 near fall. So now a 6-4 2-point reversal, and Fuhrer catches Enwich and throws it into his back, working for the fall for the Thunder on mat number 2 with 28 seconds remaining in the second period. Enwich trying to bridge through, but this head and arm is tight, and the win by fall for Greg Fuhrer. Enwich tried to make it interesting, but Fuhrer rolls through, catches Enwich head and arm, and pins him with 24 seconds remaining in the second period. And Greg Fuhrer for Ellendale Edgeley Combe into the consolation semifinals at 160 pounds. Fuhrer last year state qualifier at 152, trying to improve on that and find himself a podium finish this year at the state tournament. He's working hard now with that win in the Salem East-West tournament, the consolation, third round consolations into the consolation semifinals for Ellendale Edgeley Combe. So Enwich for New Salem, wrestling for 7th place. Now 172 pounds. On mat number 1, that's Matt Barstead, Callan Garber out there wrestling. That's 3-0, now 3-1 lead for Barstead. He picked up the opening takedown with 37 seconds remaining in the first period. Garber with the escape. And mat number 2, 160 pounds, Sawyer Knoll, Wyatt LaPierre, Killdeer. Knoll goes to work right away, picks up the near fall, working for a pin. With a minute 34 remaining on the clock, he takes Pierre down right to his back. Catches the arm, has near fall coming. At least 4 of them wrestlers off the mat on mat number 1, but between Barstead and Garber. They go back to the center for the restart on mat 1. 3-1 lead for Matt Barstead of Velva with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Knowles up 7-0, working another pinning combination on Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer. Sawyer Knoll. He is a returning state qualifier, state place winner, if I have this right. Or excuse me, I'm saying the wrong. For Bowman County for Sawyer Knoll, and he wins by fall over Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer. So Knoll, returning state place winner last year at 152 pounds, he placed 5th. So Enwich and LaPierre wrestling for 7th place at 160 pounds. Fuhrer and Knoll making it into the consolation semis at 160. Taking us to 172 pounds currently out on the mat. That's Callan Garber and Madden Barstead. 3-2s to score another escape in the second period for Callan Garber. So Garber in Barstead, now a 1-point lead for Madden Barstead. 3-2s to score. Wrestlers backing up. I should say Garber going back to the center of the mat. Now Barstead takes him to the edge. Barstead a little collar tie, working the arm. And new matchup on mat number 2. This one's 189 pounds. Carter Pataska Oaks, Ashton Weatherby of Williams County. It's your matchup on mat number 2, 189. Patask down in the cow catcher position, has the chin caught, underhook on the far side. Weathersby kind of shrugs that up, stands backed up to his feet on mat number 2. And mat number 1, 3-2 score between Garber and Barstead. They're in the center of the center of the mat, just kind of pushing around, foreheads together. Now they break apart, and it's double leg shot. Single are going to a single here for Garber. Garber down, has the head buried underneath. Barstead putting a lot of pressure, has the back ankle caught on Garber. Final 5 seconds, Garber not able to improve his position. And time will run out. 3-2 lead for Madden Barstead going into the third period on mat number 1. Barstead choosing the bottom position. A 3-point takedown for Ashton Weathersby. Weathersby dispatched Madden Schwab yesterday in the wrestleback round, that second round wrestleback of the Lisbon Broncos. He's here wrestling in our third round consolation as Patask cradled up. Nice inside cradle. He's going to squeeze those elbows together and try to run this over. Keeping that head down low in the hole. He's going to run it over. Gets Patask on his hip. Maybe pulled his head out just a little bit too early. Patask still down on his hip. Now goes head in the hole once again. Patask with the arm out. Weathersby still has the cradle. He rolls him over. He'll pick up some near fall, but Weathersby's got to watch out he doesn't pin himself. He's in a kind of a pickle with 12 seconds remaining. You got to watch it or he's going to give up a reversal and near fall at the end of the period. He still has the cradle locked up. No change of position. Now he takes him over again. He's able to rest there for Weathersby. At the end of the period, forward near fall coming to Ashton Weathersby. He's up 7-0 on mat number 2. So Ashton Weathersby, Williams County, the senior, 12-9, takes the 7-0 lead over Carter Patask. And then Madden Barstead and Callan Garber still 4-2 in the third period, under a minute remaining on mat number 1. Garber is down by 2 points. A double leg shot now is stood up by Barstead. Barstead works an over-under. Now goes double unders. Garber trying to pummel inside. Now drops down to high crotch fireman. He has Barstead going down to his hip. He turns the corner for Callan Garber. Garber looking to score. Somehow Barstead was able to catch his head in his arm, but Garber's still trying to pull through and elevate. And now Barstead gets himself out of trouble, but not. Still wrestling the edge of the mat here with Garber. He's going to try to lock up a front head cradle and escapes danger. And they're off the edge of the mat with 12 seconds remaining. Garber had a scoring opportunity with that fireman's carry. Barstead was able to recover. Now Barstead backing up off the mat. A stall warning. Garber back in with 6 seconds remaining off the edge of the mat. Now Garber was right there, but Barstead just got those hips turned enough to counter. Looks like we have potentially dangerous there. Ashton Weathersby, Williams County now has a 10-0 lead over Carter Patask. And that'll do it. And Madden Barstead, your winner by decision, 4-2 over Callan Garber. Barstead wrestling in the consolation semifinals. Now we have Tanner Mengi and Lucina coming up on mat number 1. Riley Lucina for the Broncos and 8th grader Mengi a freshman for Kindred. And Mengi, returning state place winner, wrestling up here at 172 pounds last year for Kindred. He placed at 160 pounds, 7th place at 160. He's down on a single leg shot on Lucina. Has Lucina backing off the mat, pushing into him. Lucina goes double unders on Mengi. Maybe one of those matches that gets closer every time they wrestle. This has been played out 2 or 3 times already this year. Mengi going in, Lucina double unders. Lucina snaps down Mengi. Mengi holding the edge of the mat. Here's Weathersby with the winner on mat number 2. So Ashton Weathersby at 189 continues his run in the consolation rounds. And wrestlers still on their feet over on mat number 1. A little slide by from Lucina. Mengi and Lucina trading collar ties under a minute remaining. And now we have 215-pounders out there. On mat number 2, as Brendan Thusen of Williams County has the double leg on Tucker Tuberville of Bowman County. He's going to take Tuberville down. Had him on his hip for the 3-0 takedown, or 3-0 lead. Tuberville doesn't give it up. Like I said, Tuberville, the record might not show it, but he's giving some of these heavyweights all they can handle. He's down 3-0 early with that takedown by Thusen of Williams County. Here's Lucina and Mengi scrambling at the end of the period. Mengi, Lucina's down on the leg, trying to hit that funk roll. Final 10 seconds for Lucina. Mengi's going to try to turn the corner. Lucina still has the leg, trying to get through the first period scoreless. Mengi with a lot of pressure. And Lucina, he's trying to hip heist around, no score here for Lucina and Mengi on mat number 1, going into the second period scoreless. Lucina looks over at the coach. Coach says, "Where do you want to go?" Lucina says down. So Dad Lucina and son Riley working it out in that position. Riley takes the bottom position to start. Mengi with the arm chop takes Lucina down. Belly down on the mat. I was working Mengi on the top, working a crossface cradle. Lucina kind of has that outside leg kicked up towards his head. And Mengi sees that, and he's got this locked up pretty tight on Lucina. Let's see if Lucina can hip heist back around. Mengi's going to break him down, going to come back over and try to drag him over his knee here for Riley. Riley's going to give up near fall to Tanner Mengi. 3 near fall coming for Mengi. As good as a takedown in the first period. Now he has a 3-0 lead. Lucina still down on the mat, belly down. He's going to control the wrist on Tanner Mengi. See if Lucina can score with a minute remaining. Mengi has the back ankle spiked. Still a lot of pressure applied on top by Tanner Mengi. Lucina able to temporarily pass that wrist over the head, then takes a hard crossface from Tanner. And still 3-0 between Thusen of Williams County and Tucker Tuberville of Bowman County. Thusen in on a single leg shot, steps around, traps the ankle. Thusen has a whizzer in, not very deep here. Now Thusen trying to advance and elevate the leg. But Tuberville able to hip ice back around. A little shuck by Tuberville. He's trying to turn the corner. Thusen recovers. Tuberville in danger of going on his hip. And now Thusen doubles up on mat number 2. Cracks down Tucker Tuberville. Tuberville going to the ankle, trying to scramble and hit a funk roll, not able to do it. But still no score awarded with 55 seconds remaining in the second period. Lucina and Mengi go 3-0 into the third period. Mengi choosing the bottom position on mat number 1. So the third period, 1-0 lead for Tanner Mengi. Mengi quickly hip heists away. Now 1 point escape. Mengi turns the corner, is going to go front head cradle in the reversal. So no escape, gets the 2 point reversal. 5-0 is the lead for Tanamengri on Riley Lucina. And Tucson and Turbeville, still no score. Tucson's trying to lock up a cradle. Turbeville trying to elevate the leg. It could almost be if he rolled forward. Now the cradle's locked up. Might not want to roll forward anymore. And Tucson takes him over. Scores near fall at the end of the second period. 4 near fall with the takedown and near fall. Now 10-0 lead for Brendan Tucson of Williams County at 215 pounds. Tanner Mengi up 5-0 over Riley Lucina. And Mengi goes crossface, still working that crossface. Lucina countering out, kicks the knee up to his head. That's where he got in trouble last time with Mengi. Mengi works far side, half Nelson, catches the near wrist. Still working over the top. Lucina warned with stalling again. So I think they gave the point to the wrong. Now 6-0 lead for Tanner Mengi. He's up by 6 in the third period with 30 seconds remaining. So 30 seconds now, 25 seconds remaining there in the third period. Mengi goes half Nelson, buried it in deep. Lucina tried to roll through here on Mengi, and a win by fall for Tanner Mengi. For Kindred, they're having a good round in these wrestlebacks, third round wrestlebacks. Broncos go 0-2. Lucina wrestling for 7th place at 172 pounds. He'll have the tough task of wrestling Carrington's Callan Garber. And a lot of hollering over on mat number 2 between Brennan Tucson and Tucker Turbeville. Turbeville has an armbar locked up on Tucson. He gets him rolled over, picks up some near fall. We'll see if he can put together a pinning combination, if he can scoop the head. And he has a lot of pressure on top. Here's Tucker Turbeville working for a fall on Brennan Tucson on mat 2, and the win by pin for Turbeville of Bowman County. The junior keeps things rolling. He's wrestling in the consolation semifinals. I said he's given some of these heavyweights, or excuse me, these 215-pounders all kinds of problems, and he wins by fall over Brendan Tucson of Williams County. So mat number 1, 189 pounds. That's Gus Trauman and Noah Werner out there. At 189 on mat number 1. Wrestlers currently locked up, collar ties. Strauman going with an over and an under. Werner in a little deep. Strauman trying to pummel in. And able to do it. Snaps down. Werner to the mat. Spins behind, but the run out of mat for Gus Strauman. No points awarded with 48 seconds remaining in the first period. So now we're mat 2, 215 pounds between Jaden Foss of Velva and Tucker Tim, Kim-Air Bullbells. That matchup on mat number 2. See Tucker Tim last year for state qualifier at 189 pounds. He's up here at 215 as a sophomore with a 17-13 record. Jaden Fossa Jr. 25-15. In the end of the first period between Strauman and Werner, they're scoreless going to the second. Strauman picks the bottom position for Beulah Hazen. Gus Strauman last year, state qualifier at 189. And he picks up a reversal. He has the 2-0 lead over Noah Werner of Velva. Sticks in a leg right on the far side. Werner kind of tripoded up. Still has a hand on the mat. Strauman putting over the top. Now gets a little bit high, hangs his head over, and Werner's going to take advantage of that. He's in a bad position here. Gus Strauman as Werner is going to go for the defensive pin on Straumann. Straumann's going to try to roll through, able to get back into the butterfly ride round behind Noah Werner. No damage done score-wise. Straumann still kind of scrambling to get position back on mat number 1. He has Werner going again, but now hangs his head over. Werner grabs it. Straumann still high with the leg in. Werner working through the position. Has a minute in the second period. He's going to pick up a reversal. We're tied up at 2 apiece on mat number 1. Tied up at 2. Between Gus Straumann and Beulah Hazen and Noah Werner of Velva. And mat number 2, Jaden Foss has Tucker Tim rolled over, working for a fall at 215 pounds. That's in the first or second period, and that does it there for Jaden Foss at 2:15 in the consolation semifinals. So now another reversal by Gus Straumann. He's in the top position with that blue singlet and the yellow or white pinstripes. Definitely gold leg trim, but now a 4-2 lead at the end of the second period for Gus Straumann and Beulah Hazen. Noah Werner from Velva. The wrestlers in the neutral position to start the third on mat number 1. We're still in the neutral position on mat number 2. Wrestlers are out. Back to the center for a restart. Delaney Feldman, Kenmare Bullbills takes on Levi Uran of Stanley. Feldman's a junior, 14-15 record. Uran's a sophomore at 15-17. This is 285 pounds. Levi Uran for Stanley was the number 5 seed at 285 pounds. And Delaney Feldman was the number 8 seed. They're wrestling on mat number 2. Wrestlers currently locked up, collar ties. Durant from Stanley, blue and black with the white down the side, singlet. Working double unders on Delaney Feldman. Now Feldman able to pummel double unders again by Uran. Has it locked up, backwards trip. Takes Feldman down to the mat. Feldman rolls through. No takedown awarded yet. Uran high over the top, 3-point takedown, no near fall. Or maybe I was wrong. Yep, 3-point takedown for for Levi Uran. Feldman almost rolled through. 38 seconds remaining. And a stall warning on mat number 1 to Gus Straumann. He's dinged for stalling. He has a 2-point lead in the third period. And now Werner with the takedown after the stall warning to Straumann. Straumann's down by 1 point. 5-4 is your score. The crowd getting into it on mat number 1. Final 10 seconds. Straumann belly down, has 7 seconds. Werner keeping him broke down on the mat, goes into the arm lever, 2 seconds, and a 1-point escape, and we're tied. We're tied up on mat number 1, 189 pounds. Straumann just looked like he had no urgency, no panic, and gets the escape. Unbelievable, tied up 5 apiece on mat number 1. And they're locked up, center of the mat. Double unders by Noah Werner, and over and under by Werner. It's kind of how they were in the first period. Straumann drops down on Werner. Werner's going lat drop. Straumann dives into it, and he wins with the takedown, working for the fall, and that does it. Werner just ran out of gas. Tried to end this one early with the lat drop, but Straumann bowls through and takes him down to the mat. Win by fall for Gus Straumann, wrestling for consolation semifinals at 189 pounds. So 189 consolation semifinals. Ashton Weathersby for Williams County makes it in. He won over Carter Potasic. Potasic wrestling for 7th place against Noah Werner of Elva. Gus Strauman in the consolation semis at 189. Levi Huron, Delaney Feldman, they're tied up at 3 in the second period. Just seen a lot of overtime matches and a lot of tech falls at this tournament, more than I've seen previous. Carrington earlier in the year, and then the Letterman's in the Store Hog. And mat number 1, Max Klein taking on Brett Tosta to Northern Lights. In no takedown. There's a little bowl here. Max Klein now scoreless in the first period. Minute 21 on the clock. Minute 20 on the clock. He's wrestling Brett Tosta, returning state qualifier for Northern Lights. Klein returning state qualifier for Oaks. In and off the mat. 4-3 the score. Levi Urana Stanley has the 4-3 lead on mat number 2 over Delaney Feldman of Kenmare Bull Bells. They were off the mat. Start of the third period. That was at the end of the second. Start of the third. We're going neutral here with Uran and Feldman. So 285 on the mat number 1. Max Klein, Brett Tosted still scoreless in the first period. Scoring opportunity for Tosted. Klein and Tosted go out. Klein trying to work inside. Now Tosted snaps down, goes inside cradle. Head in the hole, spins around for a 3-point takedown on Max Klein on mat number 1. So Klein with the 3-0 lead. Here's Uran and Feldman in a scramble on the edge of the mat. Feldman has a hold of the head of Uran, who stepped around behind. 3-point takedown. Levi Uran Stanley now up 7-3 on mat number 2. They are working the edge of the mat and off the mat. Almost not yet. Still working that edge of the edge of the mat. I'll see if I can get that camera over there. Messing things up too much. And now back to the center of the mat for a restart. 7-3 lead for Levi Uran. So Stanley, he's in the top position, under a minute remaining in the third period. And we are coming up. We'll have that bottom of the hour break for our Bank North scoreboard update and our Olson Accounting recap. This is the third round wrestleback, so more than likely we'll have all these third round wrestlebacks completed, and then we'll go into our semifinal matches following this third round wrestleback. After the semifinals, we'll have 7th and 8th place in our consolation semis. Placing rounds following those for 3rd and 5th, and then our championship matches starting right around 3:30 Central Standard Time. And here's Levi Uran. 7-5 is the score. Another 3-point takedown for Levi Uran at the end of the period. 10-5. Levi Uran to Stanley. Makes it into the consolation semis at 285 pounds. So 10-5 the final. Klein is down 3-0 to Brett Tosta and Northern Lights.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole, mat number 2, 121 pounds. Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights. Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen. In the hole, mat 2, 121.
So we are going into our semifinal match of Sky Kramlich for Carrington out there at 107 pounds. That's your semifinal matchup. Their first one at 107 pounds. And Klein and Tosted going into the third period. Klein has choice. He chooses bottom. He kind of looks at his coach and says, whatever you want. He wants to try the bottom position against Brett Tosted. And Boynton on mat number 2 has a 3-0 lead over Sky Kramlich. Kramlich returning state place winner for Carrington. He's down 3-0. This is a semifinal match at 107 pounds. And Klein and Brett Tosted still 3-1s to score, going through a little bit of pummeling and working wrist and hand control. Now into a collar tie. Tosted pushing in on Klein. Goes head and arm. He has Klein locked up. Klein slips underneath and pushes Tosted. They go out. So here's Klein down by 2 points, 50 seconds remaining. That's in the third period to Brett Tosted of Northern Lights. Jace Boynton has the 3-0 lead with 12 seconds remaining on mat number 2. And now Kramlich working for a reversal at the end of the period and just misses it. Runs out of time at the end of the period. Still 3-0 going into the second. Boynton has choice. He defers over to Kramlich. Kramlich chooses bottom. Kramlich showed that he's able to get a little momentum. Now 3-point takedown for Brett Tosted. He has a 6-1 lead. And looks like he has control of the match and will win. And he'll advance. So Klein and Feldman wrestling for 7th place. Tosted and Northern Lights into the consolation semifinals at 285. Well, your semifinalists going back out there again. Now your bottom side or top side at 107 pounds, Isaiah Hackman and Alberto Verdine of Hettinger Scranton. Hackman for Velva, returning state place winner. And Verdine for Hettinger Scranton. Not on the state squad last year. He's the number 4 seed. He made it into the championship or into the semifinals by defeating Trig Dahlstrom's in the quarter. Defeated Dahlstrom by fall. Isaiah Hackman, returning state place winner, number 1 seed. He won by tech fall over Lemore's John Logering in the quarterfinals. That's your matchup. Over on mat number 1, mat number 2, that was Sky Kramlich, returning state place winner for Carrington, the number 3 seed, taking on the number 2 seed, Jace Boynton of Bowman County. Boynton not on the state squad last year for for Bowman County. But these are your semifinal matchups. Kramlich down 5-2, chose the bottom position, traded reversals with Boynton. Now belly down, able to grab the wrist. So Kramlich up to his base. Spiral ride by Boynton. He's going to stick in a leg on Kramlich, who tripods up. Final 6 seconds of our second period. Boynton maintains the 3-0 lead at the end. Kramlich with the ankle, but not able to score at the end of the period. So we're still 3-point lead for Jace Boynton of Bowman County, representing the Bowman County Bulldogs. Hackman and Verdine still scoreless in the first period. Final 30 seconds. Be hard to step away from some of these semifinal matches. We'll see if we can squeeze in a commercial break. There's Gavin Rude for the Kindred Vikings coming up against Ben Wagner, 114-pound semifinal match. And another 3-point takedown, now 7-2. Another reversal for Boynton. He's up 7-2 over Kramlich, has the armbar locked in. Grabs the far wrist. Trying to walk it around on Sky Kramlich. Kramlich still able to base or take his base. Now he's going to reach underneath, freeze the leg up. gets a little bit of separation. Boynton keeps the armbar in on mat number 2. They're wrestling the near edge of the mat, near center edge. Mat number 1, Hackman up 3-0 over Roberto Verdeen. Verdeen at the start of the second period in the top position on mat number 1. Works underneath, has a 2-on-1 ride. And more hand fighting underneath there. Hackman tries to stand up. Verdeen returns him to the mat. Verdeen keeping a lot of top pressure on him. Breaks him belly down on mat number 1. So Hackman broke belly down. Verdeen in the top position. Mat number 2, back to a restart between Kramlich and Boynton. Kramlich down by 5 points to Jace Boynton. That's in the third period. 45 seconds remain. Kramlich sits through. Now tripods up, trying to score in the third period. Boynton catches the head. Kramlich goes to a whizzer, hits the shin whizzer on Boynton. Boynton will try to shelf that leg and elevate it. Works the head. Kramlich still with the shin whizzer. And stalemate called. Kramlich not able to improve and score any points. Down to 21 seconds remaining in our semifinal match at 107 pounds. Off the whistle, Kramlich tries to hit a switch off the whistle, not able to do that. Works back around, armbar put in by Jace Boynton. Final 5 seconds, Boynton goes bar half, going to try to score at the end of the period, has it locked up, starts walking around the head, and no. 7-2 is the final score. Jace Boynton into the championship match for Bowman County at 107 pounds. So Kramlich in the consolation semis will take on Matthias Dahlstrom of Oaks. Boynton awaits the winner on mat number 1. And up on mat number 2, 114-pound semifinal between Dalton Feist and Napoleon, the senior 28-2 returning state champion, and Paige Say of Minot Bishop Ryan. Say in on a single leg on Feist, and he's going to elevate this. He stands up. Feist goes into that elevator position. Say grabs the head on Feist, takes him down to the mat. Feist trying to maintain position. Shea is going to pick up the first 3-point takedown on Feist. Feist scrambles out back to the center for a restart. Peyton Shea up 3-0 on Dalton Feist early on mat number 2, 114-pound semifinal. And mat number 1, Isaiah Hackman has the 4-0, now 4-1 lead over Roberto Verdeen. In the third period, minute 23 on the clock. So 4-1's the score. Wrestlers in the neutral position. Collar tie by Verdeen, drops down, changes level. Hackman goes under with an inside tie, so Verdeen sticks his head into the pocket on Hackman. Hackman doing a lot of pushing, shrugs off on the unders. Verdeen tripods up, working the center edge of the mat. On the near side, Hackman trying to drag him down. He has a 3-point lead. Working the edge, they go off and back to the center for the restart. 36 seconds remain on mat number 1. Up next at 114 pounds is Gavin Rude and Ben Wagner. And we will step away. We'll come back there and bring you that Gavin Rude, Ben Wagner match at 114 after word from our sponsors.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
You know, parenting is hard for all of us. And so providing those little resources that we can share for those conversations that are hard to have and to kind of be that icebreaker for both professionals, parents, and then open up that conversation to the more engaging conversation that's needing to be had.
Being a parent myself, oftentimes it's the simple things that make a difference.
As a busy parent myself, just engaging with your kids, making it an everyday thing so they know that you're there, they can always come to you when those difficult situations do arise.
Contact Trail District Health Unit in Hillsboro for more information.
Hey, welcome back. YourLiveEvent.com. Day 2 coverage from the Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick with your call all day long on YourLiveEvent.com. We are back here for our Bank North scoreboard update, and our semifinal matches continue. That's Gavin Rude out there and Ben Wagner on mat number 1. And on mat number 2, we have Dalton Feist and Napoleon returning state champion Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan. 8-4 is the score. That score has gotten away in the second period, minute 30 on the clock since our break anyways. Feist with another takedown. Hasse on his hips. He's up 11-4, so Dalton Feist with the lead 11-4. We're 3-0 Ben Wagner lead on mat number 1. That's in the first period with a minute 9 on the clock. And here for your Bank North scoreboard update. And looking at our scoreboard, we have 3 teams tied for 9th place with 49 points. Is Napoleon, Northern Lights, and Stanley. In 8th place is Williams County with 49.5. Kindred in 7th with 60 points. Ellendale Edgeley Colm in 6th place, 63.5 points. Bowman County with 64.5 points. 4th place is Oaks with 66. 3rd place New Salem Almont with 74 points. 2nd place is Lisbon with 87.5 points. And your new leader is Velva with 91 points. And that is your Bank North scoreboard update at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. So new leader at top of the board as we are through our third round consolation into our semifinal matches. We do have a 107-pound championship. £107-pound championship match determined now. Isaiah Hackman on your Olson Accounting update. Isaiah Hackman for Velva will wrestle Jace Boynton of Bowman County. Hackman, the number 1 seed, returning state place winner for Velva, taking on Jace Boynton of Bowman County. Boynton, the number 2 seed. That's your championship match at 107 pounds. And then wrestling
in the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on mat number 2 at 133 pounds.
wrestling in the consolation semis at 107 pounds. You have Sky Cramlich of Carrington taking on Bristol Swanson. And it's Matthias Dahlstrom taking on Sky Cramlich on the bottom side of the bracket in your consolation semifinals at 107 pounds. And then on your top sign, it's Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger taking on Bristol Swanson of Kindred. That is your Olson Accounting update as we are into our semifinal matches here from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. In your matchup, mat number 1, Ben Wagner has a 6-0 lead over Gavin Rude at 114 pounds. We're at 121 pounds with that win by Dalton Feist at 114 in the semifinals. So Feist will advance to the championship. And he waits the winner between Ben Wagner of Oaks and Gavin Rude. Wagner works for a pin. He has a Heath Nelson locked up. No near fall given up by Rude. Wagner has the 6-0 lead on mat number 1. He's in the top position. Now working underneath the arms on Gavin Rude. In mat number 2, Bodie Henderson, Joshua Turnus, semifinal matchup. Henderson in the top position has a 3-0 lead over Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen. Henderson returning state champion. And Josh Turnus last year a state runner-up at 114 pounds. And wrestling it out here in the semifinals. So state champion and a state runner-up in the semifinals at 121 pounds on mat number 2. And Henderson locks up the half Nelson on Turnus, turns him over, picking up near fall in a pinning combination. Has the arm stretched out behind the back. Turnus trying to bridge through. Henderson still stretching on the arm, has the left arm tucked behind the back, and those shoulders not up by much. As this continues and tightens, and Bodie Henderson, you win by fall at 121 pounds over Joshua Turnus. So Feist making the move, cutting the weight down to 114 pays off for him. He's in the championship match. He'll take on the winner between Ruud and Wagner. And now at 121 pounds, Henderson with the win by fall in the championship match over Josh Turnus. So Josh Turnus will take on Drew Carr in the consolation semifinals. And we're still waiting the next finalist at 121 pounds between Hayes Weinberger and Bogren. That matchup coming up on mat number 1. Here's Wagner up 10-2 over Gavin Ruud. Has Ruud down with the leg right in on the left side with 50 seconds remaining. 10-2 lead for Ben Wagner. Wagner has the back ankle spiked and trying to run him over. Ruud on his hips. And working hard underneath. Has the arm caught. Going to try to hit a roll at the end of the period. Final 30 seconds. Ruud trying to roll through. Wagner catches him on his hip. Your matchup, mat number 2, 127 pounds. Charlie Irwin has the 6-2 lead over Riley Hasbrook in the first period. Irwin putting on a takedown clinic with another one now up 9-2 on mat number 2. And Irwin last year, state runner-up at 127 pounds, multiple times state place winner for Hettinger Scranton. He's a senior with a 24-1 record. Riley Hasbrook, a Hettinger senior, 31-14. Hasbrook, a state qualifier at 114 pounds last year. Irwin works near fall. He has the 11-2 lead in the first period. Trying to put this one away. Has the half Nelson. Now Hasbrook counters it. 13-2, final 19 seconds. We'll see if a pinning combination can come again for Charlie Irwin. He has the 11-point lead with 10 seconds remaining. Looks like Hasbrook will make it into the second period with Charlie Irwin on mat number 2. Hayes Weinberger, Cole Mulgren now underway at 121 pounds on mat number 1.
In the hole, mat 1, 139 pounds, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough.
So we'll have to step away now and I'll have to finish up my commercial break. So we'll step away and take a word from our sponsors here. About in the hour, we already went through a Bank North scoreboard update and our Olson Accounting recap. So we'll step away for a short break and come back to the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. We're in the semifinal matches at 121 pounds on mat number 1 and mat number 2 at 127 pounds.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Gear up for the upcoming North Dakota Class B Boys Regional Dual Wrestling Tournaments in Kindred and Carrington on Saturday, February 8th on yourliveevent.com.
Gets around behind, grabs the ankle on Tristan Lepp. Here's Anderson, has 5 seconds. That's it. 2 points for Noah Anderson, the duel for the Lisbon Broncos, and they are your Southeast Sub-Region champions.
That's the Class B Boys Regional Dual Wrestling Tournaments in Kindred and Carrington on February 8th on yourliveevent.com.
Right Implement in Hillsboro, 701-636-5692 for shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment, in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Right Implement in Hillsboro, 701-636-5692. Check out Wright Implement for farm equipment, repair and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsboro. Wright Implement, 701-636-5692.
Hey, welcome back here to LiveEvent.com. Here, day 2 coverage in the semifinal rounds at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Your matchups at 121 pounds on mat number 1. Hayes Weinberger of New Salem takes on Cole Molgren of Kenmare Bull Bills. That's 121 pounds. And mat number 233, Jack Bombach of Killdeer takes on Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. Bombach has the 3-0 lead at the end of the first period. He's in the top position. And the winner on mat number 1 will take on Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights. Henderson winning by fall over Joshua Turnus. Turnus into the consolation semifinals where he'll wrestle Drew Carr at 121 pounds. And Molgren Weinberger now 1-0 score at the end of the, at 30 seconds remaining. Molgren has the 1-0 lead. Weinberger in on a double leg shot. This is 121 pounds. On mat number 1, Molgren the number 2 seed, Hayes Weinberger the number 3 seed. Weinberger last year placed 3rd at the state tournament at 107 pounds for New Salem. And Molgren placed 3rd at 114 pounds, so evenly matched up, it seems here, 121 pounds between Molgren and Weinberger. They start that third period with Hayes Weinberger in the bottom position. Molgren working a half Nelson, trying to keep the pressure on Hayes Weinberger and keep him down on the mat. Weinberger counters it, grabs the wrist. Now Molgren goes to work on the right side. Sticks in another half, tries to keep Weinberger down on the mat. Weinberger tripods up. Here's Molgren, big double leg mat return on Weinberger. Sends Weinberger's hip down, belly down on the mat. Mat number 2, 133-pound Ethan Tazarek, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe, and Jack Bombach. Now 7-0 lead for Jack Bombach on mat number 2 at 127. Jack Bombach at 133 pounds. So that's 133, Tazarek and Bombach on mat 2 semifinal matchup. Bombach, the number 1 seed, has a freshman with a 24-8 record. And Ethan Tazarek, the number 5 seed, he upset the number 4 seed Brooks Grunfelder in sudden victory to make it into the semifinals at 133 pounds. And they're in blood time over on mat number 2. Mat number 1, that's Cole Molgren and Weinberger going out. Still 1-0 the score. Weinberger not able to get any separation as Molgren takes him out. And down to 47 seconds, Weinberger stands up. Here's Molgren, drops down to a leg. Still working underneath on Hayes Weinberger. Weinberger over the top trying to catch the ankle. And now a stall warning given to Cole Molgren. Not sure if I've ever seen that before. See it in college when they're down on the leg like that. But now we're seeing it in high school. So that's a 1-0 lead for Cole Molgren. He's warned for stalling against Hayes Weinberger. So just an odd stall call there by the official with Molgren down on that. Like I said, you see it in college, you don't see that in high school. So we just saw that here. And mat number 1, 121 pounds. Here's Weinberger trying to stand up. Molgren goes in for a half Nelson on Weinberger. Weinberger standing up again. Molgren drops down to a leg. He's going to try to double up. Weinberger still on his feet looking for another stall call. And that does it at the end of the period. He does get the stall warning. Mogren not able to return Weinberger down to the match, so that first stall call does come into play. And 1 minute on the clock. We're sudden victory on mat number 1 between Hayes Weinberger, New Salem, and Cole Mogren, Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central. And now doubled up by Hayes Weinberger. Mogren, little hip heist. He has the big whizzer in on Weinberger. Still scrambling, the edge of the mat. Wrestlers off. So wrestlers off the mat. Mogren shoots in on Weinberger. Weinberger sprawls out. 37 seconds remaining in the sudden victory overtime. That match between Tazaric and Bombach kind of overshadowed on this overtime sudden victory match. On mat number 1, Bombach has the 7-0 lead at 133 pounds. Stalemate called between Weinberger and Mogren. 23 seconds remaining. Mogren maybe looks a little fresher. Weinberger a little slower to get up. Now steps back with the down block. Has a kind of a front headlock. Now drops down. Mogren with the shuck, trying to turn the corner at the end of the period. Final 10 seconds. Sudden victory between Weinberger and Mogren. Mogren, not sure what he did there, if he's trying to pass the leg or what happened. But he stacks up north-south and no takedown awarded at the end of the period. Not really sure what happened there, what Mogren's thought process was, but now we're tied up at 1 still going into this overtime period. Each wrestler will have a choice. And that goes here to Weinberger in overtime. Weinberger in the bottom position. Mogren trying to hit the right out. He's been warned for stalling and giving up a point. And now a big double leg mat return. Weinberger's able to kind of tripod up, hits the reversal. Here's Mogren hanging onto the leg. He was warned for stalling the last time he did that. Looking for a 2-point reversal on the edge of the mat. And Mogren working for a switch. And Weinberger now 3-1 lead over Cole Mogren, trying to make it in the championship match at 121 pounds. He said this is fairly even. A couple of returning state place winners high up on the podium on mat number 1. And Bombach, your winner over Tazaric at 133 pounds. And Weinberger at the end of the period will finish out with a 3-1 lead over Cole Mogren and Kenmare Bull Bells. So Bombach into the championship match at 133 pounds. Tazaric will wrestle Jensen. And here's Weinberger, catches Mogren. Gonna put him on his back and pick up a swipe. Mogren has 10 seconds. So there's at least another swipe. Now some more near fall for Hayes Weinberger. Weinberger into the championship match at 121 pounds. So Hayes Weinberger over the number 2 seed in overtime. Well, Hayes Weinberger takes on Bodie Henderson, 121-pound championship. Mogren in the consolation semifinals will take on Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley, and Josh Turner's Beulah Hazen will take on Drew Carr at 121 pounds in the consolation semifinals. And here's a takedown right away for Gavin Robertson. So a couple Broncos out there. Robertson's up 3-0 over Cutter Rodnick of Bowman County. Rodnick has Robertson on his hip at the end of the first period. Robertson has to go belly down. He's going to give up some near fall if he doesn't watch out. Not sure what he was doing there. He was on his hip. And now a near fall coming at the end of the period. And this is tight. And time runs out, so near fall for Robertson. Not sure what Robertson was thinking. Just sitting on his hip and let Rodnick work his way up into some near fall. You get caught there, you have to start turning belly down. Now 6-3 lead for Cutter Rodnick over Bowman County. Here's Noah Anderson wrestling Cone Bell of Stanley on mat number 1. They're currently in neutral position. So Robertson down by 3 points in the top position against Cutter Rodnick of Bowman County. And here's Anderson for the Broncos, returning state place winner, taking on Cone Bell of Stanley, returning state place winner. So 127, 133 pound semifinal matches out there. And once they're just going to roll right into our 7th and 8th place matches after our semifinals. Here's we're approaching the top of the hour. Robertson in the top position on Rodnick. Going to try to work in. Rodnick catches a head on Robertson, hangs his head over. Robertson's in a scramble, has the leg in. Here's a Rodnick. Now gets the headlock on Robertson. Robertson trying to roll through, not much doing. This thing's tight here for Cutter Rodnick on Gavin Robertson. Robertson caught with his head hanging over the side. And Rodnick sensed that and win by fall for Cutter Rodnick in the championship match at 133. Robertson will wrestle Grunfelder in the consolation semifinals at 133, and Ethan Tazaric of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. And he will wrestle Levi Jensen, the number 9 seed, at 133 in consolation semifinals. So mat number 2, semifinal matchup, 139 pounds between Kyler Shaleski and Jace Duffy. Duffy in on a single leg shot right off the whistle. Anderson has the 1-0 lead over Cone Bell of Stanley at 127 pounds. Bell, the number 2 seed, Anderson, the number 3 seed. A couple returning state place winners going out there. At 133, Anderson in on a single leg shot on Bell. Bell has a whizzer. Anderson's going to try to shelf this. If he can elevate this, Bell's going to drop down. Anderson's going to try to elevate. Here's Bell and Anderson. They're going to go to the mat. Anderson and Bell in a scramble. Anderson hip by around, catches Bell on his back. Here's Anderson with the half and the 3-point takedown for Noah Anderson. Up 4-0. Coach Dad Cody, you can hear him in the crowd cheering on Noah. And Noah Anderson now with the 4-0 lead. He'll try to keep Cone Bell down to the mat. And final 10 seconds of our second period. Anderson's up by 4 on the edge of the mat. Stall warning given against Noah Anderson. So it's a stall warning on Anderson at the end of the period. Final 3 seconds of our second period. Looks like we have some blood time. Anderson up 4-0 on mat 1. Gavin Robertson, semifinals at 133, goes down by fall to Cutter Rodnick. Mat number 2 in action, Kyler Shaleski and Jace Duffy. That's still scoreless in the first period. And Duffy with the upset, making it into this semifinal match. Hit a nice elevator over the top, wins by fall into the quarterfinals. Wrestling Kyler Shaleski of Hettinger. Shaleski, multiple time state place winner for Hettinger. Off the whistle, Anderson keeps Bell down on the mat. And start of the third period, Green's choice. Bell has choice. He chooses bottom position here with Noah Anderson. Anderson has the 4-0 lead going into the third period. Again, a scramble at the end of the first period. No score on mat number 2. Off the whistle, Anderson digging underneath with the wrist. First 10 seconds of the third period off the clock. Now a sit out. Anderson goes and spirals the legs on Bell. Bell able to pass the wrist over the head. Anderson out front, out of position. Takedown ties it up between Anderson and Cone Bell. Anderson up by 3 points. 4-1's the score. Bell with a little sense of urgency, backs in now, backs out now, wades back in, ties up the wrist on Anderson. Anderson shoots. Bell catches him with the arms out. Anderson back up to his feet. Here with a 3-point lead for Noah Anderson. Approaching a minute left on the clock on mat number 1. And Anderson was warned for stalling, so you have to keep that in mind at the end of the period before the blood time. And we are blood time over on mat number 2 between Shaleski and Duffy. Now Bell's down on the mat with the double leg. Switches off to a single. Anderson sprawls, down blocks, and defends. Now works the front headlock on Bell. Keeps the head push down. Final 40 seconds in this match. Anderson still up by 3. Like I said, a takedown by Bell ties it. Anderson's been warned for stalling. Another shot by Bell. Anderson's going to go block the head. Bell locks up on the leg. Anderson has the ankle caught. He's going to try to spin the corner. He hooks the ankle on Bell. Bell turns into Anderson. Goes to the shin whizzer. Anderson could just hang out here. Make it look like he's working if he wanted to with that whizzer in. All he's got to do is elevate this. Bell's going to try to come over the top on Anderson. Anderson just needs to stay buried in the mat. Final 8 seconds on the clock between Noah Anderson and Cone Bell. Off the whistle, Bell takes a shot. Anderson gives his leg up. Catches Anderson a little flat-footed. Final 2 seconds. Anderson into the championship match at 133 pounds. Winner by decision 4-1 over Cone Bell of Stanley. So Anderson will take on Irwin. Bell will wrestle Salee of Velva at 127-1 consolation semifinals. The other consolation semifinal, Connor Mellon of Kenmare Bull Bells will take on Riley Hasbrook of Hettinger Scranton. And now another Lisbon wrestle out here. Cruz Ranky wrestling Sawyer Owens. I said this matchup has been wrestled a few times this year on mat number 1. Here's Owens and Ranky battling out. Mat number 1. Mat number 2, Shaleski and Duffy still scoreless in the second period. Final 30 seconds of that one. Duffy in on a single leg shot on Shaleski. Seeing Duffy down there a couple times. Here's a double leg shot by Owens on Ranky. He's running those feet on the bottom. Ranky trying to stay off his hip. Now Owens able to crack Ranky down. Going to step over the ankle. Ranky still trying to push those hips up. And turning the corner there, Sawyer Owens. It's kind of a textbook. Kept those feet running on the mat and was able to power Ranky over for the 3-0 lead on mat number 1. Ranky with the escape. Here's Duffy. Duffy throws Shaleski over to his back, working for a fall in the third period. So Duffy at 139 pounds trying to make it into the championship match. He has Kyler Shaleski on his back, working for a pin. 3-1's the score. Duffy in the lead, has Shaleski on his back. Shaleski able to roll through. Gets back belly down. Duffy with the 4 near fall now takes the big lead up 7-1. So he's up 7-1 over Kyler Shaleski. We're 3-1 with that escape by Ranky against Sawyer Owens. Owens on a high cross chop on Ranky. Ranky's going to go front headlock, grabs the back ankle. Ranky's going to try to turn the corner. He has 5 seconds. He has a cradle locked up on Sawyer Owens. He's going to run it over, but not. Runs out of time. Owens takes the 2-point lead into the second period. Ranky defers to Owens, who takes the bottom position. So this is a 139-pound match. They still have 133 up on the board there, but we are at 139 here with Sawyer Owens and Cruz Ranky. Ranky, the number 5 seed, He got by Zane Allender in the quarterfinals. Owens returning state champion. Ranko returning state place winner for Lisbon. Jace Duffy not on the state tournament squad for Lemoore last year. He's making his way into trying to make his way into the championship match with Shaleski. He has the 5-point lead, up 7-2. We'll see if he can withstand this barrage by Shaleski the final 20 seconds. Ranke has Owens on his hip. Ranke's going to try to advance this. Owens down. Ranke, and a stalemate called between Owens and Ranke. 4-1's the score. Ranke had Owens down on his hip in the fireman's. The official calls the stalemate. And here's Jace Duffy with more near fall on Shaleski. He's in the championship match. Duffy, a senior. He takes on the winner between Owens and Ranke. So Shaleski into the consolation semifinals at 139 pounds. Now 145. Griffin Greenlee going out there for the Broncos. Greenlee takes on William Cook. Cook returning state champion, if I remember correctly. At 139 pounds last year, Greenlee not on the state tournament squad for Lisbon last year with an injury. Had an injury most of the season. But he is a state place winner. Here's Cook and Greenlee in a scramble. Cook catches Greenlee, throws him to his back. Greenlee trying to bridge out of it. Big scramble. And now we're at the end of the third period, or end of the second period. Neutral position chosen for Ranke in the tight pinning combination by William Cook. And he pins Griffin Greenlee. He caught Greenlee coming high over the top. Greenlee into the consolation semifinals. So Greenlee will take on Johnson. Another match that's been wrestled 3 or 4 times this year. So Greenlee takes on Johnson in the consolation semis at 145. Owens and Ranke in the neutral position. 4-1's your score. This one's tightened up a lot since the beginning of the year between Ranke and Owens. And that's a 3-point lead for Sawyer Owens on mat number 1. Corbin Clifton on mat number 2, 152-pound semifinal, wrestling Trenton Klatt of New Salem Almont. Clifton, a returning state champion for Carrington. Clifton goes double under, or just an under on Klatt. Corbin's been out first half of the season. Here's Ranke down on his knees on a shot. Owens almost able to run him over. Ranke back up doing some hand fighting. Takedown ties it up. Klatt in on a single leg shot on Clifton. Clifton back up to his feet. Owens hits the takedown there on the edge of the mat. Hits that slide by. That's his bread and butter for Sawyer Owens. With Ranke. Ranke takes a look at his coach. Back to the center of the mat for the restart. Ranke trying to tie up the wrist on Owens. Final 35 seconds on mat number 1 between Sawyer Owens and Cruz. Ranke on a single leg shot on Owens. Here 20 seconds remaining. Owens in the top position. Has the back ankle tied up on Ranke. Ranke head down on the mat. Owens will try to step across. Ranke is going to try to pull this over his head, but Owens keeps those feet moving, and he turns the corner. And a 3-point takedown awarded to Sawyer Owens at the end of the third period. Owens now has the 7-1 lead at 139 pounds at the end of the period. Owens into the championship match by decision 7-1 over Cruz Ranke. Ranke wrestles Braxton Yanish in the consolation semifinals. So we do have Nick Garber out here for Carrington. We are just in our top of the hour break. But Corbin Clifton and Nick Garber both out here for Carrington. So we'll keep it right here. Lions for Lisbon also coming up at 160 pounds. And looking at the semifinal matches, Corbin Clifton, returning state champion, Trenton Klatt for New Salem Almont, also a state place winner. Wasn't on the squad that I had last year. But back out here wrestling in the semifinals at New Salem East-West tournament. That's scoreless in the second period. Trenton Klatt for New Salem on mat number 2 in the top position. Allender and Garber, Case Allender returning state place winner for Oaks. Nick Garber for Carrington moving down, making the move down and from 145 pounds. And looks lean and mean for Carrington at 145. Last year he was a state qualifier at 139 pounds. But the winner of that match on mat number 1 will take on William Cook, the returning state champion from Kenmare Bull Bells. So Allender and Garber still scoreless. Allender goes over the top, front headlock on Garber. Garber backs out, wrist tie by Allender here on mat number 1 with now 15 seconds remaining. Mat number 2, Corbin Clifton, Trenton Klatt. Klatt in the top position. They're working kind of a butterfly ride on Clifton, keeping him buried down on the mat. Final 24 seconds of the second period. Klatt just a hammer on top. If I remember right, he was a heck of a leg rider in this lighter when he was a lighter weight. Remember him a few years ago at the New Salem tournament. But now he works a half Nelson. Has it buried in on Clifton. Clifton not able to score in the second period. Trenton Klatt will have choice. He chooses bottom position to start the third period here at 152-pound semifinal with Corbin Clifton. Clifton give him the 1-point escape. 1-0 lead for Trenton Klatt. Clifton trying to win this one on his feet. So a couple seniors out here. Semifinal matchup at 152 pounds between Clifton and Trenton Klatt. Case Allender, Nick Garber still scoreless. Allender going with that leg ride to the guillotine. And if you ever seen the Allender boys wrestle, this is what they do, leg ride to the guillotine. They're going to stretch those arms and shoulders out. And now Garber, he catches Allender in a head and arm, has him on his back, working for a fall on mat number 2, or mat number 1 is Nick Garber in the top position. He has the 2-0 lead with the reversal on the edge of the mat, center edge of the mat, near side. Garber is going to tighten this up. Has a lot of room there. Knees still in bounds. Allender is going to try to roll off and keep moving. Now Garber is going to go try to tighten this up around the neck and the arm. And a win by fall for Nick Garber into the championship match at 145 pounds. He'll take on William Cook. We'll see if he has any better luck against Cook than Lisbon's Griffin Greenlee. Cook with a quick win by fall, make it into the championship match. And now Ryan Eng coming out for the Broncos, 152-pound semifinal matchup. He'll take on Carson Hildry, a senior from Velva, junior against a senior. And now Clifton and Klatt, final 2 seconds, and Trenton Klatt will make it into the championship match. He wins 1-0 decision over Corbin Clifton at 152 pounds. So Clap, the number 4 seed over the number 1 seed Clifton by decision 1-0. Clifton will take on Higher of Oaks consolation semifinals at 152. Ryan Eng, Carson Hildry. Hildry has Eng on his back, working for a fall. Eng bridges out. 3-0 with 4 near fall, now 7-0. Eli Lyons out here for the Broncos on mat number 2. Lions against Mattis Campbell of Elva. So Lisbon of Elva dueling it out. Mats 1 and 2. Hildry has the advantage on Eng as they go out. On mat number 1, Lions working for a pin against Maddox Campbell, has him going to his back. On mat number 2, Lions over the top, going to try to go Saturday Night Ride with those hips straighten out. Now go Saturday Night Ride on Maddox Campbell. Here's Eli Lyons with the pinning combinations, going to stretch the arms out. Campbell trying to get belly down, Lions over the top. Catches the head, mat number 2, 160 pounds, going back to the Saturday Night Ride position. And minute 9 on the clock here for Lions. He has the 3-0 lead with some near fall coming up. Campbell doing the best he can to bridge out and roll through. Lions keeps tightening up the win by fall for Eli Lyons in the championship. On mat number 2, Hildry for Velva trying to return the favor against Eng. He has the cradle locked up on Ryan Eng, and the win by fall for Carson Hildry. So the Broncos and the the Broncos and the Aggies trading pins over on mats 1 and 2. So the number 2 seed, Carson Hildry, will take on Trenton Klatt.
In the hole on mat number 2. In the hole on
And Eng will take on Theolgis. Another matchup that's been played over a few times and really close between Theolgis and Eng in the consolation semifinals. So Hildry wins by fall. Klatt wins narrowly over Clifton 1-0 at 152 in the semifinals. 160 Lions, the number 1 seed, wins by fall over Campbell. Mason Wago, Lincoln Spear on mat number 2 at 160-pound semifinal matchup. And then mat number 1, 172, Drew Zwack and Cale Hebel. So we will step away, your live event. School's out on the mat. We do have to take our break. So we will step away, come back for more semifinal action on day number 2 at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. So do we do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the True Grade pull-type bulldozer blade from Degelman Industries. At 34 inches, the True Grade is the tallest pull-type bulldozer blade in its class. Our streamlined design will make cleaning ditches, grading roads, digging ditches, leveling fields, and moving snow easier and more efficient than ever. The Degelman True Grade, engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Come make pasta with us. Combine your love of North Dakota and agriculture with a great career at Dakota Growers. They provide you room to grow in your career, develop your skills, and they always put safety first in their state-of-the-art facility. Check out all of their fantastic opportunities at jobs.postholdings.com or scan the QR code. Contact Erica at 701-540-6152 or Wendy 701-997-5066.
At
At Gar Dental Center, dentistry is about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon.
Hey, welcome back here, liveevent.com here for day number 2, semifinal action. Up here at 160 and 172 pounds, wrestlers on the mats. On mat number 2 at 160 pounds. On mat number 2, that's Mason Wagle of Napoleon wrestling Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bull Bell. Spear has the 6-0 lead. Wagle, returning state place winner for Napoleon. Placed 5th last year at the state tournament at 160 pounds. He takes on Lincoln Spear from Kenmare Bull Bells. Spear for Kenmare last year. Placed 4th at 152 pounds. Right now he has the advantage, 6-0 over Mason Wagle in top position. That's in the second period with 30 seconds remaining in the second. He's up 6-0 over Mason Wagle. And mat number 1, Drew Zwack, Cale Hebel. The first time these two have met up this year. Zwack with the leg in on Hebel. He's up 3-1. In the top position, has the leg on the left side. Working a power half, now goes double boots on Hebel, breaks him down. Butterfly had a breakdown up over the hips with the double boots in. Now final 5 seconds, Hebel not able to do much. Officials don't give stalling for that, but they will if you're down on a leg in a scramble position. So 172 pounds, now 3-1 in favor of Drew Zwack. He's in the bottom position on mat number 172 pounds. Mat number 260 pounds, still 6-0 at the start of the third period between Lincoln Spear and Mason Wagle. Now a 1-point escape for Wagle. Or excuse me, for Cale Hebel. Wagle hits a head and arm. 6-3 is the score, but he's working for a fall on Lincoln Spear. You can't sleep on Mason Wagle because he is dynamic and explosive and will catch you sleeping no matter where you're at in the match. He'll feel it and rip it on you. And he's working for a fall on mat number 2. He will have 4 near fall coming. It's in the third period. He could sit here and just settle into this pinning combination on Lincoln Spear. So Wagle will have 4 near fall. 7-6 will be the score after the near fall are awarded. Wagle can just hold out the final minute and just wear down Lincoln Spear in this pinning combination. Zwack and Hebel now 5-4. And a win by fall for Mason Wagle. He'll take on Eli Lyons, a matchup that's been replayed for the last 2 years over and over. Wagle and Lyons in the championship at 160 pounds. So Wagle coming out of the number 3 seed, defeats the number 2 seed, Lincoln Spear of Kenmare Bull Bell. Spear will wrestle Sawyer Knoll in the consolation semifinals. And Campbell will wrestle Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgerly Colm on the other consolation semifinals at 160 pounds. As we'll go through our Bank North scoreboard update after being gone with that break. It's 5-4 lead on mat number 1 between Drew Zwack and Cale Hebel in the semifinals at 172 pounds. Hebel tried to arm drag Zwack final 15 seconds. But with our Bank North scoreboard update, after our break, wrestlers go out. Zwack caught Hebel, but they wrestle out. Your Bank North scoreboard update. As teams continue to flip-flop positions and the team race tightening up. Your top 10 teams in 10th place is Kindred with 60 points. Carrington in 9th place with 61. Northern Lights in 8th place with 62 points. Ellendale Edgerly Colm in 7th place with 63.5 points. Napoleon in 6th place with 74.5. Bowman County in 5th place with 77.5 points. Oaks in 4th place, 78 points. Velva in 3rd place with 104 points. New Salem Almont in 2nd place with 109 points. And 1st place, Lisbon with 111 points. That is your Bank North scoreboard update here from Bank North. Good sportsmanship is a valuable trait that goes far beyond the game for Bank North. It is achieved by helping your customers pursue their dreams and financial goals while supporting and improving our great rural communities. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. That is your Bank North scoreboard update. And going through your Olson Accounting recap. I'll try to give you a good recap as we continue our 7 semifinal matches out here on the main floor. No backroom wrestling on day number 2. We will flow right into our 7th and 8th place matches. Remember, the winners of these matches in the semifinals go to the championship. The non-winners will go into the consolation semifinals. 7th and 8th place matches will follow these semifinal matches. And we will look at your rundown and your championship matches this far through our semifinals. On 107 pounds, on your Olson Accounting recap, your championship match features Jace Boynton of Bowman County on Isaiah Hackman of Velva. 114 pounds, your championship match will feature Ben Wagner of Oaks and Dalton Feist of Napoleon. 121 pounds, championship match, Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights, Hayes Weinberg of New Salem Almont. 127 pounds, Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos will face Charlie Irwin of New Salem Almont. 133 pounds, Cutter Rodnock of Bowman County takes on Jack Bombach of Killdeer. 139 pounds, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley faces Jace Duffy of Lemoore. 145, William Cook of Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central takes on Nick Garber of Carrington. 152 pounds, Trenton Klatt, New Salem Almont wrestles Carson Hildry of Velva. 160 pounds, Eli Lyons of Lisbon Broncos faces Mason Weigel. And 172 pound, your first semifinalist is Drew Zwack, and he awaits the winner out here on the main floor, waiting that other semifinalist at 172 pounds on mat number 1 between Brock Norton and Rocker Aguilar. Aguilar from Williams County has a 6-2 lead over Norton at 172 pounds. Aguilar returning state place winner for Williams County. Norton for New Salem Almont last year placed 4th. So here's Aguilar and Norton wrestling, trying to get in the championship at 172 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Cole Henderson, William Roundy. Henderson is up 6-0 for Northern Lights. And Cole Henderson, last year state runner-up at 189 pounds for Northern Lights. William Rounding, a state qualifier, last year at 172 pounds. Trying to improve on his podium finish, or trying to get onto the podium at the state tournament this year at 189. Right now he's down 6-0 in the Salem East-West semifinals to Henderson. Mat number 1, 6-2 is the score between Aguilar and Brock Norton. 4-point lead for Rocker Aguilar with 1:27 remaining. Aguilar in the top position, throws in an armbar, try to catch the far wrist, has it caught up, has the armbar, and he steps into it. Brock Norton tried to counter, got that chest up, but Aguilar is able to take him back down to the mat. Now works spiral on the wrist on the far side, jumps across, goes a big power half on Norton. Norton back up to his base. I have to take off our Olson Accounting recap as we're now into these semifinal matches at 172 and 189. And here's Roundy. Roundy's going to catch Henderson for a 3-point takedown. Almost caught him on his back, but Henderson able to get back belly down as they roll through in the 3rd period with 1:40 on the clock on mat number 2. William Roundy for Killdeer in the top position. Here's Brock Norton, Rocker Aguilar in the top position for Williams County. Black singlet with the blue trim around the waist. Norton's trying to stand up. Aguilar trying to mat return. Now he lets Norton go. Doesn't want to pick up the stall warning. And the 1-point escape. Now 6-3, Aguilar and Norton. Back to the center for a restart. Final 16 seconds of our second period. Norton could do some damage if he'd score at the end of this period. He drops down to double on Aguilar. He's in deep on Rocker Aguilar. The final 8 seconds, he'll try to turn the corner. Aguilar down scrambling. He turns the corner 3. He's going to tie it up. Norton ties it up with Aguilar at 6 apiece going into the third period. Aguilar with choice. He chooses bottom position. Well, Aguilar kind of lets his guard down at the end of the period. I shouldn't say let, but Norton with the takedown, now tied up at 6 apiece on mat number 1, 172 pounds. And off the whistle, Aguilar, he could be patient with this scoring opportunity. Just doesn't have to, try not to put himself in jeopardy. But he's tied up with Brock Norton. Now he's going to tripod up, stands up to his feet. Norton's going to return him to the mat. Norton's going to go to work on Aguilar. Has the armbar locked up, catches the far wrist. Aguilar has his head buried in the mat. Body posture not good. Aguilar's going to post up the outside leg, stands up with the escape for Rocker Aguilar. He'll have time to recover as they go back to the center of the mat. 7-6 your score. Rocker Aguilar is down by 1 point, or up by 1 point to Brock Norton over Brock Norton. Henderson and Roundy, that does it at 189. Cole Henderson into the championship match at 189. So Roundy will take on Weathersby in the consolation semifinals at 189. Henderson into the championship match. And here's Aguilar on a double leg, has it doubled up on Norton, takes him over to his hip. Aguilar with the 3-point takedown, builds his lead now 10-6 over Brock Norton. Norton works some hand control. Aguilar and Norton just look gassed out there. And Aguilar guts through this, takes Norton back down, belly down, final 35 seconds on mat number 1. Aguilar tries to reach under claw ride. Norton controls the wrist. Aguilar mat return. Keeps the toe in bounce. Aguilar is going to try to take some time off the clock with 22 seconds remaining, and they go out. Back for a restart. 19 seconds remaining on mat number 1. And mat number 2, Braden Chenol, Trey Bombach battling out semifinal matchup. Chenol for Hillsboro Central Valley, returning state place winner. Trey Bombach for Stanley, returning state place winner as well. And here's Aguilar, takes control of this one. Has a 4-point lead. Norton has a chance to tie it up. Aguilar with a super duck. He runs over Norton. Norton and Aguilar scramble at the end, and that does it. The crowd on their feet, 10-7. 10-6 they have on the scoreboard, but 10-7 with the 1-point escape for Norton. At 172 pounds, Aguilar into the championship match at 172. He'll face Drew Zwack. He won by decision over Cale Hebo in a close one. So Aguilar by decision over Norton. Aguilar the number 2 seed. Norton takes on Tanner Mengi at 189. And Hebel will take on Barstead of Velva in the other consolation semifinals. Mengi will take on Norton in the consolation semifinal at 172. 7th place match is Garber against Lucina. So here's Kruth and Lyons out there, 215 pounds. Kruth underground. Lyons has the 6-1 lead. Now chops the arm on the near side. Mat 2, Chenol and Bombach. They're going into the second period. They're scoreless between Braden Chenol and Trey Bombach. Ivan Kruth, returning state champion. Brock Lyons, not on the state squad last year. Having a great second half of the season for the Broncos. Kruth, chest on chest, and the win by fall on mat number 1 at 215 pounds. So Ivan Kruth into the championship, winner by fall over Lions. Lions will face a rematch with Turbeville. So Lions with the rematch. That first round matchup with Tucker Turbeville, Bowman County. Lions better watch out. Turbeville was able to take out Thusen and Williams County in the third round wrestlebacks, advancing into the consolation semifinals. Turbeville won by fall at the end of the third period. We're still now cradle locked up by Okeson. Kate Okeson at heavyweight has Matthew Jacobs cradled up and win by fall on mat number 1 for Kate Okeson with the quick win and pin for Okeson. Jacobs will wrestle Brett Tosted and Northern Lights in this consolation semifinals. In mat number 1, 7th place matches out there now. Mat number 1, Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley Combe taking on John Logering of Lemoore. Mat number 2, still here at 189 pounds. We still have a few more matches to wrestle in our semifinals on mat number 2. Braden Chenot still out there. He's in the bottom position down to Trey Bombach in the second period. Bombach up over the top with the half, but he's a little bit high. Not in jeopardy, though, Chenot, as he had those arms tied up over the head. Chenot gets into the second period down by 2 points. He has choice. He chooses neutral. So Chenot goes neutral to start our third period. So Chenot and Trey Bombach. Bombach tried to snap down on Chenot. Chenot backs up now, forehead to forehead. Passing the wrist into a Russian tie attempt there by Trey Bombach. This is on mat number 2. Chenot for Hillsborough Central Valley in the all blue singlet with the white trim. Here mat number 1, Nash Nitschke, John Logering. Logering picks up the early 3-0 lead over Nitschke on mat number 1. This is for 7th place. Mat number 2, Chenot and Trey Bombach. Bombach with another 3 points, now up 5-0 over Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Central Valley. With a minute remaining in the third period. He has the power half up over the top on Braden Chenot, Hillsborough. 1 point going over to Bombach now, 6-0 as Chenot digged with another stall on mat number 2. Logering and Nitschke in the scramble. Nitschke in the bottom position has a leg on Logering, but he's going to run out of time here. Final 5 seconds on mat number 1 in the first period. Not able to advance that, pull that leg over the head. So we'll start our second period. 3-0 lead for John Logering of Lemoore. In mat number 2, 189, Braden Chenot, Trey Bombach. Final 20 seconds of the third period. 6-0 lead for Bombach. Chenot not able to get anything going in the bottom position. Bombach just keeping Chenot buried in the mat with all that top pressure. Chenot last attempt knee slide up, but it's not going to be enough. Trey Bombach into the championship match at 189 pounds. Here's Bombach. He'll take on Henderson of Northern Lights. Bombach, the number 2 seed. And Chenot will take on Gus Strauman in consolation semifinals. Strauman unseeded. He won his first round match against the number 5 seed Ashton Weathersby. Weathersby able to made it back through the wrestleback round, so he's also in the consolation semifinals for Beulah Hazen. And now Andre Dahl up there for Napoleon. Griffin Wilhelmi for Stanley on mat number 2. Nitschke and Logering. 6-0 lead for John Logering. And it looks like we do have a chance to take another commercial break, so we will take another word from our sponsors, come back and finish up with our semifinal matches on mat number 2, our 7th place and 8th place matches. Our 7th place matches underway on mat number 1, and we will continue with those matches and then come back for a consolation semifinals. That's just ahead on yourliveevent.com.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Dakota Growers Pasta Company of Carrington turns premium local durum wheat into a variety of mouth-watering pasta. From classic spaghetti to rich, hearty lasagna, their expert team crafts every shape and flavor with care. Their commitment to quality means you're getting pasta made with the finest local ingredients. Taste the difference that local durum wheat makes. For more information, visit 8avpasta.com and join them in celebrating the art of pasta making right in our community. Buen appetito!
All right, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com. Here for day number 2, semifinal action. Here at 285 pounds. That is on mat number 2 at 285. That's between Aiden Hinkle and Seth Irie. Our 7th place match between Logering and Nitschke. That final, John Logering at 107. Takes 7th place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. He won by major decision, 10-0. So Logering takes 7th at 107. We're wrestling for semifinals, so you can make it in the championship at 285 pounds. The winner of this match on mat number 2 has the pleasure of wrestling Kate Olkeson of Minot Bishop Ryan. Hinkle last year returning state place winner for Lisbon. Irie returning state qualifier. Number 3 seed is Seth Irie in the tournament. Number 2 seed is Aiden Hinkle. Excuse me. Irie was the number 6 seed. He upset the number 3 seed in Brett Toston and Northern Lights, making his way into the semifinal match. And that's a quick pin for Logan Hyde of New Salem Almont. He'll take 7th place at 114 pounds for New Salem. So Hyde over Kuntz for 7th place at 114 pounds. Here's Hinkle and Irie. Hinkle with the 1-point escape. Irie and Hinkle. Hinkle has a headlock on Irie. Irie steps out of it. Here's mat number 1, Grayson Lyons, Kale Schwartz wrestling it for 7th place on mat number 1. Hinkle trying to duck around behind Irie. Hinkle with a couple attacks around the head and the arm. Irie trying to pummel in. Hinkle pushes him away. Irie takes a step back. Now we're wading back in. Seth Irie on mat number 2. 1-0 lead for Aiden Hinkle. Final 54 seconds of the first period. Or I should say, and we're in the second period. Hinkle with the 1-0 lead. He started in the bottom position in the second. Scored the escape fairly quickly in the period. Goes to the head. Irie trying to work inside on Hinkle. Hinkle pummels in, goes doubles around the neck. Snaps down. Irie takes a step back. Lyons and Schwartz still scoreless in the first period on mat number 1. 121-pound 7th place match. Lyons unseeded for the Broncos. Had the number 1 seed in Bodie Henderson to open the tournament. Made his way through the wrestlebacks and now wrestling for 7th place against Kale Schwartz of Bowman County. Lions for the Broncos, returning state place winner. Returning state qualifier. Double leg shot. Here's Hinkle, catches Irie. He spins around behind, gets the 3-point takedown. Now 4-0. Missed the near fall. There's an attack over on mat number 1 with Lyons and Schwartz, but wrestlers stood back up to their feet. Final 27 seconds. Irie's going to go on his feet with Hinkle to finish out this match in the third period. Just underway. Hinkle's up 4-0 over Seth Irie. Schwartz last year state qualifier at 107. He has a nice high crotch hooked up on Lyons. Lyons goes whizzer on Schwartz. Schwartz drops down, picks the ankle, catches Lyons at the end of the period. Scores some back points. Oh, nice chain wrestling there for Schwartz as he catches Lyons, takes him down to his hip, turns him over to his back. Has the 7-0 lead. Hinkle trying to work around behind Irie. Another 3-point takedown for Hinkle, up 7-0 on Seth Irie. Hinkle so far wrestling a smart match, staying poised. And now Irie tries to roll through with 1:10 remaining. 7-0 lead for Aiden Hinkle. Trying to make it into the championship match. He'll take the winner of this will take on Kate Olkeson. Irie trying to set up a roll. Now he's going to stand up. Hinkle pushes him away. He has the 6-point lead. Irie can take the lead with the takedown and 4 near fall. Now Lyons in on a single leg shot on mat number 1. 7-0 still the score over there. Schwartz steps back. Able to counter it. Now back, both feet on the ground, wrestling center of the mat. Here's Hinkle. Stands straight up. Irie wades back in there. Irie's going to look for a big throw, try to get inside. Goes down. Hinkle steps around behind him again. Now 10-1. No roll there for Irie. Now 10-2, 8-point lead. Hinkle can secure some bonus points for the Broncos with the win as he picks up a major decision victory, advances to the championship match at 285 pounds. Irie in the consolation semifinal, still 7-0 on mat number 1. So Irie in the consolation semis. He will take on Levi Huron, the number 5 seed. Huron made it into the consolation semifinals by defeating Fieldman of Kenmare Bull Bells. Lions and Schwartz, now another 3-point takedown. 10-0 lead for Cale Schwartz. Returning state qualifier for for Bowman County. Grayson Lions, state qualifier for the Broncos. He has choice to start the third period. He chooses neutral. And Lander Rice, Reagan Sand. 4-3 is your score. Rice scored an escape and a takedown to take the 1-point lead. Sand opened up with the takedown. Rice with the escape for Killdeer. Here's a scramble on the edge of the mat between Cale Schwartz and Grayson Lyons. On mat number 1, Lyons and Schwartz now off the mat for a restart. Rice with the 1-point lead has the leg right in on Regan Sand. Sand tripods up. These are 7th place matches here from New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. That was a little sit out off the whistle. 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Lander Rice for Killdeer still with the 4-3 lead over Regan Sand. Returning state qualifier for Ellendale Edge, they call him. Lander Rice for Killdeer. Returning state qualifier at 107 pounds for Killdeer. And still 10-0, you're scored with Lyons. Lyons in that forklift position. Now he's going to forklift it up. Schwartz is going to try to take him over. Lyons trying to score with 30 seconds remaining. Now he cracks down Schwartz and a stalemate called. Not sure how they got a stalemate out of that. But he takes Schwartz down, kind of cracks him down to the mat, and a stalemate called after they change positions. And now a double leg shot by Schwartz. Lyons able to recover with the whizzer. Lyons and Schwartz still scrambling it out. Could be a takedown awarded here. The Lions avoids giving up the near fall. And they're scrambling over between Sand and Rice at the midway through the period. Sand has some near fall coming his way. 2 near fall at least. Looks like the single by the official. Picking up a couple more. Now Lander Rice able to hip pass through, gets loose a little bit. He's going to try to reverse this on Sand. So 4 near fall, 2 reversal. Is 9-6 in favor of Regan Sand. So we're scored 9-6 on mat number 2. Rice in on a single leg shot. And 1 point, now 10-6 is your score. 4-point lead for Regan Sand on mat number 2. So it does sound like there's a break coming up after our 7th and 8th place matches. as we are running 2 mats today. You're at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. And mat number 1, Braylon Herman, Northern Lights, Colton Beaker, New Salem, Almont. That was a shot by Herman on Beaker. And now Rice catches Sand in a chin drop. Sand's able to roll through. 2 near fall coming. It looks like. So Rice picks up 2 near fall. Score changing back and forth now with 11-10. Lander Rice leads by 1 over Rig and Sand. 1 point lead at the start of the period. Lander Rice in the bottom position on mat number 2, 127-pound 7th place match. Rice trying to sit through. Sand takes him back over. Now Braylon Herman, Colton Beaker, scoreless in the first period. On mat number 1, 145-pound 7th place match. Sand drops down to an ankle on Rice. Rice steps away. Takedown will put Rig and Sand in the lead. He's down by 2. Nice single leg shot. Goes down low. Cracks down Lander Rice to the mat. Rice is going to go kind of a 3-quarter Nelson. And crucifix on Rig and Sand. Sand rolls through, still scrambling. And they gave him I think they gave him a takedown. So they gave Lander Rice a takedown and near fall. So now 18-10 is the score. Lander Rice in the top position for Killdeer. Oh, Sand stands up. Lander Rice sensed it. Cracks down over the top. Chomps down on the cradle. He takes Rig and Sand over with 54 seconds remaining in the third period. He can ride this out in the cradle now. Takes it back over. He's going to try to reset. Final 40 seconds of the third period and 4 more near fall. 22-10. He's built up a 12-point lead in this third period. After he caught Sand on the far edge of the mat. Sand still trying to work a reversal. He has Rice going over to his hip. He's going to try to cartwheel over, but Rice able to get those hips back up. Goes to the butterfly. And up over the top. Final 13 seconds. Sand's going to try to capture the arm and roll through, but not able to do it. Final 5 seconds now on the clock. 22-10. Lander Rice wins by 12. At the end of the period, he places 7th for Killdeer at 127 pounds. And Beaker and Herman, Colton Beaker now 4-1's the score. Wrestling Braylon Herman at 145 pounds for 7th place. We do have our 133-pound 7th place match out there now with Cameron Kittleson of Kindred and Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. Holstein's with a couple wrestlers out there with Kittleson and Gerhardt. Or excuse me, with Kittleson and I'm going to have to back up here. So just got Kittleson out there for Kindred. New Salem with a couple wrestlers out there in Beaker and Gerhardt. So Kittleson for Kindred on mat number 2. That's scoreless. Cody Gerhardt drops down on a single leg. Big arching mat return on the double as he doubled up on it. Picks up the 3-0 lead with that takedown in the first period. Now rolls Kittleson over, has the half. Going to go for some bonus points. Kittleson's going to roll through. Gerhardt's going to try to pull him back over. And no near fall on the roll through by Kittleson. Beaker working, or Cody Gerhardt still working underneath. Colton Beaker up by 3 against Braylon Herman. Herman stands up, going to try to close the gap. Now down by 2 points to Colton Beaker. 4-2 is your score. So 4-2 on mat number 1 between Colton Beaker and Braylon Herman. Kittleson's down by 3 in the first period on mat number 2. The wrestlers up on their feet. Herman drops down, has the front headlock on Beaker. He's down by 2 points with 1:10 remaining in the third period. Beaker adjusts the headgear, goes back to the center of the mat for the restart on mat number 1. You're approaching the top of the hour. Still have Cameron Kittleson out there for Kindred, wrestling Cody Gerhardt. Kittleson stands up. Gerhardt returns into the mat, has the arm trapped. Another dangerous mat return with the arm trap. Now goes up. Cody Gerhardt, Kittleson to a half. Catches the wrist. He has the arm bar. He's going to catch the wrist as time expires in the first period. 3-0 lead for Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. Herman and Colton Beaker now 5-4. Braylon Herman has the 1 point lead for Northern Lights. So Herman's up by 1. Has an armbar locked in. Final 30 seconds for Braylon Herman of Northern Lights to try to take 7th place. Gerhardt's going to roll up and over on Herman. Still scooting, no reversal yet. Herman and Gerhardt scrambling. Final 10 seconds. An escape by Herman would tie it up. He rolls through. Gerhardt gets on top, the 2-point reversal. And Herman, with the reversal, wins the match and takes 7th place at 145 pounds. Wins by decision, 7-6 over Colton Beaker, New Salem Almont. That was at 145. I think these 7th and 8th place matches don't mean anything. That was a heck of a finish. That's a win by fall for Cody Gerhardt over Cameron Kittleson at 133 pounds. So 5-0 was the score before the win by fall for Cameron Kittleson, or excuse me, for Cody Gerhardt over Cameron Kittleson. He'll take 7th place at 133 for New Salem.
In the hole, mat 1, 215 pounds, Boonson of Williams County, Tim of Kenmere Bobel. In the hole on mat number 2, Max Klein of Oaks.
So now your match is up here at 152, 160 pounds for 7th place. Mat number 1, Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby takes on Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County. And mat number 2, Gavin Enwich, New Salem Almont, takes on Wyatt Lapierre of Killdeer. Those are your matchups for 7th place on mats number 1 and 2 here from the East West Wrestling Tournament. We'll step away, take our top of the hour break. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance Shelby and the staff at Gullison Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency.
Hey there!
We're here
to invite you
to join First Community Credit Union.
FCCU is the proud partner
of the University of North Dakota Athletics.
FCCU is here to coach you
through every financial play.
No turnovers.
Only buckets. When you join FCCU,
you get the full UND experience.
Enjoy our exclusive
UND credit and debit cards.
So come see why.
Life is better with community at First Community Credit Union.
At Gar Dental Center, dentistry is about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club supports Hillsboro and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsboro Central Valley students. It's the Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
All right, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com here for our 7th place matches, as we will have an extended break, about a 30-minute break at the conclusion of our 7th place matches. We have Callan Garber and Riley Lucina out there. 3-1 lead for Garber. Garber opened up with a takedown. Here's Lucina with double overs. Going to try to throw Garber, takes him down in the wizard position. So Garber able to slip the arms out. Lucina rips over the top. Garber able to get around behind him for 3 points. Now 6-1's the score. Still in the first period, 30 seconds remaining. And 285-pound 7th place match here. Max Klein, Delaney Feldman. Garber goes down on the legs. Takes Lucina down to the mat. And that'll do it for the first period. So you're watching your LiveEvent.com here for the 7th place matches. We will have your Bank North scoreboard update in our recap coming up just before that 30-minute break. So we will go through Bank North scoreboard update end our hourly recap here on yourliveevent.com. Get you caught up to date on those championship matches and also consolation semifinals that are on the way this afternoon. That's Garber now on Lucina trying to score another takedown. Minute 36 remaining in the second period. Another 3-point takedown, 9-1 lead for Garber. Max Klein has a 6-1 lead on Delaney Feldman and Kemmer Bowbells for 7th place at 285. So still a few 7th place matches to wrestle yet on mat number 1. Backed up just a little bit compared to mat number 2. Has no more matches assigned on mat number 2. Here's Garber now has power half on Lucina. Lucina head buried down in the mat. Now scoots those hips up underneath him. Garber goes back to the ankle, flattens Lucina out. Final 30 seconds of our second period. 9-1 lead for Kellen Garber, up by 8. Klein on the whistle, or off the whistle with the sit out into a switch. Feldman returns him back to the mat. A lot of work here by Klein to score on the edge on mat number 2. Garber works the cradle on Lucina, rolls him over with the crossface cradle. He's going to settle into this. This thing's pretty tight on Lucina. 10 seconds, now 5 seconds remaining for Garber to work the fall in the second period. And Lucina will escape into the third with 4 near fall coming to Callan Garber, taking control of this match. Up 13-1. Lucina is going up to his feet with Garber. Garber, a senior, 19-5 for Carrington. Lucina, the 8th grader for the Broncos. Callan Garber last year at the state tournament placed 5th for Carrington, wrestling for 7th place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament at 172 pounds. Lucina not on that state tournament squad for the Broncos last year. And the individual side here for Callan Garber picks up another 3-point takedown. 16-1, the win by technical decision on mat number 1 for Callan Garber over Riley Lucina. Garber in 7th place. Garber takes 7th for Carrington at 172 pounds by technical decision over Riley Lucina of the Broncos. And now at 215 pounds with Brendan Thusen of Williams County, Tucker Tim scrapping it out. Wrestlers break apart after that scramble on the far edge of the mat. And Max Klein, Delaney Feldman still 6-2 in the third period. Feldman up over the top on Klein. Klein just kind of hunkered down to the mat, not doing much. Feldman grabs that far ankle over the top. Klein in on the leg on Feldman. Feldman not able to advance the position. Final 5 seconds. And Max Klein takes 7th place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament at 285 pounds. So Klein for the Tornadoes. Wins by decision at 285. And no more matches assigned to mat number 2. Mat number 1 still in action. Brendan Thusen and Tucker Tim. We will have, this looks like this is the final match on mat number 1. We will take a break and then roll into our consolation semifinal matches. So at the conclusion of this match, we go into that 30-minute break. And a win by fall here for Brendan Thusen and Williams County over Tucker Tim. Thusen is your 7th place finisher at 215 pounds. He wins by fall over Tucker Tim. And that looks like all matches now complete in that 7th place round. As we will go into our Bank North scoreboard update here from Bank North. Good sportsmanship's a valuable trait that goes far beyond the game for Bank North if it's achieved by helping our customers pursue their dreams and financial goals while supporting and improving our great rural communities. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. Looking on your Bank North scoreboard. In 10th place is Carrington, 63.5 points. 9th place, Stanley, 73 points. 7th place, Napoleon with 74.5 points. 5th place, Bowman County and Ellendale Edgeley-Calm with 79.5 points. 4th place, Oaks, 82 points. Velva in 3rd place with 104. In 2nd place is New Salem Almont with 118 points. And 5.5 points ahead of them is Lisbon Broncos in 1st place with 123.5 points as we head into our consolation semifinals. Still some big points on the board as we head into these consolation semifinals. Broncos and the Holsteins with a number of wrestlers in this round. As that is our Bank North scoreboard update here from the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. That was after our 7th place matches. Also in 13th place is Kindred with 60 points out of the top 10 currently. And then Hillsboro Central Valley in 17th place with 43 points. That's out of 21 teams enlisted into this 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. So your top 5 teams, once again, Lisbon at 123.5 points in 1st place. 2nd place, New Salem, 118. Velva in 3rd place, 104. Oaks in 4th place with 82 points. 5th place, Bowman County with 79.5 points. They're tied with Ellendale Edgeley-Calm. Then going into our Olson Accounting recap with our Olson Accounting recap here. If you need help with your monthly accounting and payroll, let Cindy and her staff give you a hand. Rely on the friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting for your tax and accounting needs. Go to colsoncpa.com. This is your Olson Accounting recap of today's action after the 7th place round here from the 2025 New Salem East West Wrestling Tournament. We will turn to the brackets for this update as we go into our consolation semifinal round, followed by our placing rounds, 3rd and 5th place matches. And then into our championship matches. Championship matches, tentative time scheduled right now for 3:30. We're looking at your consolation semifinal matches coming up at 107 pounds. You have Bristol Swanson of Kindred taking on an Alberta Verdine of Hettinger Scranton, Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks, and Sky Kramlich of Carrington. And your 7th place finisher was John Logering of Lemoore. He won by major decision 10-0 over Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley-Calm, 114 pounds. And I should say your finalists at 107 are Jace Boynton of Bowman County and Isaiah Hackman of Velva. That's your championship match. Consolation semifinal matches at 114 pounds. Peyton Say of Minot Bishop Ryan, Keenan Gores, Northern Lights, Gavin Rude of Kindred, and Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley-Calm. Finishing in 7th place is Logan Hyde of New Salem Almont. Hyde defeated Jaden Coots by fall in 54 seconds for 7th place. Your championship match will feature Ben Wagner of Oaks and Dalton Feist of Napoleon at 121 pounds. Your consolation semifinalists are Justin Toro, Hillsboro Central Valley, Cole Mogren of Kenmare Bull Bells, Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen, and Drew Carr of Carrington. In 7th place was Cale Schwartz of Bowman County. He won by major decision 13-0 over Grayson Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos. Your championship match will feature Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights and Hayes Weinberger of New Salem Almont. 127 pounds. Your consolation semifinalists are Connor Mellon of Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central, Riley Hasbrook of Hettinger Scranton, Colton Bell of Stanley, and Lucas Ali of Velva. And your 7th place finisher is Lander Rice of Killdeer. Rice won by major decision 22-10 over Riggin Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm at 127 pounds. 133 pounds. Your consolation semifinalists are Gavin Robertson of Lisbon, Ethan Tazaric of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, Brooks Gernfelder of Napoleon, and Levi Jensen of Williams County. In 7th place was Cody Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. He won by fall and 253 over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred for 7th place. 139 in your championship match at 133 pounds will feature Cutter Rondak of Bowman County wrestling Jack Bombach of Killdeer. 139 pounds, your consolation semifinals. Cruz Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos, Kyler Schleski heading your Scranton, Zane Allender of Oaks, Brexton Yanish of Velva. In 7th place was Jager Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He won by medical forfeit over Zach Spain of Minot Bishop Ryan. In your championship match will feature Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley taking on the surging Jace Duffy of Lemoore Litchville Marion Lobos at 139 pounds. 145. Your consolation semifinals, Brock Johnson of Kindred, Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon, Case Allender of Oaks, and Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. Your championship match will feature William Cook of Kenmare Bull Bells and Nick Garber of Carrington. Your 7th place finisher, Braylon Herman of Northern Lights, won by decision 7-6 over Colton Beaker. At 152 pounds of consolation semifinals, Miles Theologist of Kindred, Ryan Eng of Lisbon, Zayd Heyer of Oaks, and Corbin Clifton of Carrington. In 7th place was Bailey Zachmeyer. He won by fall over Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County in 425. Your championship match at 152 pounds is Trenton Clapp, New Salem Almont. He will face Carson Hildry of Velva. At 160 pounds, your consolation semifinal match features Sawyer Knoll, Bowman County, Lincoln Spirit, Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central, Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, and Maddox Campbell of Velva. And your 7th place match is Gavin Enwich of New Salem Almont and White LaPierre of Killdeer. Your championship match at 152 pounds or 160 pounds is Eli Lyons and Mason Waggle. 172 pounds, consolation semifinalists are Tanner Mengi of Kindred, Cale Hebo Lemoore, Brock Norton, New Salem Almont, Matt Barstead of Velva. In 7th place was Calla Garber. Garber won by major decision over Riley Lucino of the Lisbon Broncos at 172 pounds for 7th place. Your championship match features Drew Zwack of Minot Bishop Ryan and Rocker Aguilar of Williams County. At 189 pounds, consolation semifinals, Braden Chinola, Hillsborough Central Valley, Gus Strom of Beulah Hazen, Ashton Weathersby of Williams County, and William Roundy of Killdeer. In 7th place was Carter Potasic of Oaks. Potasic won by fall over Noah Werner of Velva in 1 minute, 3 seconds. Your championship match features Cole Henderson, Northern Lights, and Trey Bombach of Stanley. 215 pounds. Your consolation semifinals, the Brock Lions of the Lisbon Broncos, Tucker Tuberville of Bowman County, Andre Dahl of Napoleon, and Jaden Foss of Velva. And in 7th place was Brendan Thewson of Williams County. He won by fall over Tucker Tim in 1 minute and 44 seconds. Your championship match will feature Ivan Kruth of Ellendale Edgeley Calm and Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley. And at 285 pounds, your consolation semifinals, Brett Tosted of Northern Lights, Seth Ivory of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, Levi Uran of Stanley, and Matthew Jacobs of Williams County. In 7th place was Max Klein of Oaks over Delaney Feldman by decision 6-2. And then your championship match is Kate Okeson of Minot Bishop Ryan. He'll face Aiden Hinkle of the Lisbon Broncos. That is your Olson Accounting update as we are broadcasting from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School Gymnasiums, where Stock Growers Bank is your small town bank and big time partner with the Stock Growers mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near you so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. Member of the FDIC and equal housing lender. And this is your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. This is Brent Dick as we will go into our scheduled break here with the tournament. Before we start the consolation semifinals, I'd expect us to return right around 12:40 for these consolation semifinal matches starting at 107 pounds. As this is day 2 coverage of New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We are live from New Salem, North Dakota. And we will return after word from our sponsors right around 12:40 p.m.
For a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432. Building the future of our community, one truckload at a time. Heartland Ready Mix provides quality ready mix to Carrington, Devils Lake, and the surrounding areas. From residential projects to large commercial builds, their ready mix concrete is trusted by contractors and homeowners alike. From foundations to driveways and everything in between, they provide the concrete solutions you need to get the job done right. Local and family owned, free estimates. Heartland Ready Mix. They're here for all your concrete needs.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
I was visiting with Ben at the Hillsboro Body Shop, and we discussed, well, a lot of things. And then we were discussing, when do you think about the body shop? Most times it's after your vehicle gets damaged from an accident, hitting a deer, hailstorms, scratches, dents, windshield cracks. Ben says, beep. I say, when you need the repairs to your vehicle as you're thinking of the Hillsboro Body Shop, call Ben, 701-636-4981.
Keep yourself healthy as we head into the colder weather. Hillsboro Drug and Gift is your locally owned full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough and cold medications, and more. Don't forget, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills, 701-636-5231. Hillsboro Drug also offers free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. And there's always something new at Hillsboro Drug with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
Hillsboro Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsboro Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get to see Teak. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsboro Dairy. The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club. Hi, this is Jim, and with Bernie Berkemeyer, we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us in enchanting Ireland June 25th to July 4th. Experience the ancient history, natural beauty, and the warm hospitality of Ireland. We travel across this beautiful country visiting places like the Kilkenny Castle and the breathtaking cliffs of Moll. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
The Kindred Public School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us. Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Lakes Community Co-op delivers more than just propane into a tank. They deliver a commitment to customer safety with professional, knowledgeable service. Lakes Community Co-op propane customers can relax because having a monitored tank allows Lakes Community Co-op to know tank levels and therefore make timely deliveries. This takes away all your worries. Call 1-888-935-2281 for propane from Lakes Community Co-op. For more information, visit lakescommunitycoop.com.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Central Valley Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you are in the sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Tyson Sumby, a senior at Central Valley High School. My favorite thing about Central Valley High School is the community, because we are well put together. Find your favorites at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond. We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Hi, I'm Preston Ettinger with Lux Wealth Advisors in Mayville. At Lux Wealth Advisors, we believe financial planning is about more than numbers. It's about your future. We provide small town service with big company resources.
Hi, my name is Hunter Torgerson at Lux Wealth Advisors. As your neighbors, we understand the unique challenges you face.
Whether you're saving for your child's education, planning for retirement, or starting a business, we're here to help every step of the way.
With personalized strategies tailored just for you, we help turn your financial dreams into achievable goals. Lux Wealth Advisors, your trusted partner for a brighter financial future.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right. That winter weather have you feeling Make it less with the help of Mayport Hardware. They've got all the tools, tips, and tricks to make the most of your winter safety, projects, and fun. When the temps get too harsh to be outdoors, Mayport Hardware's games and toys can keep your family's spirits up. There's all kinds of ways to turn the of winter into yeah! Make memories this year with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
Growers Bank in Lisbon. Let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, the half or the whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartments. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
This is Jamie from Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow, pick your spot, and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized and every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com. That's colsoncpa.com, or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsboro, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
At Polar Communications, innovation is in our DNA. We're pioneers, always looking ahead to what's next to ensure our communities thrive. We were the first in the state to offer gig services, and we didn't stop there. We continue to lead the way in delivering high-quality, reliable technology to your doorstep. A better experience starts here.
Polk Norman Mahnomen Public Health is here to keep you safe and healthy.
We offer all types of birth control here in our office, including condoms, pills, patches, rings, Depo shots, IUDs, Nexpanons, and emergency contraceptive. STI screening is recommended every 6 to 12 months and with each new partner. All of this at little or no cost to you and always confidential.
Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line salad bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Rivers Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going, more.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Visit with Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union Insurance agent in Hillsboro.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
You know, parenting is hard for all of us. And so providing those little resources that we can share for those conversations that are hard to have and to kind of be that icebreaker for both professionals, parents, and then open up that conversation to the more engaging conversation that's needing to be had.
Being a parent myself, oftentimes it's the simple things that make a difference.
As a busy parent myself, just engaging with your kids, making it an everyday thing so they know that you're there, they can always come to you when those difficult situations do arise.
Contact Trail District Health Unit in Hillsboro for more information.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals, proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Gear up for the upcoming North Dakota Class B Boys Regional Dual Wrestling Tournaments in Kindred and Carrington on Saturday, February 8th on YourLiveEvent.com.
Gets around behind, grabs the ankle on Tristan left. Here's Anderson, out 5 seconds. That's it. 2 points for Noah Anderson, the duel for the Lisbon Broncos, and they are your Southeast Sub-Region champions.
That's the Class B Boys Regional Dual Wrestling Tournaments in Kindred and Carrington on February 8th on YourLiveEvent.com.
Right Implement in Hillsboro, 701-636-5692 for shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment, in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Right Implement in Hillsboro, 701-636-5692. Check out Right Implement for farm equipment, repair and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsboro. Right Implement, 701-636-5692.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIeinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the True Grade pull-type bulldozer blade from Degelman Industries. At 34 inches, the True Grade is the tallest pull-type bulldozer blade in its class. Our streamlined design will make cleaning ditches, grading roads, digging ditches, leveling fields, and moving snow easier and more efficient than ever. The Degelman True Grade, engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Come make pasta with us. Combine your love of North Dakota and agriculture with a great career at Dakota Growers. They provide you room to grow in your career, develop your skills, and they always put safety first in their state-of-the-art facility. Check out all of their fantastic opportunities at jobs.postholdings.com or scan the QR code. Contact Erica at 701-540-6152 or Wendy 701-997-5066.
All right, welcome back. YourLoveEvent.com here for a consolation semifinal round starting at 107 pounds. So we'd just like to welcome you back to our broadcast. Broadcasting to you live from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. We are here for these consolation semifinal matches starting at 107 pounds. On mat number 1, Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton. He'll take on Bristol Swanson of Kindred. Verdeen ranked number 5 by Dakota Grappler. Number 4 seeded wrestler takes on Bristol Swanson, ranked number 8 by the Dakota Grappler, sixth seed in the tournament. And mat number 2, Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks takes on Sky Kramlich of Carrington. Dahlstrom for the Oaks Tornadoes in the bottom position as Kramlich takes the early 3-0 lead. Bristol Swanson has the 3-0 lead over Alberta Verdeen on mat number 1. So Dahlstrom, number 5 seeded wrestler, taking on a number 3 seed in Kramlich. Kramlich last year for Carrington, returning state place winner. Placed 8th at 107 pounds for Carrington last year at the state tournament. He's back here wrestling Trig Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom, now that's 4-3 score. Dahlstrom with the escape and the takedown in the top position on Kramlich. He has Kramlich with the leg right in on the far side. And Bristol Swanson in control of Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton. So off the restart, Swanson warned for stalling. He has the 3-0 lead. Not sure if they just said that he had pushed Verdeen off the mat. Verdeen up, trying to hip heist around. Gets one leg over the top on Swanson. Dahlstrom and Kramlich. Here with Dahlstrom trying to work near fall, but nothing coming of it after he had the power half and the leg in on the near side. So Dahlstrom take the 4-3 lead going into the second period. Kramlich chooses the bottom position to start. We're going into the second period between Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton and Bristol Swanson for Kindred. Verdeen for Hettinger Scranton, the bottom position. 3-0 lead for Swanson. And at the start of our second period on mat number 2, that's Dahlstrom in the top position. Dahlstrom made it into the consolation semifinals by defeating John Logering of Lemoore. Kramlich lost to Jace Boynton in the semifinals. Moved him down into this consolation semifinal match with Trig Dahlstrom. And Bristol Swanson defeated Nash Nitschke in the wrestlebacks to make it into the consolation semifinals earlier this morning. And Alberto Verdeen, the number 4 seeded wrestler, was defeated by Isaiah Hackman in the semifinals. Verdeen works for a reversal. He picks up a 2-point reversal. 3-2 is your score. Swanson sits out, tried to hit a switch after that reversal by Verdeen. Verdeen going to work on top, has the arm chopped tight around the waist as he pulls that tight across the waist. Now going to try to relax it a little bit and punch his fist through on the bottom side and make a going to hit the chicken wing ride, but nothing going there as Swanson flattens out. Now Verdeen going to work on top. Swanson trying to scoot the hips underneath him. We got a scramble here between Kramlich and Dahlstrom. Kramlich will pick up the reversal on the pin for Sky Kramlich on Trig Dahlstrom as he caught the Peterson and pins Dahlstrom. So Kramlich going into the third place match. He wins by a fall over Trig Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom wrestling for 5th. Check our cameras. So your wrestling for 3rd place is Sky Kramlich of Carrington, who won by fall over Trig Dahlstrom. Another kindred wrestler out here in the consolation semifinals. Gavin Rude takes on Keenan Gores at 114 pounds on mat number 2. We still have Bristol Swanson out here wrestling Alberto Verdeen. Swanson picks up a couple more points now, 6-3. Verdeen works another reversal. Must be a reversal specialist over there. Alberto Verdeen picks up another reversal. 6-4 is the score. That's in the 3rd period with 1:10 on. So 6-4 score on mat number 1. Verdeen in the top position, right behind the arms, in the elbows of Bristol Swanson. Swanson sits out on Verdeen on mat number 1. Here between Keenan Gores and Northern Lights and Gavin Rude. Rude drops down to a single leg on Gores. Gores attacks the head, tries to spin around to the leg. Rude stands back up. And mat number 2 matchup between Gores and Rude. Rude having a great tournament with the upset of the number 7 and number 2 seeds. Was defeated by Ben Wagner in the semifinals. And Keenan Gores coming back through the wrestlebacks. He was defeated in the first round by Gavin Rude. So a rematch of that first round matchup. Gores the number 7 seed. Gores last year was a state qualifier at 113 pounds. Rude for Kindred was a state qualifier at 107 pounds. And still Swanson and Verdeen. 7-5 is the score at 107 pounds. Trying to make it into that 3rd place match. Verdeen in on a leg. It's a 3-point lead for Swanson, but Verdeen, and now Swanson kind of catches Verdeen in the crucifix at the end of the period. See if he gave him, there was a whistle. Not really sure what happened, something with the clock, and they waved time off. They must have. So not sure what happened there. And that's a winner is, excuse me, is Bristol Swanson. Something happened with the time on the clock. So Swanson, your winner. He'll wrestle Sky Kramlich for 3rd place. Verdeen wrestling Dahlstrom for 5th at 107 pounds. Matchup still at 114 pounds. Gores with the first takedown. He has the 3-0 lead. Just going back, he was defeated in first round action yesterday by Gavin Rude. Gores was the number 7 seed. Rude upset the number 2 seed, making it his way into the semifinals. Now he has the rematch with Keenan Gores in the consolation semifinals. And your other matchup at 114 pounds, consolation semifinal match, is Walker Miller. Miller was that wrestler, number 2 seeded wrestler that Gavin Rude upset in the quarterfinals. So Walker Miller out here, ranked number 2 in the state, seeded second at the New Salem East-West tournament. At the New Salem East-West tournament, so Miller was 7th at 108 pounds last year at the state tournament. Schaefer, Minot Bishop Ryan, ranked number 4, seeded number 4 in the tournament. He's in the top position, has the takedown. Now he pushes Miller away. And 7-4, scoreboard lighting up over on mat number 2 with 28 seconds remaining. So mat number 2 now score 7-4, final 15 seconds, tied up at 7. Gores ties it back up with the takedown. They're tied up at 7 between Rude and Gores, battling it out once again in the tournament. Be a little shakeup in the rankings at 114 pounds after this tournament. Neither wrestler ranked at 114 in the Dakota Grappler rankings. So on the restart, we're tied up at 7 in the third period. So tied up at 7 apiece. Rude grabs the far arm and try to roll through. Doing a little hand fighting on the near side. Now stands up, posts up. He's going to hip ice back around, try to clear the hands and the hips. Staying hunkered down and able to do it. So he clears the hands. He gets those hips away. 1 point escape. Rude now up by 1 point. 8-7. Thank you. And now on mat number 1. That's a 3-1 lead for Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan. He's up 3-1. Gores and Rude now 10-8. Keenan Gores has a 2-point lead. Grabs the takedown. Rude in the bottom position. Final minute. They're in the third period on mat number 2. Gores has an armbar in the far wrist. Scott's going to try to walk this down. Gets Rude broke down to his hip. Putting a lot of pressure on Gavin Rude. Rude trying to come up through the back door. Gores will hold him down for near fall. Has him trapped. Head scissored between the legs with 35 seconds remaining. Rude will try to roll through. Still has that head caught between the legs on Keenan Gores. Rude not able to do too much. Final 20 seconds remaining. 10-8 with some near fall coming for Keenan Gores. Now 15 seconds. Rude back around. 4 near fall coming for Keenan Gores. Final 10 seconds. And here's Miller and Shea. That's Shea able to step back around behind. Miller had an arm, but slips through there. Peyton Shea back around behind. 3-point takedown. 6-2 is your score. He has a 4-point lead in the second period. Keenan Gores wrestling for third with the win by decision. 14-8 over Gavin Rude. Rude now wrestling for 5th place. Gores will take on the winner between Peyton Shea and Walker Miller. 3-point lead for Peyton Shea in the second period. Still a lot of time left in this match at 114 pounds on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Josh Turnus at 121 pounds. In the consolation semifinals, wrestling Drew Carr. Turnus last year placed second at 114 pounds at the state tournament. Drew Carr placed fourth at 114 pounds. Josh Turner seeded number 5. Drew Carr seeded number 6. In Dakota Grappler rankings, Turnus ranked number 6 and Drew Carr ranked number 5. So the tail of the tape fairly even when you look at that between Carr and Josh Turnus. Turnus with the 3-point takedown has the 3-0 lead. Turnus up in the top position, throws in a leg. And Carr still belly down on the mat. Final 40 seconds. Of the first period. Josh Turnus maintains a 3-0 lead. And Miller in on a double leg shot. They're in the third period, 7-4 lead. At 114 pounds for Peyton Shea over Walker Miller. Shea over the top with the front headlock on mat number 1. A nice little arm drag, but Miller recovers back to his feet. And back to the center for a restart. Wrestlers off the edge of the far edge of the mat. Go back to the center. Takedown ties it up for Walker Miller. Miller with the overs. Underhook on this left side of Shea. Now goes underneath. Shea in the top position. Miller locks up the arms. Final 24 seconds of our third period. Miller attacks the leg. Shea's going to stand up, try to whizzer out of it. And Shea takes him to the edge of the mat. Throws Miller as they roll out. No points awarded. Wrestlers off the edge of the mat. 16 seconds remaining. Here Miller dives down at the legs and Peyton Shea. Shea's Miller. And Shea just shrugs Miller off, wrestling the edge of the mat. Final 5 seconds and a stall warning going against Peyton Shea. They've just been tossing each other back and forth. That should be a stall warning. Now Shea ducks under Miller's. Miller tried to throw a headlock, and that's a 3-point takedown. 10-5, the final score. Peyton Shea. He's wrestling for third place against Keenan Gores as his opponent. And Miller wrestles Rude, another rematch for Walker Miller. As Gavin Rude in the fifth place match will wrestle Walker Miller at 114 pounds. And 121 pounds, still out here with Drew Carr and Josh Turnus. Turnus still with a 3-0 lead at the end of the, after break in action, back to the center for a restart. Carr up on his feet in the center of the mat with Josh Turnus. 121-pound match between Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley. In the consolation semifinals at 121 pounds. He's wrestled Cole Mulgren, Kenmare Bullbills, and Terrell catches Mulgren off the mat with some potential near fall, but Mulgren able to scramble off. 3-2's the score with the reversal for Justin Terrell. Terrell last year at the state tournament placed eighth at 114 pounds. Mulgren for Kenmare Bullbills placed third at 114 pounds. Mulgren seeded number 2 in the tournament, Terrell number 8. And the wrestlers off the mat. 4-2 with that 1-point escape going to Mulgren of Kenmare Bullbills. Drew Carr It's still a 3-1 score. It is a 3-1 score. Carr Turnus in the center of the mat. They have a minute 45 remaining, or minute 40 remaining. And a double leg shot by Josh Turnus. Drew Carr hips down on the mat. Carr's going to try to gut wrench over Turnus, who turns the corner. Now 6-1 lead. Up by 5 for Josh Turnus over Drew Carr. And Wrestlers out of scramble out after another takedown here. 7-2's the lead for Cole Molgren. That's still in the first period, 30 seconds. Terrell stands up. The 1-point escape. 7-4 is or 7-3 the score. Molgren has the 4-point lead. Final 15 seconds of our first period. And Terrell trying to turn the corner in the final 5 seconds of the first period. Takedown will get him within 1 point. He's still scrambling, trying to turn the corner in, not able to do it. At the end of one, it's a 4-point lead for Cole Molgren over Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley. And Josh Turnus controlling Drew Carr here at 121 pounds. Carr is going to try to hit a roll at the end of the period. Final 5 seconds. Tried to get the inside the leg, had the arm caught. But Turnus able to counter it. And that'll do it. Josh Turnus wrestling for third place. Wins by decision 6-1 over Drew Carr. And Turnus will face the winner between Molgren and Terrell over here on mat number 1. As Wrestlers now 1-point escape for Molgren. 8-3. He has a 5-point lead against Justin Terrell at 121 pounds. New matchup at 127 in the consolation semifinals. Riley Hasbrook ahead of here. Connor Mellon and Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central at 127. Another 3-point takedown for Cole Molgren, the number 2 seeded wrestler. Placed third last year at 114 pounds for Kenmare. Now up by 8. On mat number 1, Terrell sits out, trying to stand up, not able to get enough back pressure. Molgren cradles him up as Terrell spins back around, left the knee close to the head. Molgren with the cradle on the edge of the mat. He's now back around behind, good riding position, back behind the arms and the elbows. Now goes cradle again as Terrell tries to stand up. Hip heist in a sit-through, but Molgren takes him out back to the center for a restart. Over on mat number 1 at 121 pounds. 127 between Riley Hasbrook and Connor Mellon on mat number 2. The wrestlers still locked up in collar ties, pushing each other back and forth on this near edge of the mat. That's in the first period with 45 seconds remaining. As we will roll from our consolation semifinals into our 3rd and 5th place matches. And they'll follow that up likely with a short break as they stage the mats for the championship matches and go under the spotlight. And we will have just one camera up for that. And wrestlers off the mat on mat number 2 between Riley Hasbrook, Connor Mellon, Justin Terrell. 11-4 score in the 3rd period. And Terrell tried to hit a throw on Molgren, but Molgren catches him with the underhook in the arm, and a win by fall for Cole Molgren, wrestling for 3rd place at 121 pounds. So Molgren will face Josh Turnus. And Drew Carr takes on Justin Terrell for 5th place at 121 pounds. That takes us into 127 pounds with matches, consolation semifinal matches on both mats. Lucas Lee of Elva takes on Combella Stanley. So Lee for Velva. Seeded number 5 in the tournament. Keen Bell, number 2 seed in the tournament. He was defeated by Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos in the semifinals. In Dakota Glapper rankings, Lucas Salid ranked number 8 at 133 pounds. Keen Bell ranked number 3. Bell with the takedown has the early lead over on mat number 1. Connor Millen, Riley Hasbrook, or excuse me, on mat number 2. Connor Millen, Riley Hasbrook on mat number 2. That's still scoreless with 50 seconds remaining. Millen in the top position. Where's the maroon singlet with the gold trim? Hasbrook stands up, hit by Sway, and they're out. Back to the center for a restart. Riley Hasbrook in the bottom position. Here's Lucas Ali and Cone Bell back to the center for a restart with 43 seconds remaining in the first period on mat number 1. Cone Bell up 3-1. Takes a swipe at the ankle, little low single shot by Bell. Now doubles up. And takes Lucas Ali down to the mat. Skeen Bell works the arm on the far side. He's going to chop that, reaches underneath, trying to drag it across the body. And over in the seatbelt position. Has control of the wrist on the far side, working chicken wing, but that's the end of the period. 6-1 the score. Keem Bell has the 5-point lead. And mat number 227 between Riley Hasbrook and Connor Mellon. That's scoreless going into the third period. Connor Mellon with the ride out on Riley Hasbrook. He's in the bottom position to start the third. These are 127-pound consolation semifinal matches. The winners on these matches will face each other for third place. Mellon stands up. He's pushed out by Hasbrook. Hasbrook warned for stalling. And off the whistle, Mellon with the switch attempt. He's turned back around by Riley Hasbrook. Hasbrook warned for stalling. Mellon with some hand control, clears the hands, not able to post or roll and clear those hips. So Hasbrook back on now, stands up. Mellon, big mat return from Riley Hasbrook. So Hasbrook have to hit another mat return or just let Mellon go. Another big mat return. And he kind of bounces Mellon off the mat, takes him down really hard with the mat return. Connor Mellon down on the mat at 127 pounds with an injury. Yes, that was a hard mat return by Riley Hasbrook. And Mellon kind of put his arm out, braced the fall, and it got caught underneath him. So we do have injury time over on mat number 2. And mat number 1, Lucas Lee, Cone Bell. Bell up 9-1 with the 8-point lead. He has an armbar locked in on Lucas Lee. He's going to walk this around. Lee on his hip going to his back. Bell scoops the head with his leg. Keeps the pressure on. Stretches out the arm, picks up near fall at the end of the second period. He's up now with 4 near fall and working for the pin as he sits through and arches that back. And time runs out. 13-1 is the score on mat number 1. We're still down with an injury on mat number 2. It's Connor Mellon for Kenmare Bullbells down on the mat. He's in injury time. as the trainer out tended to him. And here's Lucas Lee had kind of caught Bell, but Bell with the takedown. He ends this one in by a technical decision. Wrestling for third place. Now Mellon back up, ready to go against Hasbrook. It's still scoreless with a minute 18 on the clock. The winner on mat number 2 will face Combello Stanley. And right away, a big chop of the arm and a 1-count swipe. Mellon caught on his back. He's going to give up a couple near fall to Verdeen. 3 near fall coming to Riley Hasbrook. Now Mellon steps up. He catches Hasbrook on his hip. Hasbrook has 3 near fall coming to him. Mellon trying to hit the reversal. Reversal just put him within 1. Yes, Hasbrook taking some time off the clock, riding down on the ankle. Final 35 seconds. We're in the third period. 3-0 lead for Riley Hasbrook of Hettinger Scranton on mat number 2. Now Brooks Grunfelder and Gavin Robertson 3-1 score over on mat number 1 at 133 pounds. So it's 3-0 or a 3-1 score. Grunfelder, the number 4 seed. Robertson, he's the number 6 seed at 133 pounds. And now 3-1 is the score. Looking for the big finish on mat number 2 between Mellon and Hasbrook. Connor Mellon did go down on the mat with an injury to his arm. Hasbrook, after that injury time, and he's going to catch Connor Mellon, puts him to his back with the takedown in near fall at 127 pounds. So Riley Hasbrook wrestling for third place for Hettinger Scranton. He wins by major decision 10-1. Connor Mellon wrestling Lucas Salee for 5th place, so their day is not over. They're going to battle it out head-to-head for 5th place. Here's Robertson and Grunfelder. Grunfelder catches Robertson in a headlock. Hey, Robertson's been prone to leaving that head hanging, and Grunfelder has this locked up. Robertson's going to try to counter. Grunfelder still has the hip in. Robertson still trying to peel and get the takedown here. The final seconds ticking off the clock. Robertson's behind Grunfelder, and that does it for the period. 3-1 lead for Grunfelder on mat number 1. And mat number 2, Ethan Tazarek at 133 pounds takes on Levi Jensen. Once again, the winners of these matches on mats 1 and 2 wrestle for third place. Tazarek in on a single leg. You look at tail of tape here for 133 pounds. On mat number 1, Grunfelder seeded number 4. Robertson seeded number 6 in the tournament. They start this period, a little chin drop by Robertson. He's got to spin back around as Grunfelder catches that head in a 1-point escape for Grunfelder. And Robertson has to follow him back around after those hips turn back towards the mat by Grunfelder. And then your mat number 2 matchup here in the consolation semifinals is Ethan Tazarek. Tazarek ranked seeded number 5 in the tournament. And Jensen seeded number 9. That's Levi Jensen. So Grunfelder up 4-1 over Robertson of Lisbon. Tazarek has the 3-1 lead on Levi Jensen of Williams County. And Jensen in on a single leg shot, has Tazarek almost cracked down. Tazarek able to keep those hips up just a little bit, or just enough to prevent Jensen from walking around. Now he goes back in over the top, has the ankle. Jensen's going to try to sit through, hip heights back around. He catches the head and arm on Ethan Tazarek at the end of the first period. And still no indication by the official. 3-point takedown going over to Levi Jensen at the end of the period. But no near fall. 4-3 is the score going into the second. We're at 133 pounds on mat number 2. Grunfelder and Robertson still 4-1 score. Grunfelder started in the bottom position. Scored the 1-point escape. They've been on their feet since then. The wrestlers just trading head taps back and forth now, going to the collar tie, final 5 seconds of the period. And that does it for the second period. Now we're going into the third. Robertson with choice, chooses bottom position. Grunfelder, the 8th grader, trying to make his way into the third place match at 133 pounds, the number 4 seeded wrestler. And we're still 4-3 over here on mat number 2 between Jensen and Tazarek. Levi Jensen has the 1-point lead. Tazarek out in front of the situation, and looks like blood time. So Levi Jensen with some blood time being tended to by his coaches over in the center, far center of the mat. Here's Robertson, 1-point escape, 4-2 is the score between Gavin Robertson and Brooks Grunfelder. The wrestlers still pushing on each other. A little overtie by Robertson. I guess I'd say an inside tie on the far side. Now they're going to go double unders and overs with each other. Grunfelder working to the inside, looking to throw Robertson, but they go off the edge of the mat. Still 4-2 your score on mat number 1 at 133 pounds. Little level change and a fake shot by Grunfelder. Robertson, not much reaction off of it. Goes in, puts the overtie, and now snap down on the head by Robertson. Grunfelder controlling the wrist. Just one way to counter that wrist tie is going to an arm drag off of that. Grunfelder still controlling the wrist. Now wades in, double unders on Robertson. Robertson goes overs, but Grunfelder with the leverage. They go off the edge of the mat once again. Still 4-2 the score. 40 seconds remain in the third period. Grunfelder drops down, a little level change. Down to 30 seconds remaining. Here's Robertson. A little snap of the head on Grunfelder. Now has 20 seconds. Shoots in on a high crotch. He cracks Grunfelder down. He's going to try to turn the corner. Grunfelder's hanging on for the win. Final 10 seconds here for Robertson. Robertson has to get a hand around the waist. Has to drive into Grunfelder. If he can get his hand out, Grunfelder doing a good job of tying him up. Robertson's going to run out of time at the end of the period. And that'll do it. And good scramble. Robertson had the scoring opportunity. Couldn't get his arm out around the waist. And he goes down 4-2 to Brooks Grunfelder. Grunfelder wrestling for third place. Robertson wrestling for fifth. Grunfelder takes on the winner. Over on mat number 2 between Tazarek and Jensen. They're going into the third period. 5-3 is your score. Levi Jensen has the 2-point lead. Now we have 145-pound Griffin Greenlee for Lisbon Broncos taking on Brock Johnson. And matchups happen 2 or 3 times already this year. You're at 145 pounds. So we didn't go do the 139. Not sure what happened with those. So 145 up on mat number 1. We're still at 133 pounds. Johnson with the 3-point takedown on Greenlee. He goes up 3-0 in the first. Now 3-1 score. Johnson and Greenlee, 2-point lead for Brock Johnson. Here's Tazarek and Jensen still in the third period, minute 10 on the clock. 5-3 score. There's Tazarek, has a leg in. Trying to hit Jensen back down on the mat. Tazarek still, but now he spikes the back ankle of our mat number 2, working over the top. That's still 133-pound consolation semifinal. 2-point lead for Levi Jensen. The winner takes on Grunfelder of Napoleon for third place at 133 pounds. 1:45, final 5 seconds of the first period. Greenlee and Johnson. 2-point lead for Brock Johnson over on mat number 1. And they go into the second with Johnson up by 2 points. And Greenlee goes to the bottom position. To start the second, he's up, hip slice back around, double unders. Now goes over the top on Johnson. Greenlee down by 1 point, 3-2 score. So we're here, mat number 2. That was your final. Levi Jensen will take on Grunfelder for third place at 133 pounds. Tazarek will wrestle Robertson for 5th place. And 139, now we have Zane Allender out there on mat number 2, taking on Kyler Shaleski of Hettinger Scranton. Shaleski making the drop down to 139 from 45. Down here wrestling Allender at 139. So that Cruz Ranke Yanish matchup, looks like that didn't happen. I'm going to have to go take a look at the brackets. 5-4 is the score here for Greenlee and Johnson. They're in a stalemate. Greenlee with the takedown, Johnson with the escape. They go into the stalemate. Greenlee had the shin whizzer on Johnson. Second period, 38 seconds remaining over on mat number 1. Greenlee underneath, Johnson trying to block the leg with the spiral. Up over the top. He'll try to get Greenlee moving a little bit. Now another stalemate call on mat number 1. Greenlee has the 1-point lead, 21 seconds remaining. Johnson, little level change. Greenlee's going to go in. Johnson catches him on the down block. Greenlee's back up to his feet, final 10 seconds. Greenlee still has the 1-point lead. I think Johnson has choice. Greenlee with the arm drag. He trips Johnson, gets him down to the mat. Nothing working, though, for Greenlee. Level change by Johnson at the end of the period. Time runs out on the clock. And 5-4 is your score. Johnson has choice, and he chooses bottom. Greenlee and Johnson more than likely will decide this one from their feet. We'll see how Greenlee, if he can get the right out. Off the whistle, Johnson sits out, clears the hands and the hips right away. So it took him about 3 seconds, almost a little less than that. Ties it up at 5, minute 50 on the clock. Level change by Johnson. Back up to his feet. Mat number 2 between Allender and Shaleski going into the second period. That's scoreless going into the second. So look at the tail of the tape between Shaleski and Allender. Allender last year at the state tournament placed 7th at 133 pounds. And Shaleski placed 8th at 133. You can say this is a matchup between that 7th and 8th place match last year at the state tournament. Allender seeded 4 at the East-West. Shaleski seeded number 6. And now Johnson in on a single leg shot on Greenlee. Greenlee tries to counter. Johnson's going to walk this around on Greenlee. Greenlee kind of has that knee stuck down to the mat. Johnson underneath. All he's got to do is pop up and around on Greenlee. Greenlee not able to get the whizzer in. Johnson goes in, captures the legs, and right away Greenlee's back up, but has 50 seconds here to try to tie this up with Johnson. Final 45 seconds. Greenlee hip ice back over. Johnson catches Greenlee. Greenlee's going to have to scramble through this. Johnson with a couple swipes, but no back points here with Greenlee. Greenlee still fighting, final 30 seconds. He has a 3-point lead, now catches Greenlee for another swipe. Final 20 seconds. 3-point lead for Brock Johnson. Greenlee back up to his base. He's going to try to stand up. Don't count Greenlee out here. Now final 12 seconds. He's going to go underneath. He's going to try to elevator Johnson over. Final 5 seconds. Johnson does the smart thing and just hunkers down on the mat. He'll pick up a decision. 8-5 win at 145 pounds over Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee wrestling for 5th place. So Shaleski and Allender now a 7-2 score. So Kyler Shaleski breaks it open. Now 3-point takedown, 7-5 is your score. Allender with the takedown. He's down by 2 points. Trying to hit a cradle over the top on Kyler Shaleski. Shaleski long and lean, gets an arm poked out. Allender has to watch out in this scramble position. Final 5 seconds of our second period. Allender's down by 2 points. We are coming to the bottom of the hour break as we are into our consolation semifinal matches. We will step away and have a word from our sponsors. Come back for a Bank North scoreboard update in our Olson Accounting hourly recap. This is YourLiveEvent.com.
Industries about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon!
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms. Saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage. Our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank Forward of Carrington, they're more than just your local bank. They are your financial partner for every step of life. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy access to your money with personalized service that makes banking simple. Need insurance, tax assistance, or investment advice? Their experts are here to guide you. From everyday banking to long-term planning, Bank Forward has you covered. Bank Forward, your partner for financial success. Visit bankforward.com and build your financial future. Member FDIC.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
This is Chris Brecken from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. We specialize in seed meter calibration, planter maintenance, and offer the full line of precision planting products. Walking your fields with you, helping you identify maintenance issues on your planter, developing a plan that puts you back in control of your planter. That's what we do here at Agassiz Precision Ag. Stop by or give us a call. Agassiz Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Hey, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we are back for the, for consolation semifinal matches. As we will try to update you. And I did take a look at that 139-pound bracket, so it was Cruz Ranke wrestling for third place. He picks up a medical forfeit win as Brixton Yanish with the medical forfeit to Ranke at 139. So Cruz Ranke for Lisbon takes on Kyler Shaleski for third place. And it was Shaleski over Allender by decision, 13-10, so that one got a little wild there. 13-10 win for Shaleski over Allender. Ranke and Shaleski will meet up for third place. And then Yanish and Allender, if that med forfeit holds, Allender would be your fifth place winner at 139. So now going to 145 pounds in the third period. That's a 1-0 win at 145 for Case Allender. So Case Allender wrestling for third place. He wins by decision 1-0 over Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. So Brock Johnson and Allender. Now Schneider and Greenlee will meet up again in the tournament for fifth place. So those two, with a previous meeting in the quarterfinals, Greenlee ended up winning that one in a wild one, 15-13. So he gets to wrestle Schneider again. Schneider with the rematch against Greenlee. So we have our mat number 2, Corbin Clifton, now has a 5-4 lead over Zaid Heyer. Heyer opened up with a 3-point takedown on mat number 2. And then mat number 1, Miles Thiel, just Ryan Eng on a double leg takedown shot on Thiel. Thiel just able to hit a whizzer, just as it looked like Eng was turning the corner. As we're now back from our break, we will look at your Bank North scoreboard update here from Bank North with those team standings. Currently you have your top 5. You have 4 teams tied for 5th. Stanley with 79.5 points, along with Napoleon, Ellendale, Edgeley, Coleman, Bowman County. All tied for 5th. Oaks in 4th place with 87. Velva in 3rd with 104. New Salem Almont in 2nd with 118. And Lisbon in 1st place with 130.5 points. We have another Kindred Lisbon matchup. Out here on mat number 1 in the consolation semifinals. This time it's Eng against Theologist. Theologist down on a single leg on Ryan Eng. Eng with the Shin Whizzer in. Eng still with the Shin Whizzer. And they have stalemate called. Corbin Clifton's 8 higher. 6-5 is the score. Higher now has the 2-point lead on Clifton at the end of the second period. And Theologist and Eng still scoreless at the end of the first period. They're going to go into the second. Flip of the disc goes to Theologist. Eng defers. Eng chooses bottom position to start the second period. So off the whistle on mat number 1. Eng broke belly down. Thiel just going to work, has the arm chopped on the far side. Trying to feed the hand or the wrist through on this right side. Eng trying to belly crawl and extend. Now Thiel just goes back, tries to turk the leg. Eng able to stand up. Clears the hands. Now right away with the reshot and a 1-point escape. Eng here with the leg attack. So going to try to elevate this. See if he can return Theologist down. Theologist with the single leg defense. Eng takes him to the center of the mat. Working against Theologist. Going to go into the whizzer with Eng. Eng is going to try the backwards trip and returns him. I like the arm behind the back on that one. And Eng was able to do that. Picks up the 3-point takedown. Now 4-1 lead. 4-0 lead for Ryan Eng on mat number 1 at 152 pounds. The winners on mat 1 and 2 will face each other for 3rd place. Still 6-5. The score is 8 higher. And Clifton, they're called for a stalemate with 39 seconds remaining. Higher has the 1-point lead over Corbin Clifton. Clifton, returning state champion for Carrington. They're wrestling 152 pounds. Try to look at the tail of the tape. Here for Clifton and Higher. Clifton, number 1 seed. Now he's in on a double leg shot. 6-5 is the score. Or I should say in that forklift waterfall position. Final 15 seconds. And a stall call now going against Ryan Eng on the edge of the mat with 17 seconds remaining in the second period. So they're going 4-0 with 17 seconds remaining in the second. Clifton with the score at the end and secures the victory in some near fall. Clifton wrestling for 3rd. So Clifton, winner by decision, 10-6. He'll take on the winner over here between Theologist and Ryan Eng. Eng has the 4-0 lead against Theologist. 2 minutes on the clock here for Theologist to try to close the gap. Eng and another nice low single shot on Theologist. Theologist goes waterfall over the top on Ryan Eng. Eng's going to try to pass the leg. Theologist doing a good job of tying this up on Eng. Eng should just try to keep advancing, and a stalemate called. Still 4-0. Eng warned for stalling. Double leg or single leg shot by Theologist. Here's Eng. Works up over the top on Theologist. Theologist ties up the elbow, looking for the restart. Still 4-0, minute 19 on the clock on mat number 1 between Theologist and Ryan Eng. Mat number 2, Maddox Campbell, 160 pounds, wrestling Greg Fewer. Campbell opens up with the takedown in near fall. He has a 7-0 lead with a minute remaining in the first period on mat 2. Eng with another single leg shot on Theolgis. He's been catching Theolgis. He's going to try to dump the legs over the head. Theolgis keeping him tied up. And just kind of content there to sit in that position with the stalemate. Not sure what's up with Eng. He's going into some injury time. So Eng in some injury time now with Theolgis. He had that head guard and is pressing up against his forehead. Maybe just going to get rid of it for the last 30 seconds, or I should say last 56 seconds. And now a scramble on mat number 2 between Campbell and Fuhrer. Now it's 10-6 is the score. Campbell trying to scramble. Fuhrer's on his hip at the end of the period. Campbell take the 4-point lead into the second. Will score points all over the place over on mat number 2. 10-6 as we're going into this second period. Eng and Thiel just now on their feet, 4-0. Final 50 seconds. Eng with the level change. And slide by right away here for Theolgis. Theolgis now 4-3. He comes out firing after that break, so breaks the momentum. On Eng's going to slide in. Single leg shot on Theolgis. Final 30 seconds. Eng's going to try to suck this one up. He's still underneath there. Theolgis kind of with that three-quarter Nelson. Eng's still trying to advance it. He's going to turn the corner. Here's Eng and Theolgis. Eng is going to suck this one up, and stalemate called. Final 19 seconds. 5-3 is the score. Takedown wins it for Theolgis. Eng's been warned for stalling. That's just each wrestler shoots in. No takedown here for Theolgis. Theolgis and Eng going down to the final 10 seconds. And they roll off the edge of the mat down to 9 seconds remaining here for Eng and Theolgis. Eng has to be ready off the whistle. Theolgis with that quick takedown. Eng takes a step back. Slide by Theolgis with the takedown. He'll take the lead. And the points now against Eng. Eng after the whistle in now. 6-5 win for Miles Theolgis over Ryan Eng at 152 pounds. So Theolgis wrestles Clifton. (6-5) winner, Miles Theolgis over Ryan Eng. Eng wrestles higher for 5th. So here, mat number 2, 11-6 is the score. Maddox Campbell has the 5-point lead in the second period. 47 seconds remaining in the second. Sawyer Knoll, Lincoln Spear on mat number 1, 160-pound consolation semifinal. Same thing. These wrestlers will match up for third place. The winner on the mats 1 and 2 will match up for third place. Right now, Campbell has the 5-point lead on Fuhrer. Now, 3-point takedown. So 11-9 is the score. Fuhrer down by 2 points in the second period. Still a lot of time left in that match between Maddox Campbell and Greg Fuhrer on mat number 2. Sawyer Knoll and Lincoln Spear. Spear with the 3-point takedown in that one on mat number 1 with a minute remaining. We'll try to get your Olson Accounting recap at the top of the hour and where we're at in this consolation semifinal round. See how each team in our YLE viewing area is doing with Carrington, Kindred, Lisbon, and Hillsborough Central Valley. And now 12-9, 12-10 is the score. 13-9 is the score. And another 3-point takedown, 13-12 in the third period. Still a lot of time in mat number 2. In mat number 1, 3-0 score. Spear and Sawyer Knoll wrestling it out as they're called out with 12 seconds remaining. And Spear catches Knoll on the sit-out, tried to hit a chin drop. Knoll back around, gets belly down. And here's Campbell, doubles up on Fear, takes him down. He has Fear on his hip. He's going to scoop across the chin, reaches the far shoulder. Fear still on his hip. Campbell not able to score any near fall off it, but he does get the takedown. 17-12, 5-point lead for Maddox Campbell. Sawyer Knoll, Lincoln Spear 3-0 score. Lincoln Spear in the top position, and they're in the second period. Now with the 2-point reversal. So there is a 2-point reversal for Lincoln Spear. Now 5-0 is the score. Maddox Campbell, Greg Fear, 17-12, final 30 seconds. That's in the third period. Campbell and runs the pipe on Fear, sets him back down on the mat. Fear reaching over the top, not much he can do in that position. Maybe get a stalemate, now trying to get back up. You get those hips up. Reaching inside, trying to work a switch. Now 5 seconds remaining. In Maddox Campbell hangs on to win on mat number 2. Wrestling for third place. At 160 pounds, Campbell wrestling for third. Fear wrestling for 5th place. Campbell takes on the winner between Sawyer Knoll and Lincoln Spear. 5-1's the score. 5-1's the score over on mat number 1 between Lincoln Spear, Sawyer Knoll. And here we are, 160 pounds, Sawyer Knoll, Lincoln Spear. Spear back around, another 3-point takedown, has the 8-1 lead at the end of the second period on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Cale Hebel, Lamore, Matt Barstead. Hebel with the 3-point takedown, minute 44 on the clock in the first period. He's up 3-0 over Barstead. Barstead trying to tripod up. Hebel throws in the leg. This is 172-pound consolation semifinal match. Spear returns Sawyer Knoll back down to the mat on mat number 1. Has the 8-1 lead up by 7 on mat 1. If he holds on, he'll face Campbell, Maddox Campbell of Velva for third place. Here, Hebel has a cradle locked up. Matt Barstead able to kind of kick out the leg on Hebel. Hebel has to let go. Now Cale Hebel goes to a leg ride on the near side. Breaks down Matt Barstead. Belly down, is going to try to stretch him out and walk this out. Underneath the chin. Now lets go, is going to reposition himself with 42 seconds remaining in the first period. Cale Hebel's up 3-0 on mat number 2. And mat number 1, Sawyer Knoll, Lincoln Spear in the third period. 8-1 lead remains for Lincoln Spear. Knoll kind of tripods up. Still has hands on the mat. Knoll spins away and hips ice back into Spear. Dives for a single leg. Spear sprawls out. Knoll in deep and off the edge of the mat. Back to their feet here for Sawyer Knoll. And Hebel catches Matt Barstead working for a fall. Hebel has a tight head and arm here as time expires, and he will pick up near fall. 7-0 score. Cale Hebel leads over Madden Barstead of Velva. And now going into our second period, Hebel in the bottom position. He has a 7-0 lead on mat number 2. Lincoln Spear, Sawyer Knoll, 8-2 score. Knoll, nice little arm drag, spins around behind, kind of swims over the top, and another 3-point takedown. He's up 11-2 on mat number 1. So he has the 11-2 lead. Hebel stands up on mat number 2, clears the hips and the hands. 1 point escape, now up by 8 points, 8-0 lead on mat number 2 for Cale Hebel. Little snap down by Barstead, working that far edge of the mat. He backs up, double leg shot by Barstead as they're off the mat. Back to the center for a restart. They have 1:29 remaining in the second period on mat number 2. And that's Lincoln Spear into the third place match. He'll face Mattis Campbell of Velva. Sawyer Knoll will face Greg Fear of EEK. Your other 172-pound consolation semifinal match is now up. Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings takes on Brock Norton, New Salem Almont. Mengi returning state place winner for Kindred. In the tournament, Tanner Mengi seeded number 5. Brock Norton for New Salem Almont seeded number 3. Norton last year at the state tournament placed 4th at 172 pounds. Here's Hebel in the top position. He's up 11-0 on Madden Barstead. On mat number 2, he has a cradle hooked up. Near fall would close this one out. 4-point near fall would close this one out with a technical decision, but he wants the pin. He has the cradle locked up pretty tight, and that does it. And the win by technical decision with that 4-point near fall. It's 15-0. Hebel wrestling for third place. And now Tanner Mengi and Norton scoreless in the first period. Barstead wrestling for 5th. Hebel takes on the winner between Mengi and Norton. Mengi in on a double leg shot, turns the corner, just not able to get there yet. Norton cracks down on Mengi with a quarter Nelson over the top. Digs it in, grabs the wrist. Now Mengi cracks down Norton again. Turns the corner for the 3-point takedown. Kindred boys having a good round here in this consolation semifinal bouts. They've all come through the wrestleback rounds. They had one semifinalist, and that was Gavin Rude. But the others coming back through, taking it the hard way, the hard route into this top 6. But Tanner Mengi now has the 3-1 lead. So we're wrestling 3rd and 5th place matches following our consolation semifinal bout. 3-1 going into the second period here for Tanner Mengi, leading Brock Norton. And mat number 2, 189-pound consolation semifinal between William Roundy and Ashton Weathersby at 189. Weathersby for Williams County seeded number 5 in the tournament. William Roundy seeded number 4. And Roundy has Weathersby over on his back, working for a fall, and now has a 10-1 lead on mat number 1 with 40 seconds remaining. Mengi still up 3-1 on Brock Norton of New Salem. That's in the second period, minute 25. Stall warning going to Tanner Mengi. Mengi with the stall warning. Norton stands up, hips away. 1-point escape for Brock Norton. 3-2 score. And off the edge of the mat, and not sure what happened to Brock Norton, goes down. Mengi kind of got into him with an ankle pick. Goes down onto the floor on the far side. Roundy has the 10-1 lead on mat number 2 against Ashton Weathersby of Williams County at 189-pound consolation semifinal match. The wrestlers starting this neutral position second period. Roundy goes in, collar tie on Weathersby. Has arm kind of in that crook of the neck, saddle of the neck. And push hooks back around behind it. Controlling that far elbow. Now wrestlers break apart. Change level changes, or level change. That makes sense. Level change. Tanner Mengi, Brock Norton. Norton back down on the mat. Not sure what happened to him as they scrambled off. Now for the second time on the edge, and that looks like that does it here between Mengi and Norton. Norton is down with some injury time. I did see Mengi take off the leg band. And Roundy now 3 more takedowns up, 13-1. Roundy up 13-1 on Weathersby. So Norton will have to medical forfeit. Had something caught and down with an injury. So Tanner Mengi, 189, wrestling for third place. 172 wrestling for third. He takes on Cale Hebel of Lemoore. And 189 still out here with Roundy and Weathersby. 13-1 lead with 16 seconds remaining for William Roundy to make it into the third place match. That's in the second period. He has the 12-point lead. Off the whistle on the restart. Weathersby hip ice back around, trying to score at the end of the period. Final 10 seconds of our second period. Roundy over the top, cradles up. Weathersby cracks him down to his hip, but he's going to run out of time in the second. He'll take a 13-1 lead into the third on mat number 2. As we are approaching that top of the hour. You do have Braden Chenot out here for Hillsborough Central Valley at 189 pounds. Wrestling Gus Straumann, Chenot returning state place winner for Hillsborough Central Valley. And Gus Straumann for Beulah Hazen. Now that does it. Tech fall decision for William Roundy over Ashton Weathersby at 189. Roundy wrestling for third place. He takes on the winner between Straumann and Chenot on mat number 1. So Straumann for Beulah Hazen, state qualifier last year at 189 pounds. Chenot in the tournament seeded number 3. And Gus Straumann unseeded in the tournament. He knocked off the number 5 seed Ashton Weathersby. Then defeated by Roundy in the quarterfinals. Now down here in the consolation semifinals, wrestling Braden Chenot. Chenot was defeated by Trey Bombach in the semifinals, knocking him down into this consolation semifinal with Gus Straumann of Beulah Hazen. They go scoreless into the second period. Here's Brock Lyons wrestling Tucker Turbeville of Bowman County. So a rematch, first round rematch here for Brock Lyons and Turbeville. And Turbeville, just a strong brute at 215 pounds, giving these wrestlers, all kinds of fits. He's scoreless with Brock Lyons with the minute 13 remaining. The Lions on near edge of the mat with Turbeville. Turbeville wades in. Wrestlers back to the center on mat number 2. Straumann and Schnell still scoreless in the second period. We will break away after these conclusion of both these matches on mats number 1 and 2. Take another timeout. We'll come back and wrap up with our Olson Accounting recap. And more than likely by then we'll be into our championship matches, or the break between the placing rounds and the championship matches as they rearrange the mats. And a snap down by Turbeville on Lyons. Lyons gets back to his feet, starts driving his legs. But they go out off the edge of the mat for a restart back to the center. That's with 21 seconds remaining in the first period. Straumann and Braden Schnell at 189 are scoreless in the second period. Schnell in the top position trying to hit the right out. He has 45 seconds to keep Gus Straumann down on the mat. Has him buried down there, belly down, goes up over the top, works a crossface. 3 seconds remaining on mat number 2 between Lyons and Turbeville. And wrestlers go into the second scoreless. Decision time for Lyons. Lyons right away chooses bottom position with Turbeville. Gus Straumann and Schnell. Straumann with a little momentum has the hips underneath him, but Schnell goes armbar, breaks down Gus Straumann. Has him belly down on the mat. Now goes hammerlock behind his back with 5 seconds remaining in the second period. Schnell with the ride out. He'll have choice to start the third. And Turbeville and Lyons. Lyons trying to Granby out on the edge of the mat with Turbeville. Minute 40 remaining in the second period. Chop of the arm by Turbeville. Has Lyons broke belly down. Lyons back up to his feet. Turbeville does have a nice high crotch fireman shot that we've seen him use a few times. With some of these wins, and now Lyons warned for stalling as he kind of bear crawled off the mat. Back to the center for a restart. Turbeville in the top position. Lyons crawling again. And he's trying to set up a roll with Turbeville, but Turbeville breaks down, chops the arm. Lyons having a hard time with Turbeville right now. He's riding tough in the top position. Lyons sits out, catches Turbeville a little bit high. He's going to try to step back around. He's got the arm locked up in the leg, but Turbeville, with a lot of pressure, keeps Lyons down on the mat. Lyons going back. Now he's going to get out. And a one-point escape for Brock Lyons. Lyons really trying to work underneath and hit a roll. Turbeville with that nice high crotch, something Lyons will have to watch out for. 40 seconds remaining in the second period. And Schnell and Straumann still scoreless. With 45 seconds remaining, Schnell has Straumann down on his hip. Straumann hoping for a stalemate call. Schnell still working, advances. Now a 2-point reversal for Braden Schnell for Hillsborough Central Valley. Schnell goes crossface on Straumann. And now a 2-0 lead as the final seconds tick off the mat. Braden Schnell, your winner in wrestling for third place at 189 pounds. Lyons and Turbeville go off the mat. If Turbeville keeps wrestling like this, he might sneak onto the podium at the state tournament. His record doesn't show how he's wrestling today or how he's wrestled this weekend. Now choose neutral here for Turbeville against Lyons. Lyons has the 1-0 lead at 215 pounds. With 2 minutes on the clock, Lyons up 1-0. So Schnell wrestling for third place. He won by a 2-0 decision over Gus Straumann. Straumann wrestling Weathersby for 5th place at 189. Here, 2:15. Brock Lyons, Tucker Turbeville, still 1-0 the score. Lyons been warned for stalling, so he has to keep that in mind. Wrestling Turbeville. Turbeville's pushing into Lyons. Lyons still backing. Lyons tries to throw by on Turbeville. Turbeville goes in. Here's Lyons and Turbeville, edge of the mat. Turbeville drops down on a single on Lyons. Minute 12 remaining. You're at 215 pounds, both mats. Lyons pummeling in there with Turbeville. Turbeville backs out, holding the center of the mat. Minute remaining in the 3rd period. Turbeville pushing on Lyons again. Lyons backs out. Lyons wades in. Now Turbeville collar tie. Double leg hits that high crotch shot on Lyons. Has Lyons go down at his hip. Lyons catches him, rolls through. Turbeville comes out the back door, and Lyons in a reversal. Or takedown. Lyons reverses Turbeville in the win here for Lyons, and he has Turbeville flat in the fall for Brock Lyons as he bulldogs and throws over Turbeville, just like wrestling the calves on the farm. And big boy Brock Lyons with the win by fall at 215 pounds. And that got the place talking a little bit in here. So Lyons wrestling for 3rd place at 215. Turbeville, wrestling. Turbeville wrestling for 5th. Jaden Foss and Andre Dahl, 3-0 lead for Jaden Foss of Velva. And 285 pounds consolation semifinals between Matthew Jacob and Brett Tosted on mat number 2. That match just underway. Jaden Foss has the 3-0 lead on Andre Dahl, started the 2nd period.
Just a reminder, we will be closing, the concessions will be closing at the end of this round. We will have them closed before finals. So if you want to grab a bite or a snack,
So we will step away here for a break. And just like to thank our ad sponsors here as we bring in new coverage from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth on YourLiveEvent.com. We're high atop the bleachers inside the Salem High School Gymnasium. Finishing up our day 2 coverage as we head out of these consolation semifinal rounds and going into our 3rd place and 5th place matches coming up. But we will take a quick break and come back, try to hit an Olson Accounting recap and a Bank North scoreboard update on YourLiveEvent.com.
Doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Hillsborough Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you're into sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Lex Ellingson, a senior at Hillsborough High School. My favorite thing at Hillsborough High School is hanging out with my teammates after school, because it's helped me grow as a person and have fun in my community. Find your favorite at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Life is full of surprises, and at Bickett Insurance Agency of Carrington, they're here to protect what matters most to you. Bickett Insurance is your local auto owner's insurance agency, offering home, auto, business, crop, health, or life insurance with personalized solutions tailored to your needs and budget. With over 20 years of experience, trust Bickett Insurance Agency to provide you with peace of mind. Let's ensure your future is secure with Bickett Insurance Agency services, serving Foster and Stutsman counties and throughout the state of North Dakota. Bickett Insurance, your local auto owner's insurance agency, protecting what matters most.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Transform your home with Central City Lumber, your one-stop shop for all your home improvement needs. From showplace cabinets, stylish flooring, and Valspar paint, they have everything you need to bring your vision to life. Their expert team is here to help you choose the perfect materials and provide expert advice for your project. Plus, they build custom portable homes that can be moved anywhere in North Dakota. Visit Central City Lumber in Carrington today and see why they're the go-to destination for home improvement. Stop by and let's get started on your next project. Central City Lumber, quality you can build on.
At Sendak Cooperative, we are proud to be your trusted full-service grain, agronomy, and energy choice for our communities in central North Dakota. For all of your grain, agronomy, and energy decisions, they are proud to support our local farmers and communities we work and live in. With our state-of-the-art facilities and dedicated team, we ensure your farming operation will be looked at with care and efficiency. Whether you're looking for marketing decisions, agronomy needs, fuel for your operation, or a hot cup of coffee at their C-stores, Sendak Cooperative has you covered. Visit them online at SendakCooperative.com to learn more about how they can serve you. Sendak Cooperative, proud to serve our communities in central North Dakota.
Hey, welcome back here, LiveEvent.com, here for day 2 coverage from the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick here broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. I atop the bleachers from the New Salem High School Gymnasium with your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. It's your small town bank and big time partner with Stock Growers mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near you so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. This is your Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. And now into our Bank North scoreboard update here on YourLiveEvent.com as we head out of the consolation semifinals. We got a couple tied up matches here. We're tied up at 3 on mat number 2, and then our mat number 1 and mat number 2. We're tied up now a 2-1 lead as that score just changed. But here's your Bank North scoreboard update. Looking over the scoreboard and see if there's any changes, as we do have a number of teams still now tied up for 6th place, as Kindred picking up a few wins in these consolation semifinal matches, as they now have 86 points in 5th place. Excuse me, Oaks in 4th place with 91. Velva in 3rd place with 117. New Salem Almont in 2nd with 118 points, and Lisbon extends their lead with 137.5 points with that big victory by Brock Lyons. Looked like he was going to go down in the match, but he pulls out some more Lions magic and wins by fall at 215 pounds, wrestling now for 3rd place at 215 pounds for the Broncos. That is your Bank North scoreboard update, as we will start our 3rd and 5th place matches. 3rd place matches are going to go on mat number 1, 5th place on mat number 2, as we have our 5th place match out on mat number 2 at this time. We're still tied up at 215 pounds at 4 apiece in this overtime period. Voss of Velva is in the bottom position. There's Andre Dahl in the top position. Voss sits out. Dahl trying to follow him around. He has Voss broke belly down. Excuse me. So Voss has broke belly down. Dahl's just going to keep him on the bottom position, still at 4. And that'll do it. As we went to all periods of overtime, went through the sudden victory, the 30 seconds each, and then the top or bottom you escape, you win. Bottom, you ride them out, you win. And that goes to Andre Dahl of Napoleon. So Andre Dahl taking on Brock Lyons at 215 pounds for 3rd place. And Voss will wrestle Turbeville for 5th place.
In the hole, mat 1, 114 pounds, 3rd, 4th place match. Say Bishop Bryant, Gores of Northern Lights.
All right, now back with our 285-pound consolation semifinal match between Levi Huron and Seth Irie. That match just underway on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Alberta Verdine and Trig Dahlstrom, 5-1 score. Now 12-1 as Dahlstrom comes out in a scoring machine in that first period. Still 30 seconds on the clock, but he has the 12-1 lead over Alberta Verdine. Man on a mission here to take 5th place. Verdine catches Dahlstrom on his hip, and Irie catches Uran in a head and arm. He's working for the fall and the pin for Seth Irie, just putting a lot of pressure on that head and arm, wrestling for a 3rd place at heavyweight for EEK. That was the result on mat number 1. Irie wins by fall. Now our 3rd place match coming up at 107 pounds.
In the hole on mat number 1. In the hole, mat number 1.
And that's Kramlich against Swanson for 3rd place. 12-4 is the score. Verdine kind of back in this one now. He's down by 8 points. Dahlstrom, just as I say that, with another takedown now, 15-4 on mat number 2 at 107 pounds. That's 3rd and 5th place matches. All 3rd place matches on mat number 1, 5th place on match number 2, or mat number 2. Swanson and Kramlich still scoreless in the first. And try to get over to our Olson Accounting tournament update. As we already went through that Bank North scoreboard, we'll try to get some of your results here for the Lisbon Broncos after that consolation semifinal round. And just update you on Grayson Lyons for the Broncos at 121 pounds, finishes in 8th place. He lost by major decision to Cale Schwartz in that 7th and 8th place match. Noah Anderson for the Broncos in the championship match. He defeated Cone Bell by decision 4-1 in the semifinals this morning. 133 pounds, Gavin Robertson lost in the consolation semifinals to Brooks Grunfelder by a 4-2 decision. Robertson wrestling for 5th place for the Broncos. 139 pounds, Cruz Ranke won by medical forfeit over Brexton Yanish. And Ranke wrestling for 3rd place at 139 pounds. 145, it was Brock Johnson. A Kindred won by decision over Griffin Greenlee 8-5. Johnson wrestling for 3rd place for Kindred. Greenlee wrestling for 5th place for Lisbon at 145. And another Kindred Lisbon matchup, Miles Thiel just won by decision over Ryan Eng. 6-5 at 152 pounds. Eng wrestling for 5th place for Lisbon. Thiel just wrestling for 3rd place for Kindred at 152 pounds. 160, Eli Lyons for the Broncos in the championship match. He won or defeated Matt Campbell of Velva in the semifinals by a fall in 1 minute. And then at 172, it was Callan Garber of Carrington over Riley Lucina by tech fall for 7th place. So Lucina for the Broncos finishes in 7th, and Garber for Carrington, or Lucina for the Broncos finishes in 8th, and Garber for Carrington finishes in 7th. And then at 215 pounds, Brock Lyons with some of the Lions magic. As Tuberville looked like he had Lions dead to rights with the reversal at the end of the period and taking the lead, or I should say in that high crotch fireman's and take the lead, but Lions with the reversal in the pinning combination wins by fall in 5:31 at 215 pounds. He's wrestling for 3rd place for the Broncos. And then at 285, Aiden Hinkle in the championship match as he defeated Seth Irie of EEK by a major decision 10-2 in the semifinals. So that is your Olsen Accounting update. Here for your Lisbon Broncos. I'll try to squeeze in a few more here for the Kindred Vikings, Carrington Cardinals, and then Hillsborough Central Valley Burros. As these 3rd place matches still ongoing. In 5th place. And that's a win by fall. Trick Dahlstrom winner by fall. He'll take 3rd place. At 107 pounds, or 5th place at 107. That 3rd place match still ongoing between Swanson and Cramlich. 2-1's the score. Cramlich is up by 1 point over Bristol Swanson of Kindred. And turning to Kindred in that Olsen Accounting update. Here, Bristol Swanson in this 3rd place match against Sky Cramlich. 114 pounds, Gavin Rude wrestling for 5th place. He lost by decision 14-8 to Keenan Gores in the consolation semifinals. Then at 133 pounds, for 7th place, it was Cody Gerhardt over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred by fall. So Cameron Kittleson in 8th place for Kindred at 133. 145 pounds. Brock Johnson, we already talked about that, over Griffin Greenlee by decision. Johnson wrestling for 3rd at 145. Greenlee wrestling for 5th for Lisbon. 152, and it was Miles Thiel just in the consolation semifinals over Ryan Eng by decision 6-5. And now Thiel just with the update will take 3rd place as he wins by medical forfeit over Corbin Clifton for 3rd place at 152 pounds. And then Tanner Mengi wrestling for 3rd place as he defeated Brock Norton in the consolation semifinals. So Mengi wrestling for 3rd at 172 for Kindred. And now out here with Rude wrestling for 5th place against Walker Miller. That's the rematch of that quarterfinal bout between Miller and Gavin Rude. Rude currently with double unders, or with an underhook on the near side. It's now a 3-1 score. Gavin Rude with the early lead, up by 2 points with 30 seconds remaining in the first period on mat number 2 for 5th place. And Cramlich now has the 5-1 lead in the 3rd period on mat number 1 at the 107-pound weight bracket, wrestling for 3rd. And now blood time we have over on mat number 2 with Gavin Rude leading by a score of 3-1. And we will turn now to the Carrington Cardinals. I'll give you that Olson Accounting recap here for Carrington, as they do have Sky Kramlich currently wrestling for third place at 107 pounds against Bristol Swanson of Kindred. He has the 5-1 lead at 121 pounds. Drew Carr wrestling for fifth place, as he was defeated by Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen in the consolation semifinals by decision 6-1. So Drew Carr wrestling for fifth. At 145 pounds, it's Nick Garber wrestling in the championship, as he won in the semifinals over Case Allender by a fall in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 152 pounds, we just talked about that. Corbin Clifton takes fourth place. He advanced into that third and fourth place match with a win over Zaid Heyer of Oaks, but Clifton medical forfeits to fourth place at 152. And then at 172 pounds, it was Callan Garber winning by fall over Riley Lucina of Lisbon. So Garber takes seventh place at 172. And that rounds out those wrestlers in those placing rounds this far. After the consolation semifinal matches for Carrington, we're going to take a look at Hillsboro Central Valley to close out this Olson Accounting recap. As Hillsboro Central Valley's Justin Terrell wrestling for fifth place. He was defeated in the consolation semifinals by Cole Mogren of Kenmare Bull Bells Burke Central by fall in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And then at 139, Sawyer Owens wrestling for the championship, as he defeated Cruz Ranke in the semifinals by decision 7-1. And at 160 pounds, or excuse me, at 189 pounds, it was Braden Chenol over Gus Drummond in the consolation semifinals. So Braden Chenol wrestling for third place at 189. And that concludes your Olson Accounting update and our Bank North scoreboard update here from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We're back here for these placing matches, third place and fifth place matches. Kindred with two wrestlers out here wrestling for a top six place finish. Gavin Rude has the 6-1 lead. So Rude up 6-1 with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. He's going to try to pancake over Miller. Picks up three more near fall, has a 9-1 lead on Walker Miller. Rude trying to pick up fifth place for Kindred. And he's wins by fall for Gavin Rude, as he caught Miller with double underhooks, pancaked him over, and wins by fall. At the end of the second period, Gavin Rude places fifth at 114 pounds. And now the third place match at 114, Peyton Shea and Keenan Gores. That's a 7-1 lead for Peyton Shea, mine up Bishop Ryan over Keenan Gores of Northern Lights. And now for fifth place, Justin Terrell, Hillsboro Central Valley takes on Drew Carr at 121 pounds. Fifth place match just underway. Peyton Shea, Keenan Gores. Gores in the top position, has an armbar locked up on Peyton Shea. He's going to try to drag this up and over. He gets around behind him. He has to watch so he doesn't get called for potentially dangerous. Shea trying to post the outside leg. Gores brings him back down to the mat. Terrell in a scramble with Carr for the three-point takedown for Justin Terrell. He goes up 3-0 on mat number 2, 121 pounds for fifth place. Here's Gores in the top position. He's down by 6 points. He has an armbar locked up. Now kind of do a double armbar. He does have a double armbar locked up on Shea, and he's going to roll him over. This thing's tight here for Gores. He readjusts on Shea. He's going to pick up near fall. He's going to sit through Those arms twisted into pretzel behind the back of Peyton Shea, and that can't be up by much here with Keenan Gores. In the win by fall for Gores on mat number 1 at 114 pounds. He is your third place winner. At 114, wins by fall over Peyton Shea out mat number 1. And we have mat number 2, 121 pounds, fifth place match. Justin Terrell has a 2-point lead over Drew Carr, now 3-1 in the first period. And mat number 1 for third place at 121 is Joshua Turnus, Beulah Hazen, returning state place winner, and Cole Mogren, returning state place winner. Terrell and Mogren out here wrestling for third place at the East-West at 121 pounds. See Turnus last year at the state tournament placed second, state runner-up at 114, and Mogren third place at 114 pounds. They're out here wrestling for third place at the East-West Wrestling Tournament. That's your matchup on mat number 1. Drew Carr, returning state place winner, is wrestling Justin Terrell for fifth place. Carr last year placed fourth at 114, and Terrell placed eighth. So it's just a reunion for all these wrestlers out here. They all state place winners at 114 pounds. Battling it out for third and fifth places. So they're still wrestling now with Terrell in a scramble with Drew Carr. So Drew Carr went down to his knees. Terrell recovers. Back up to his feet, still has a 2-point lead. Joshua Turnus and Mogren with the reversal. Catches Turnus on his hip, throws in a half Nelson. Turnus going to his back, trying to roll through, and is going to give up at least 2 near. No, it looks like 3 near fall as he rolls through. 5-3 is the score on mat number 1 at 121 pounds. Mogren grabs the 5-3 lead. So Carr and Terrell. It's a 1-point escape for Turnus, and a big double leg and mat return at the end of the period. And Cole Mogren scrambling around, scores the takedown at the end of the period. Score is 8-4 in favor of Cole Mogren, as his feet, hands, and body were moving on that takedown to hit that score at the end of the period. Now he's up by 4 at the start of the second period on mat number 1. Turnus in the top position. Mogren doing a little hand fighting on the left side as Turnus trying to hit the arm lever, has the wrist caught, digging that forehead into the back tricep on Mogren. Mogren keeping that arm bent. Now Turnus gets it stretched out. He's going to try to walk this around and call for potentially dangerous with that arm stretched out. Go back to the center of the mat for a restart here at 121 pounds on mat number 1. Drew Carr, Justin Terrell still now 4-1 lead for Justin Terrell. They're wrestling for fifth place in the third period, minute 36 on the clock. 4-1 lead for Terrell from Hillsborough Central Valley. He breaks apart with Carr. 3-2. I had the score given to the wrong guy. 3-2 as Carr with the 1-point escape. And a win by fall for Mogren. Turnus wasn't sure what happened, but Mogren, your winner by fall on mat number 1, takes third place at 121 pounds. So those returning state place winners, Mogren coming out on top of that battle. Third and the second place state or finishers at 114 last year. Third place finisher over the state runner-up. And now mat number 1, 127-pound third place match. Colin Bell of Stanley takes on Riley Hasbrook, Henninger Scranton. At 127 for third place on mat 1. We're still 3-2 score. We're under 50 seconds remaining. I can see Carr kind of biding his time last 30 seconds. He'll really push the pace. And that's kind of his modus operandi from previous years when he gets into these tight matches. So final 30 seconds. Now we're in the third period. Carr down by 1 on mat number 2. Doing some hand fighting with Terrell. Carr goes underhook. Final 25 seconds for Drew Carr to try to score. Terrell is going to try to fend him off and take 5th place at 121 pounds. Carr goes into Terrell. He is pushing the pace with 17 seconds. Takes a look at the clock. Drew Carr down by 1. Working the center of the mat. Now goes over, pummeling it in. And a nice little goal behind by Justin Terrell, and that extends the lead and seals the win 6-2 over Drew Carr at 121 pounds. Justin Terrell places places 5th. That was on mat number 2, 5-2. Or 6-2 winner over Drew Carr. Mat number 1 still 3-0 score with Riley Hasbrook and Colin Bell in the first period. Bell in the top position for the Stanley Blue Jays. Has Hasbrook on his hip. And working underneath, Hasbrook was able to grab a hold of that arm up to the elbow, past the elbow, and hipped into Bell. He receives a stalemate for his effort. Back for a restart in the center of the mat on mat number 1. That's still in the first period, 24 seconds remaining. And we're wrestling out here at mat number 2 for 5th place between Ethan Tazaric and Gavin Robertson on mat 2 for 5th place. So still scoreless in the first period between Tazaric and Gavin Robertson. It's in the first period, wrestling for 5th place. Get Robertson level change. Puts both knees on the mats. Tazaric drops underneath, misses the high crotch on the down block by Robertson. Steps around. Tazaric still sticking with it. 3-point takedown. Robertson leaving the arm over the top. Tazaric's going to try to arm spin through that. Robertson could scoop the head if you want to get that wrist back or get that hand back and go inside cradle. He has the back ankle spike. Now goes to the right over the top on mat number 2. Final 30 seconds of our first period. Robertson up 3-0 over Ethan Tazaric, wrestling for 5th place. And mat number 1 wrestling for 3rd place at 127. Bell now up 6-0 over Riley Hasbrook. So 6-0 lead for Colin Bell. He's down on another single leg shot on Hasbrook. Hasbrook on his backside. Legs out in front of him. Bell trying to turn the corner. Stalemate called. And they're back to the center for the restart. Hasbrook in the bottom position. That's in the second period with a minute on the clock. We're going into the second period on mat number 2. Robertson in the bottom position here with Tazaric. Off the whistle, Robertson sits out. Tazaric goes down to the leg, kind of crunches over the top. Hand fighting with Robertson underneath. Robertson with the 3-0 lead, picked up the takedown in the first period. Now Tazaric breaks Robertson belly down. Goes to work underneath, 2-on-1 right on the left hand or left wrist and arm. He'll try to pull that up underneath with Robertson now posts up. Outside leg stand up. Trying to clear the hips with Tazaric on the edge of the mat. Still no stall warning given out here. And now stall warning issued by the official on Ethan Tazaric, and he lets Robertson go, steps away for the 1-point escape. And 4-0 lead for Gavin Robertson. Takedown for Tazaric would put him within 1. Here on mat number 2 with a minute 10 remaining in the second period. Tazaric going hard into Robertson. Robertson trying to level change and go underneath. Tazaric with a hard underhook on this left side. Inside tie on the right. So over in an inside tie, keeping that head buried down underneath Robertson. Now Robertson goes into Tazarek. Both heads kind of buried underneath the shoulders of each wrestler, and now their back spin out of bounds off the edge of the mat for a restart. Robertson has the 4-0 lead, 41 seconds remaining. And Bell now warned for stall, Hasbrook warned for stalling on Bell during the third period with a minute 45. We're in the second period on mat number 2 with the 4-0 score in favor of Robertson. Final 25 seconds of our second period. Robertson working the wrist. Tazarek goes back with an underhook. Going in hard to Robertson, keeping that head buried down into that saddle portion of the neck and shoulder. And Robertson now, as time runs out with the sprawl, and he has choice, chooses bottom with Tazarek. He has the 4-0 lead for 5th place on mat number 2. And here's Bell on the final minute over on mat number 1. In the bottom of the situation as Riley Hasbrook over the top has the underhook. Now Bell able to circle around, scores a 1-point escape. 7-0 lead for Cone Bell. Tazarek still in control and top on mat number 2. Has Robertson broke belly down on the far center edge of the mat. Robertson now scoots his hip up underneath him with Tazarek working underneath. Now goes to the ankle. Scoots back around behind Robertson trying to pass the arm, and Tazarek's going to catch Robertson. Robertson been caught a couple times there with that knee to head stand up. Tried to pass the wrist, but hadn't passed the wrist before he stood up. Now he's going to pass that wrist over and the arm over his head, or at least try to, and scoot those hips away. Tazarek doing a good job of kind of spiraling across the body on Robertson. Now Robertson stands back up. Tazarek with the mat return. He's been warned for stalling. He's going to go over the top, trying to hook the arm. Fish hook it for an arm bar. Reaches underneath. Robertson clamps down. Keeps that arm on the right side wide, so Tazarek able to stick in a half Nelson. Robertson goes to block that. Final 25 seconds here for Gavin Robertson and Ethan Tazarek. As Robertson's up 4-0, Tazarek really putting a lot of pressure on Robertson, who's now able to scoot his hips up underneath him. And now wrestling 133 pounds for 3rd place is Grunfelder, Brooks Grunfelder, for Napoleon. And Levi Jensen. Gavin Robertson finishes out his tournament in 5th place as he's a 4-0 win over Ethan Tazarek on mat number 2 for Lisbon. Mat number 1, 133 3rd place match. Brooks Grunfelder, Levi Jensen. And Greenlee and Schneider getting ready to go back out there. This may be at least their 3rd meeting this year for Schneider and Greenlee. Maybe number 4. I think this might be number 4 between these two. So at 133 pounds, Grunfelder won by decision over Robertson to make it into this 3rd place match against Levi Jensen. Jensen defeated Tazarek in those consolation semifinals. Grunfelder in the top position has the 3-0 lead. He has an armbar locked up on Jensen. And now another Imperial steps on the mat, and Bryce Schneider, returning state place winner for Napoleon. You're at 145 pounds. We said that 3rd place match with Cruz Ranke is a medical forfeit, so Ranke picks up 3rd place for the Broncos. And that would have been against Brixton Yanish at 139. So Yanish for Belleville will finish in 6th place. And here's Greenlee working underneath, tried to dump Schneider. Schneider back up to his feet. Greenlee back to the center of the mat. And a nice shot as Greenlee is adjusting his headgear. Schneider shoots in on the single leg. On Greenlee. Greenlee's trying to reach underneath and find an ankle. Now goes up underneath, blocking the shoulders on Schneider. Greenlee drags him back down into the front headlock position. The minute on the clock. Greenlee trying to shuck Schneider. Schneider stands back up off the shuck attempt by Greenlee. Now with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Schneider level change. Greenlee holds his ground. Now level change by Greenlee. One knee on the mat. Grunfelder for Napoleon on mat number 1, now up 6-0 for 3rd place at 133 pounds. Schneider in on a single leg on Greenlee. Greenlee's trying to chin whip him. Schneider in deep on Greenlee, who hips away with 20 seconds remaining in the first period. Greenlee and Schneider going at it. Greenlee heading the hole. Working against Bryce Schneider. With 12 seconds remaining, that's a win by fall for Brooks Grunfelder. Russell's in places one above his seed. He's in 3rd place at 133, the 8th grader. For Napoleon, wins by fall over Levi Jensen, and that's the end of the first period for Greenlee and Schneider. They're scoreless going into the second. Greenlee's choice, he defers, over to Schneider. Schneider chooses bottom.
In the hole, mat 1, 160-pound, 3rd and 4th place match. Campbell Abello.
Oh, sorry. So I did have 139. That must be a 152 maybe I'm thinking about here with Clifton. So this is Shaleski and Cruz Ranke wrestling for 3rd place. Shaleski making the descent down to 139 after wrestling first half of the season at 45. A 2-point reversal for Schneider. He's up 2-0 on Greenlee with a minute 30 remaining. Greenlee trying to hit the Granby roll through. Schneider's going to catch him in a half. Has Greenlee going over. Greenlee in a little bit of trouble. Now rolls through back over the top on Schneider. No points given up by Greenlee. He takes the risk and it pays off. He looks up at the clock. 2-0 lead for Bryce Schneider. Greenlee trying to at least get 1 point on the board. Sticks an underhook, trying to dig it in on the near side. Schneider is going to hunker down, hold on to the elbows on Greenlee. Greenlee stands him up. Schneider takes him back down, looking for a restart. And a stalemate, 1 point to Greenlee. 2-1 score. You're at 145, wrestling for 5th place. Ranke over the top on Shaleski on mat number 1. Shaleski in a wild one to make it into this match with Ranke. Now a re-switch by Shaleski. See if Ranke can counter. Switches back across. Now picks up the 3-point takedown. Cruz Ranke has the 3-0 lead over Kyler Shaleski. Ranke will let Shaleski go. As Hettinger, pretty famous, at least in past years, for grabbing that arm and leg and just rolling through. It's a shot by Schneider. Schneider shelves it. Greenlee has a hard whizzer in on Schneider. The final 15 seconds of the second period. Schneider in a single leg shot. Greenlee tried to roll over the top on Schneider. And still no takedown. Greenlee with a hard whizzer. He keeps it. He has Schneider going over to his hip, and that'll do it here for Greenlee and Schneider in the second period. Or excuse me, there were points awarded. So 5-1 is your score. Schneider's up 5-1 over Griffin Greenlee. And Ranke has the 3-1 lead over Shaleski going into the second period for 3rd place. Greenlee doing a little hand fighting with Schneider. He's down by 4 points. And Schneider goes underneath of Greenlee, doubles up. Greenlee's going to elevate her over the top, get Schneider going. Greenlee catches Schneider and working for some near fall. Schneider able to get back belly down. Now 5-4 is the score. Greenlee in the top position, going to try to stick in the double boots. And Greenlee now 6-5. A 1-point escape for Schneider. He did pick up 2 near fall. We're tied up at 6 between Schneider and Greenlee. Greenlee with the elevator. Ties it up at 6 with Bryce Schneider. Like I said, these two are probably their 4th meeting this year. And it's just been a back and forth battle. Greenlee in that first round, or the should say in the quarterfinals, I think it was 13-10 win for Greenlee as he hung on to win that. Schneider returning state place winner, placed 6th last year, and a stall warning to Greenlee on the edge of the mat. Final 44 seconds here in the 3rd period. We're tied up at 6 between Greenlee and Schneider. Greenlee on a single leg. Schneider backs out. Now with 30 seconds remaining, Ranke and Shaleski still 3-1 in the 2nd period. Shaleski shoots, Ranke sprawls. Shaleski with those long arms. Ranke trying to quarter Nelson on Shaleski and shuck him away. Greenlee with the elbow pass, almost a reshot by Schneider. Schneider with the elbow pass now drops down on Greenlee, down to 10 seconds. Greenlee's going to step in, inside trip on Schneider. Greenlee elevators Schneider, and Schneider's going to, Greenlee scrambling. Greenlee catches Schneider, and the win coming for Griffin Greenlee on Bryce Schneider. And he pulls it out again. I'm not sure if I can handle that match again. That's another coming down to the last seconds between Schneider and Greenlee. I'm sure Schneider might want the rematch, but we call that one good for the year. That was another one down to the wire between Schneider and Greenlee. Greenlee in 5th place. And Shaleski and Ranke now 3-1 score. As Griffin Greenlee took the risk in the match, and they paid off. High risk, high reward. He comes out by decision, 9-6 over Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. And Ranke and Shaleski, they're in the 3rd period, started 3rd period. Shaleski trying to work around behind Ranke. Now he has the 4-3 lead with Cruz Ranke. Shaleski in the top position, up by 1 point. Excuse me. He got a 3-3. I guess that's a reversal, sorry. So we're tied up at 3 with Ranke and Shaleski. Now Eng out here with Zaid Higher. Higher working for the first takedown against Ryan Eng. He has it with a 3-1 lead. Going for his 2nd one. Eng with a whizzer in. Higher taking Eng over to the Oaks corner. Whips him down for another takedown here for Zaid Higher. 6-1 score. He's in the lead in the 1st period over Ryan Eng. Ranke and Shaleski still in the 3rd period. Shaleski turks the leg on Ranke. Shaleski trying to drag Ranke over. Still no near fall awarded here for Shaleski. Ranke still not giving up the near fall. The leg turked by Shaleski, and we're tied up at 3. Still no near fall. Ranke still fighting. Shaleski still pulling. Shoulders just not breaking the plane yet, but Shaleski now reaching out, trying to Ranke gets back, belly down. Shaleski still with the legs turked. They're tied up at 3 between Shaleski and Ranke, wrestling for 3rd place at 139. Now Shaleski takes Ranke over and will score the near fall. And Shaleski with some near fall as he now has the lead. Here's Eng with the 3-point takedown. Now closes the gap. 6-5 score between Zaid Higher and Ryan Eng. So Shaleski with the win over Ranke after he turked the leg. He came across, stretched that arm out and readjusted it as Ranke tried to sit up. He was waiting for that and ripped across Cruz Ranke, drug him back down to the mat for some near fall. Ranke places 4th for the Broncos at 139. Here's Higher and Eng going into the 2nd period. Good match going between those two. 6-5 lead for Zaid Higher. Eng in the bottom position. Wrestling for third place, Brock Johnson, Case Allender at 145. And Eng tries to stand up. Now he ties it up with Zaid Higher. We're tied up at 6. So Eng. And a snap down by Higher. Eng with the high crotch fireman's in position with the high crotch. Higher goes back to the ankle on Ryan Eng. Eng will hang on. Let's see if he can advance this. Higher works the back ankle. Minute 26 on the clock in the second period. Eng still hanging on to the leg. Higher on the back ankle. Eng, if he can step up to the outside, not willing to do it, as back for a stalemate after a nice high crotch shot in. Higher able to stop that. Eng back down for a level change on Higher. And we go with a 3-0 lead for Allender over Brock Johnson at 145 for third place. Eng on another high crotch shot on Higher. Zaid Higher, now he doubles up on it. Higher trying to block the shoulders, chin whip. And Eng steps back around, now has the 9-6 lead on Zaid Higher for fifth place. Johnson, now 3-1's the score. Another takedown by Allender. 6-1's the score. Here's Ryan Eng going to chop the arm on Zaid Higher. Goes for an arm lever. Stretches out the arm. Has the forehead in the back of the tricep. Putting a lot of pressure, trying to get Higher broke down. Goes hammerlock. And now changes to the wrist. And pulls that across the body. And see if he can hit a tilt. But Higher able to stretch the arm out. Eng's got to try to keep him down on the mat from scoring at the end of the period. He'll have the 3-point lead going into the third with Zaid Higher. Both juniors out there wrestling. Eng returning state place winner for the Broncos. 6th place last year at the state tournament at 145. Zaid Higher for Oaks placed 7th last year at 152 pounds. So fairly evenly matched here. That face mask once again providing some equipment malfunctions there for Ryan Eng, as now he's just going to take it off, I think. So now, in the third period, Ryan Eng has the 3-point lead, 9-6 score. So score 9-6, Zaid Higher. Ryan Eng will settle this one on their feet at the start of the third period. Eng with the level change, shoots in. Higher, working over the top on Ryan Eng. Eng drops down to the arm. The minute 49, Eng stands back up, willing to keep that wrist. Doubles up on Zaid Higher, takes him down, turns the corner for the 3-point takedown here for Ryan Eng. Now up 12-6 on Zaid Higher. Goes back down, works the wrist, trying to hit that arm lever. Higher tripods up. Eng's going to take him back. Hip ice back around by Higher. Eng's going to go into this head cradle. Try to stretch out Higher. Now goes to claw ride over the top, or underneath. Minute 16 remains. Eng back with the head cradle. Still has that leg caught on the near side. Johnson and Case Allender for third place at 145. Here's a stall warning issued to Eng. If I look at this, I think it was a stall warning to Eng. Now Eng drops down, doubles up on Higher again, as Eng would have had the mat return Zaid Higher. Now he's going to go high crotch fireman's. With 1 minute remaining, Eng working from the bottom, has the elbows and the ankle there. Now Higher stands back up with Ryan Eng. 40 seconds remaining. This is wrestling for 5th place at 152. On mat number 2, Higher drops down to a double on Eng. Eng's going to spiral the leg to the inside. Now pushes off the hip. Higher still down there. Eng works an underhook on Zayde Higher. Higher trying to work himself in underneath on Ryan Eng, but Eng keeps those hips back away down to 20 seconds. As Allender still up 6-1 in the third period on Brock Johnson at 145. Eng drops down, now doubles up again on Higher on the edge of the mat. And 7 seconds remain. Ryan Eng can just back away with those 7 seconds. And drops down again on Higher, who's coming in hard here for the attack. But Ryan Eng will take 5th place with the 12-7 decision over Zayde Higher of Oaks. Or Lisbon. As now we're at the top of the hour, at 3 o'clock hour. We are going through our 3rd and 5th place matches. We're up at 160 pounds on mat number 2 for 5th place. Still at 145, 3rd place match between Brock Johnson and Case Allender. And we will step away for our top of the hour break. At the conclusion of this match over on mat number 1 between Brock Johnson and Case Allender, Greg Fuhrer, Sawyer Knoll. And Fuhrer in the top position on Knoll scores a reversal, 3-2 score. He has a deep half sunk in. Kind of a crossbody ride there with the leg. Now Knoll reverses on, gets Fuhrer going to his hip and picking up near fall. 2-point reversal for Sawyer Knoll and some near fall coming his way. As now he works in the pinning combination, scoops the head. He'll get out to the side here with Fuhrer. Fuhrer trying to get those hips back underneath him, able to roll through, but Knoll catches the arm on the way through. He'll readjust, now scoops the head, goes back to a pinning combination. He does have 4 near fall coming his way. And Sawyer Knoll, kind of suicide cradle position, rolled over the top. And now readjusts, and this thing's flat, and there's a win by fall for Sawyer Knoll over Greg Fuhrer for 5th place at 160 pounds. So Theelgis will take 4th place, or excuse me, Johnson will take 4th place. As we will step away, we'll come back for another Bank North scoreboard update and a Olson Accounting recap here as we'll work our way through our 3rd and 5th place matches at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
With locations in Carrington and New Rockford, we offer comprehensive health screenings, including blood pressure checks, diabetes monitoring, and immunizations. Our expert team also provides complete medication reviews to ensure you're on the right track. At Central Pharmacy, we have everything you need for your health and living needs. Experience top-notch pharmacy services with a personal touch. Visit Central Pharmacy today, where your health is our priority. Central Pharmacy in Carrington and New Rockford. Your health, our mission.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations in Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In our community, we're dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy and strong. At CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, we offer top-tier care for everyone, including our local athletes. From routine checkups to specialized sports medicine, our expert team ensures you're in top shape to perform your best, caring for our community and supporting local athletes, because your health and performance are our top priorities. Dedicated to you and our athletes. Visit CHIStAlexiusHealth.org or call 701-652-2515 to learn more. CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, where care meets commitment.
At Carrington Public Schools, their mission is empowering our students for the future. You can visit their website, carrington.k12.nd.us, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Cardinals pride with student updates and events with Carrington Public Schools. Carrington Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Cardinals. Learn more at carrington.k12.nd.us.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
Hey, welcome back here, LiveEvent.com, as we are broadcasting to you live from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers inside the New Salem High School Gymnasium, as we are in our third and fifth place matches, kind of on the tail end of these third and fifth place matches inside the gymnasium. Look at your Bank North scoreboard team update and go over your top 10 teams. In 10th place is Stanley with 81.5 points. Ninth place, Northern Lights with 83. In 8th place, Bowman County with 83.5 points. 7th place is Ellendale Edgeley-Colm with 86.5 points. 6th place, Napoleon with 88.5 points. 5th place, Kindred, 90 points. 4th place is Oaks, 97 points. 3rd place, Belleville with 117 points. And 2nd place, New Salem Almont with 118. And in 1st place are the Lisbon Broncos with 145.5 points. And those are your team scores as we're at the tail end of our third and fifth place matches on that Bank North scoreboard update here on YourLiveEvent.com. The Broncos in first with 145.5 points. Second, New Salem, 118. Velva in third with 117. Fourth place, Oaksett with 97 points. And fifth place, Kindred with 90 points. Those are your top 5 teams as we head out of these third and fifth place matches into our championship matches, as I'm sure we will have a short break as they have to readjust or reconfigure the gymnasium and go down to that one mat for the championship matches. But we are here with the final third and fifth place matches at 160 and 215 pounds for third place on mat number 1. That's Maddox Campbell wrestling Lincoln Spear. Lincoln Spear has a 7-2 lead as wrestlers go out for a restart. And then Tucker Turbeville and Jaden Foss, 3-0 lead for Jaden Foss. Turbeville in the top position in the second period. Just don't count that young man out of any matches. He's really put on a show here, as his record really not much of an indicator on how he's wrestled the tournament. And we go through your Olson Accounting recap, and we'll take a look at the results this far in our third and fifth place matches, just to get you up to date. In third place is Sky Kramlich at 107 pounds. He won by decision over Bristol Swanson 5-1. Fifth place, Trig Dahlstrom won by fall over Alberto Verdine for fifth place in 4:42. In seventh place, John Logering and Lamore over Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley-Colm by major decision 10-0, 114 pounds. In third place was Keenan Gores over Peyton Shea of Minot Bishop Ryan by a fall in 3:13. 5th place, Gavin Rude over Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Calm by a fall in 3:48. And in 7th place was Logan Hyde of New Salem Almont over Jaden Kuntz of Killdeer by a fall in 54 seconds and 121 pounds. In 3rd place was Cole Mulgren of Kenmare Bull Bells over Joshua Turnus of Beulah Hazen by a fall in 2:51. 5th place, Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Center Valley over Drew Carr by decision 6-2. And 7th place, it was Kayla Schwartz over Grayson Lyons of Lisbon Broncos by the major decision 13-0. And we have a lot of hooting and hollering going over there. 7-5 score on mat number 1 for 3rd place at 160 pounds. And 127 pounds. In 3rd place, it was Colin Bell of Stanley over Riley Hasbrook, Kenninger Scranton by decision 7-1. 5th place, Lucas Salee over Connor Mellon of Kenmare Bull Bells by medical forfeit. In 7th place, Lander Rice of Killdeer over Riggin Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm by major decision 22-10 and 133 pounds. Your 3rd place finisher was Brooks Grunfeld of Napoleon over Levi Jensen of William County by a fall in 2:42. And 5th place, that was Gavin Robertson of the Lisbon Broncos over Ethan Tezerick of Ellendale Edgeley Calm by decision 4-0. And 7th place match was Cody Gerhart and Salem Almont over Cameron Kittleson of Kindred by a fall in 2:53, 139 pounds. 3rd place match, Kyler Schlesky, Hettinger Scranton over Cruz Ranke by decision 7-3 for 3rd place. And 5th place match, Zane Allender over Brexton Yanish by medical forfeit. 7th place, Jager Sand over Zach Spain by medical forfeit. That was at 139. 145 for 3rd place, Case Allender over Brock Johnson by decision 6-1. 5th place match, Griffin Greenlee battled it out with Bryce Schneider, wins by fall for 5th place. And 7th place, Braylon Herman over Colton Beaker, New Salem Alma by decision 7-6. 152 pounds is Miles Theoljus over Corbin Clifton for 3rd place by medical forfeit. 5th place, Ryan Ing over Zaid Heyer by decision 12-7. Ing went down early in that one, 6-1, and then came back and won that 12-7. 7th place match, Bailey Zachmeyer over Jeremiah Schmidt by a fall in 425. 160 pounds up to this point in the tournament. We just had a 160-pound match finish up for 3rd place. We'll see if we have the update on there. But that was an exciting one over there at mat number 1. Get back to 160 pounds. So your 160 pounds place winners at this point in the tournament. In 3rd place was Lincoln Spear, Kenmare Bull Bells over Mattis Campbell of Velva by decision 8-5. And then 5th place, Sawyer Knoll, Bowman County over Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgeley Calm by a fall in minute 29. 7th place, Gavin Enwich of New Salem Almont over Wyatt Lapierre of Killdeer by a fall in 153. And 172 pounds. We do have a medical forfeit there for 5th place as Matt Barstead over Brock Norton by medical forfeit for 5th place. As we are on those 172-pound 3rd place match on mat number 1. And we're at the 285 5th place match on mat number 2. And that does conclude your Olson Accounting Update at colsoncpa.com for all your tax and accounting needs. As now we are caught up in the tournament with these placing rounds. 3rd place on mat 1, 5th place on mat number 2. And wrestling for 3rd is Cale Hebel of Lemoore and Tanner Mengi of Kindred. That's going into the 2nd period scoreless. Hebel defers over to Mengi, choosing the bottom position. And mat number 2, Brett Tosted of Northern Lights wrestling Levi Uran of Stanley for 5th place at 285 pounds. And here's Hebel and Mengi. Mengi's in the bottom position. Hebel has the arm and leg kind of in this quasi-cradle position, kind of opposite leg cradle on Mengi. Mengi fighting out of this, but big scramble here between Mengi and Hebel. Hebel with those long arms. Now Mengi steps around behind him, picks up the or 2-point reversal. A freshman and a senior battling it out for third place at 172. Both returning state place winners. You have Hebel for Lemoore. Placed 6th at 172 pounds last year. And Tanner Mengi for Kindred. Placed 7th at 160 pounds. Mengi in the top position, has the back ankle. Thought he had a spike, but Hebel able to stand up now. Rolls back around onto his belly. As those 5th place matches now have concluded on mat number 2. As we're still wrestling for 3rd place. We do have a couple more of those on deck over on mat number 1. So stay tuned here for these 3rd place matches. Braden Schnoll, Hillsborough Central Valley, coming up at 189. He's on deck taking on William Roundy for 3rd place. And a stalling for Green. So Mengi, warned for stalling. He has a 2-0 lead. That's for Tanner Mengi. So Mengi with the 2-0 lead. As we, excuse me, we will go down to one camera for the championship matches. So we may have to step away for a little bit of a break and then come back as they are tearing down these matches. So expect a pretty quick turnaround here, as we expected our finals, our championship matches to start at 3:30 Central Standard Time. We are still with our 3rd place matches on mat number 1 with Tanner Mengi up 2-0 in the 3rd period with Hebel. Hebel, big throw on Mengi, takes him down with the lat drop and rolls him over to his back. Picks up a takedown and near fall. 7-2 is our score with the 4 near fall here for Cale Hebel. Hebel spikes the back ankle on Tanner Mengi. And Hebel now working over the top, has a leg right in on the far side, working the edge of the mat over in that Kindred coach's corner. Hebel has a 5-point lead in a potentially dangerous call. Hebel working over the arm on Tanner Mengi, works over that left shoulder. Hebel stands back up, adjusts the headgear on the restart. Mengi in the bottom position. He looks fired up and ready to go. As he hustles back to the center, Hebel takes his time with the headgear adjustment. Now off the whistle, Hebel goes down to the ankle. Stops Mengi's stand-up attempt. Goes leg right in on Tanner Mengi on the near side. Breaks him down, turks the leg. He's going to go across the chin and try to stretch this out. Mengi does a little bit of hand fighting, trying to tie up that wrist on Hebel. Hebel still has that leg in. And a stalemate called on mat number 1. 35 seconds remaining in the 3rd period. Cale Hebel for Lemoore has the 5-point lead. Mengi sits out, was headhunting on Hebel. Hebel keeping that head back, now hangs it over. Mengi misses it. Back down to his base. Hebel keeping a lot of pressure, down to 20 seconds. Keeping that head poked down to the mat. Hebel warned for stalling previously. Now Mengi sits out, trying to hip ice back around and hit a reversal at the end of the period, but it won't be enough here for Cale Hebel. Takes 3rd place at 172 pounds for Lemoore. Tanner Mengi for Kindred in 4th. Now 189 pounds. William Roundy and Braden Schnoll coming out here in a battle it out for 3rd place at 189 pounds. Roundy returning state placement or returning state qualifier for Killdeer. Lisbon fans remember that 1st round match with Mike Nelson. Gave Nelson a great match in the 1st round of the state tournament. Roundy eventually put out of the state tournament, not make it onto the podium, but he's wrestling Braden Schnoll. Chenot returning state place winner for Hillsborough Central Valley. And right away, Roundy up over the top on Braden Chenot. Hunts for an ankle. Chenot locked in on a leg. Roundy steps over, scoops the ankle, takes control on top, now up 3-0. So William Roundy's up 3-0. So it sounds like we will have a 15-minute shutdown between the conclusion of our third place match at heavyweight and then come back for our face-off for the championship matches. So roughly a 15-minute break as we are approaching the bottom of the hour. A couple more matches left to wrestle. Brock Lyons still for the Broncos waiting to come out. Wrestling for third place against Andre Dahl at 215 pounds. So still in this third place match, still 3-0 lead for William Roundy in the top position. He's reaching over the top on Chenot. Chenot not able to score at the end of the first period. He goes down 3-0. It is with these 3-point takedowns, being able to score that escape is huge in these matches now in the first period. Here's Chenot in the top position. So Chenot in the top position and has a butterfly in on the left side on Roundy. Hammerlock across the back. Reaches underneath the arm, that left arm. Still has the hammerlock here for Braden Chenot. And we're out the shoulder on Roundy. Now tries to spiral the wrist, that left wrist. Roundy keeps his arm stretched out. Chenot still hasn't broke belly down. Now goes cross faces. Roundy scoots his hips up underneath him, powers through, trying to hit a hip or a switch. Chenot catches him, takes him back down to the mat, belly down. Working underneath, has the arm chopped. The head buried down in the side. Now reaches across the body over the top. Still working wrist control on the far side. Has this right arm, spirals the wrist. Will try to drag that back underneath into that hammerlock position again, but Roundy able to stretch out. Goes belly down. And 26 seconds remain in our second period. Still 3-0 is the lead for William Roundy in the bottom position. You're wrestling Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Central Valley. Chenot, now a big, powerful hip heist. Backing around, and Roundy goes up over the top, cow catchers, and whips over Chenot, working for a pin. Chenot able to get back belly down. Roundy will pick up a reversal and some near fall. 3 near fall for William Roundy. 8-0 lead. So Roundy up 8-0 going into the third. Chenot has choice. Roundy steps away. Circles to the outside. Chenot holds the center. And Chanot goes underneath. And Roundy has the 11-0 lead, goes hammerlock hard across the back on Chanot. It's in the third period, minute 7 on the clock. Chanot in the bottom position on the restart. And that's the end of the, I should say, still 25 seconds, still 11-0 lead for William Roundy over Braden Chanot. And that'll do it. Send us into 215 pounds here for Brock Lyons. Wrestling for third place. Takes on Andre Dahl of Napoleon. These two have met up 3 or 4 times this year as well. As we get to the end of the season, these head-to-head meetings become repetitive. And now wrestling for third place, Brock Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. And a big throw by Lyons, catches Dahl. Lyons working for the pin. So Lyons working for the pin over here on the edge of the mat. There's our camera guy. Not able to catch the action. So here's Lyons working for the fall. Catches Dahl in a big throw. He has a minute to work for this pin on Andre Dahl, and that's flat here. Not sure what the official's looking at, but look flat from our vantage point up here. And that's win by fall here for Brock Lyons with the big pin. Yes, he takes third place with the win by fall over Andre Dahl. Lyons with the head of steam coming out of that consolation semifinal match. He's still fired up with the adrenaline from that one as he wins by fall, takes third place. And now we're out here with Seth Irie for Ellendale Edgeley Calm wrestling for third place at 285 pounds. So this is your third place match at 285 pounds. Here's Irie as they go off the mat. And Matthew Jacobs and Seth Irie still scoreless in this third place match, as we will have a 15-minute break. We can catch you back up with that Olson Accounting recap after I guess at the conclusion of this heavyweight match. We'll go into our Olson Accounting recap, catch you back up after 172 pounds with those placing matches. And then we'll come back and set you up with our championship bouts here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We will have approximately 15-minute break after the conclusion of this match between Seth Irie and Matthew Jacobs. Jacobs has the 3-0 lead. Jacobs from Williams County at 285 pounds, senior 19-11 record, and a sophomore here with Seth Irie with the 19-11 record. I think Irie was the number 3 seed. I'll have to recheck that here at 285. And a 1-point escape for Matthew Jacobs. So Tosted was the number 3 seed. See if I can know. Irie was the number 6. He beat Brett Tosted in the quarterfinals. Made it to the semis where he's defeated by Hinkle 10-2. Then Irie won in the consolation semifinals over Levi Uran of Stanley by fall. And Jacobs defeated Brett Tosted in the consolation semifinals. Jacobs for William County was the number 4 seed. So we have the number 4 and number 6 wrestling for third. And Jacobs with another takedown goes up 7-0. And he has the 7-0 lead. As we will go into our Olson Accounting recap after those 172-pound placing matches concluded here for third and fifth place. As we are way down at 172. You have wrestling for, or your third place finisher was Cale Hebel over Tanner Mengi. Hebel ended up hitting a big throw towards the end of that match and won 7-2. Fifth place match was Matt Barstead over Brock Norton of New Salem Alma by medical forfeit. Seventh place match was Kellen Garber of Carrington over Riley Lucino of the Lisbon Broncos by tech fall. 189 pounds. Here's Jacobs working for a fall on Irie. 189 pounds place winners. In third place was William Roundy of Kildare over Braden Cheneau of Hillsborough Central Valley by major decision 11-0. Fifth place match was Ashton Weathersby of Williams County over Gus Strauman. Here with this Olson Accounting recap of Beulah Hazen. He was a senior. That was Weathersby over Strauman by a fall in a minute 30. Seventh place at 189 pounds was Carter Potasic of Oaks over Noah Werner of Velva by a fall in a minute 3. At 215 pounds, in third place was Brock Lyons over Andre Dahl by fall. Fifth place, Jaden Foss over Tucker Turbeville of Bowman County by fall in 454. Seventh place was Brendan Thusen of Williams County over Tucker Tim of Kemmer Bowbells by fall in 144. 285 pounds, a third place match. That was Jacobs over Seth Irie for third place. And then fifth place was Brett Tosted Northern Lights over Levi Uran of Stanley by fall. And in seventh place, Max Klein over Delaney Feldman by decision 6-2. And that is your Olson Accounting recap as we head into our championship matches. Looking up on your Bank North scoreboard as we go into these championship bouts. On your Bank North scoreboard, sitting in fifth place is Kindred with 90 points. Fourth place is Oaks with 97. Third place, New Salem Almont with 118 points. Second place, Velva with 121. And first place is Lisbon Broncos with 449. 2.5 points. And those are your top 5 teams as we roll into our championship matches. And we will break away and come back for more coverage right around a 15-minute break. So I'd expect to be here just before the top of the hour with our championship face-off in matches here on YourLiveEvent.com from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. This is Brent Dick broadcasting to you live from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms, saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage, our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank Forward of Carrington, they're more than just your local bank. They are your financial partner for every step of life. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy access to your money with personalized service that makes banking simple. Need insurance, tax assistance, or investment advice? Their experts are here to guide you. From everyday banking to long-term planning, Bank Forward has you covered. Bank Forward, your partner for financial success. Visit bankforward.com and build your financial future. Member FDIC.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
This is from Agaseed Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. We specialize in seed meter calibration, planter maintenance, and offer the full line of precision planting products. Walking your fields with you, helping you identify maintenance issues on your planter, developing a plan that puts you back in control of your planter. That's what we do here at Agaseed Precision Ag. Stop by or give us a call. Agaseed Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Hillsborough Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you're into sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Lex Ellingson, a senior at Hillsborough High School. My favorite thing at Hillsborough High School is hanging out with my teammates after school, because it's helped me grow as a person and have fun in my community. Find your favorite at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Life is full of surprises, and at Bickett Insurance Agency of Carrington, they're here to protect what matters most to you. Bickett Insurance is your local auto owner's insurance agency, offering home, auto, business, crop, health, or life insurance with personalized solutions tailored to your needs and budget. With over 20 years of experience, trust Bickett Insurance Agency to provide you with peace of mind. Let's ensure your future is secure with Bickett Insurance Agency services, serving Foster and Stutzman counties and throughout the state of North Dakota. Bickett Insurance, your local auto owner's insurance agency, protecting what matters most.
All right, had to get this squared away as we are into our championship match. Here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. They're going through the starting lineups. We'll step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back in 30 seconds.
Inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
All right, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com as we're here for our championship matches at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament as they're going through these face-off between the contestants in these championship bouts. We'll start out at 107 pounds in the championship matches. Isaiah Hackman for Velva taking on Jace Boynton of Bowman County. And on deck in the championship match is Dalton Feist of Napoleon take on Ben Wagner of Oaks. And in the hole at 121 pounds is Bodie Henderson of Northern Lights. And he will wrestle Hayes Weinberger in the championship match at 121 pounds. So those are our upcoming matches in the championship here of the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We are in our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth high atop the bleachers, as we have been all tournament long and all season long here, this time from New Salem, North Dakota, here with our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth as we start these championship matches. Going through the bio for each wrestler. Let's look at the tail of the tape here for Isaiah Hackman from Velva, the number 1 seed coming into the tournament. Ranked number 2 by Dakota Grappler. He placed 5th last year at the state tournament at 107 pounds. And then you have Jace Boynton, came in the number 2 seed. He's an 8th grader and was the number one ranked wrestler by Dakota Grappler, and not a participant in the North Dakota State tournament. He's out here wrestling for the championship for Bowman County at the New Salem East-West Wrestler, or the New Salem East-West Championships, as we're down to one mat. Wrestlers on that far edge of the mat. And back to the center for a restart here with Hackman and Jace Boynton. Hackman trying to spin around the backside, caught the leg. Boynton back up. With a minute on the clock, we're still in the first period. And Boynton with the leg attack. Hackman trying to scoot those hips up. Maybe work into a stalemate. Right now he's just hanging on, has the legs scissored around the head. Boynton trying to advance the position. Works through, stacking up Hackman as he's trying to clear the legs. Hackman did a good job of tying up that outside leg on Boynton so he's not able to post it and spin back around to the inside and score the takedown. Here's Hackman and Boynton in a scramble. Still no takedown awarded. Hackman grabs the inside leg on Boynton. Boynton has the leg scissors on the backside. Kind of a crossface over the top. Has Hackman belly down, but final 5 seconds of our first period. We're going scoreless into the second here at 107-pound championship between Isaiah Hackman and Jace Boynton. Your matchup on deck at 114-pound championship featured Dalton Feist and Ben Wagner. So here we go. In the second period, off the whistle, stand-up attempt. Got to tripod it up, not able to get to his feet there for Isaiah Hackman. He's brought back down to the mat by Jace Boynton with a minute 46 on the clock. Boynton is over the top, has double boot right in, up over the hips on Isaiah Hackman. Just working over the top. Boynton a little bit high, but uses that stretch to get Hackman broke back down to the mat, down to a minute remaining in the second period. And a stalemate. Called or out, I should say. Back to the center for a restart. Jace Boynton in the top position, still scoreless in the second period. And off the whistle, Hackman able to stand up. Boynton with the mat return. Sticks in the leg ride on the right side. Down to 45 seconds remaining. Works spiral on the wrist, now trying to get the second boot in. Hackman able to seal that off on the left side. Reaches back, working the ankle now of Boynton. as he's going to try to elevate that, post the outside leg and see if he can elevate and spin around here on Boynton. Boynton goes to the kind of the north-south waterfall position over the top as Hackman works a reversal. Boynton's trying to roll through. Hackman keeps gives him a 2-point reversal on the edge of the mat. So the scramble for Hackman results in a 2-point reversal. He leads 2-0 over Jace Boynton. So that is a 2-0 lead. And off the whistle on that restart, final 10 seconds of our second period. Boynton tries to stand up, return the reversal favor. He's going to arm spin on Hackman. He hips over for the 2-point reversal. We tie it up at 2. Going into the third, we got us a close one. Boynton has choice, chooses bottom position. And Hackman with the first points on the reversal, but Boynton scores at the end of the period, so we're tied up at 2. Hackman's going double boot ride over the top, a little bit high on Boynton. Not able to extend Jace Boynton out. Here for Hackman. Has the right leg in, now able to get in both boots and extends out. Had Boynton broke down briefly and a warning going out to the Velva. And an unsportsmanlike going over, looks like against the Velva coaches as the official. Now a 1-point award to Jace Boynton for an unsportsmanlike by the coaches. Here at mat number 1, still 3-2. Now it's 3-2. Puts Hackman down in the hole as it was tied up. He goes boot ride with 1:05 remaining in the third period. Hackman has a half Nelson, power half over the top on Boynton. Isaiah Hackman receiving the number 1 seed. Now with 45 seconds remaining, we're in the third period. Hackman just a little bit high. Boynton sees an opportunity there, trying to shake down Hackman over the top. And he's tripoded up. Still, oh, excuse me, they just took off a team point maybe. That's what it was for the unsportsmanlike. So we're tied up at 2. Down to 32 seconds remaining. And here you go, off the stand-up, Boynton trying to clear the hips. Hackman spirals the leg on the far side. Boynton able to reach in, grabs the leg as the coaches on both sides standing up on their feet. Excuse me, that was the Bowman County coaches. Now a reversal and 2 more points at the end of the period here for Jace Boynton. So it was the Bowman County coaches with the unsportsmanlike. I apologize for that. The lights are dim in here. Hard for an old guy to see across the mat sometimes. So that's 4-2 win for Jace Boynton. He's your champion at 107 pounds.
Our next match at 114 pounds with Dalton Feist and Ben Wagner. Dalton Feist, parents are Kathy and Paul Feist. He's from Napoleon and he is a senior. Coach is Chris McCleary.
And brings us to 114 pounds. This matchup, returning state champion is Dalton Feist. Takes on the returning state qualifier Ben Wagner here at 114 pounds. Feist, the number 1 seed, ranked number 3 at 121 pounds, makes the drop here for the East-West tournament, wrestling 114. He received the number 1 seed. He's the defending state champion at 114. Ben Wagner received the 6th seed. Wagner made it in to the semifinals. He received a medical forfeit over Loudon Haugen of Stanley. And then he defeated Gavin Rude in the semifinals to make his way into the championship match. Feist won by way of a quarterfinal win over Gabe Sarsland of Bowman County. In the semifinals, he defeated Peyton Shea at 114 pounds. On deck at 121, we have Bodie Henderson, defending state champion last year. He was at 107-pound state champ. And he will take on Hayes Weinberger of New Salem Almont for the 121-pound championship. Weinberger last year placed 3rd at 107 pounds. And in the hole at 127 pounds, the championship match, it featured Charlie Irwin. Irwin, a state runner-up last year at 127, and he will face Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos. Anderson placed 3rd last year at 133 pounds. That's your championship matchup. Those wrestlers at 127 are in the hole. Feist with the 3-point takedown, and now mat return on Wagner. He's riding in the top position as the back ankle spiked. And at the end of the first period, 3-0 lead for Dalton Feist. Ben Wagner, they're going to start this second one in the neutral position. Off the whistle, Wagner a little half step back, now circles to the outside. Feist follows him. Wagner back to the middle. Now Feist and Wagner send them out, little snap down by Feist. Wagner just goes with the overtie. Reaches in underneath, now back up to his feet, holding the center of the mat. Feist shot on Wagner. Wagner steps back. Little slide by attempt by Wagner. Feist shrugs that off, goes back to a collar tie. Now wrestlers, little head tap there by Wagner. Feist down on his knees, reaches underneath, kind of a claw position, and secures the takedown. Now goes to a cradle as he crunches down over the top. Here for Dalton Feist, a senior, with the cradle locked up. 45 seconds remain in the second period. He has the 6-0 lead. Wagner trying to bridge out of that. Feist readjusts. Stretches out the leg, kind of the bow and arrow, answering the telephone position with that. And we do have 4 near fall and potentially dangerous called, and a 1-point or technical violation going with a 10-1 lead for Dalton Feist after the point going to Ben Wagner. So I heard on the broadcast last night, during the Bison duel, they call that answering the telephone in that position. So now Wagner tries to roll through on Feist. Feist follows him back around, works over the top. Yes, Wagner on the edge of the mat. He'll try to chin whip him here. Wagner now cradled up again at the end of the period, but runs out of time for Dalton Feist. He'll take the 10-1 lead into the third. And a caution on Wagner on the start. He's down by 9 points to Dalton Feist. And if you're just tuning in, your 107-pound champion in a win by decision was Jace Boynton of Bowman County. He won by a 4-2 decision over Isaiah Hackman. Feist running a half Nelson on Wagner. Has this thing tight. Uses his knee to push him over and win by fall for Dalton Feist, your champion at 114 pounds. Here for Dalton Feist. They will hand out these placing awards. We'll try to turn our camera over there for that. So get this feed back up and get our camera turned over to the award stand. These are your top 8 place winners at 107 pounds. Here at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And now our 121-pound championship coming up. And we have Bodie Henderson, returning state champion from a year ago at 107 pounds, takes on Hayes Weinberger, who placed third at the state tournament at 107 pounds. That's your championship matchup at 121 pounds. Henderson seeded number 1 in the tournament. Weinberger, the number 3 seed. Hayes Weinberger defeated Cole Mogren in overtime to make it into this championship match. Now over here on the old mat, number 1.
Coaches are Tate and Dave Wolding. Record of 19-6. Highlights include Badlands Classic champion, 3rd place state finish.
So this is our championship matchup at 121 pounds.
Our National High School bull riding qualifier, North Dakota High School State bull riding average champion.
Here's Henderson with the 3-point takedown. Henderson in that top position with 30 seconds remaining in our first period. He has an armbar locked up on Weinberger. Weinberger belly down to the mat. Henderson works the bar half on Weinberger. Weinberger's trying to counter the half and in the armbar at the same time. Henderson goes back around. He has the 3-0 lead with 10 seconds remaining. And that'll do it for the first period. Bodie Henderson up 3-0 over Hayes Weinberger. Start of our second period off the whistle. Chop of the right arm by Henderson. Weinberger in the center of the mat holding his base. Henderson sticks in a leg on the right side. He has the 3-0 lead. Minute 40 remaining in the second period. And Henderson now with that leg in on the left side, working over the top. Here, Weinberger. Still belly down just off the center of the mat. Now Henderson goes half Nelson. Weinberger counters that. Still belly down. Now trying to scoot his hips up underneath him. And Weinberger able to build back up to his base. Spiral of the wrist by Henderson. Works underneath in the claw. With Weinberger going into a sit-out, comes back around. Henderson up 3-0 with 37 seconds remaining in the second period. So Henderson has this leg turked on the backside. He's going to try to stretch out his left arm and walk this out. As receives a swipe and back points. Now 2 swipes for Henderson at the end of the second period. He's looking at 4 near fall and a 7-0 lead for Bodie Henderson. And Henderson with some blood time as he goes over with his coaches. And we will step away. We'll come back for this match, the remainder of this third period. Championship match at 121 pounds between Bodie Henderson and Hayes Weinberger. And back into action. So we won't step away. Now a 7-0 lead going in at the end of the second period. 3 seconds on the clock. With that blood time. And Henderson chooses bottom position to start the third period. And Henderson hip heists away, works the head on Hayes Weinberger. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. And have an 8-0 lead for Bodie Henderson. Both wrestlers down on their knees. Henderson wades into Weinberger, goes double unders. Still working underneath here for Bodie Henderson. He's up 8-0. Hayes Weinberger in that bottom position of the situation. Minute 15 remains in the third period. This is our championship match at 121 pounds. Features returning state place winner at 107, Bodie Henderson. Now Weinberger in on a double, trying to crack down Henderson. And Hayes Weinberger placed third last year at the state tournament at 107. But Henderson with the ball and chain tilt, able to roll over Weinberger. Weinberger sits up. Henderson kind of trying to scoot that bottom leg through now, able to get in a good sit-out position in butterflies around Hayes Weinberger. Picks up 2 near fall. 10-0, now 13-0 is your lead for Bodie Henderson. Final 30 seconds in. Looks like more blood time. Or maybe not. As they go back to the center of the mat. So 13-1 score here for Henderson and Weinberger. Weinberger in on a single leg shot. Henderson right away down to his hip, tried to slide around the corner. Able to capture that leg and ankle, and that's a win by technical decision for Bodie Henderson. He's your champion at 121 pounds over Hayes Weinberger.
21 pounds, Bodie Henderson from Northern Lights.
So 16-1 win by technical fall. And with that, we will step away and take another word from our sponsors. Come back for a championship match at 127 pounds between Noah Anderson and Charlie Irwin. This is YourLiveEvent.com.
Transfer Transform your home with Central City Lumber, your one-stop shop for all your home improvement needs. From showplace cabinets, stylish flooring, and Valspar paint, they have everything you need to bring your vision to life. Their expert team is here to help you choose the perfect materials and provide expert advice for your project. Plus, they build custom portable homes that can be moved anywhere in North Dakota. Visit Central City Lumber in Carrington today and see why they're the go-to destination for home improvement. Stop by and let's get started on your next project. Central City Lumber, quality you can build on.
At Sendak Cooperative, we are proud.
All right, welcome back here at LiveEvent.com here for our championship bout at 127 pounds between Noah Anderson of the Lisbon Broncos and Charlie Irwin of New Salem, representing the Holsteins. Here at 127, Irwin placed second last year, state runner-up at 127 pounds, back down here for another run at a state championship. Taking on Noah Anderson. Anderson last year placed third at 133. Irwin seeded number 1 in the tournament. Anderson number 3. Anderson defeated Bell by 4-1 decision to make it into the championship match, and Irwin defeated Riley Hasbrook, a Hettinger, by fall in the semifinals. So now we're scoreless. Low single leg shot by Irwin. Waterfall position here by Anderson. Anderson has the leg caught. Irwin's going to step around here. Takes Anderson down to the mat, runs him over. Turns the corner for the three-point takedown. Kept those feet moving here for Irwin. Anderson down on the mat. Gives up the three-point takedown. He's down 3-0 with under a minute remaining in the first period. And looks like we have potentially dangerous called. Back to the center for a rematch here with Anderson and Irwin. These two did meet up earlier in the year. Both at 133 at the time. Irwin came out on top of that one at Carrington in the tournament up at the Al Larson. Anderson trying to stand up, not able to clear the hips. Irwin drops down on a double leg. Down to 23 seconds remaining. We're in the first period. Irwin works over the top. Anderson able to pass the wrist. Going to try to hip heist up and away. And scores the 1-point escape. Now 3-1 the score. And Irwin in that semifinal match just put on a takedown clinic. And he drops down trying to dump Anderson. Anderson is able to catch him with a whizzer at the end of the period, so Anderson keeps Irwin from scoring at the end. 3-1 lead going into the second. Anderson will defer over to Irwin. Irwin takes a look at the coaches who tell him to choose bottom. 2 minutes on the clock, 3-1 the lead for Charlie Irwin, returning state runner-up at 127 pounds. Anderson cranks the cradle on Irwin, catches him over the top. Irwin's going to try to stretch out. We'll see if Anderson able to squeeze those elbows together and keep this thing locked up and turn Irwin. Still has the cradle. Irwin's going to try to counter, works the hands on Anderson. Anderson keeps the feet moving. Here with Irwin, he has Irwin going up. Irwin's got to watch this a little bit. He's trying to fight the hands. Anderson picks up some near fall. He has Irwin on his back, and the official down there counting. Anderson has to watch out, but he does pick up some near fall and picks up 2 near fall. That's all he got was 2 counts. Okay, so 2 count near fall for Anderson, and now 4-3. So 4-2. It should be 4-3. Not sure what the score is because Anderson does have the 1-point escape. They did give him 2 near fall. Anderson on a double leg shot on Irwin. Takes Irwin down. Anderson trying to turn the corner. Irwin goes in for a funk roll. Anderson still trying to turn the corner and get those legs free. Here's Irwin. Irwin's trying to elevate and get around on Anderson. Now a scramble. Anderson and Irwin in the scramble. Anderson goes down to the ankle on Irwin trying to pass it. Anderson elevates. Irwin and Anderson scrambling out. See who comes out on top of this one. Turning the corner is Anderson. Trying to drag down Irwin. Gets the 3-point takedown for Noah Anderson. There's also one more point. Should be over here. They forgot the escape, so it should be 6-4. And now Irwin stands up, so he'll tie it up at 5. Or excuse me, it should be 6-5. So they did forget to put the escape on there. Anderson has a lead. He'll choose bottom position. Anderson with choice. Anderson choice chooses bottom here with Irwin. 6-5 score. Anderson only received 2 back points off of that cradle against Irwin. And Irwin trying to tilt right away off the whistle on Anderson. Anderson with the 1-point lead. He's hunkered down in the mat trying to work the wrist and pass this on Irwin. And now Anderson steps away. Takedown will extend the lead for Anderson, who's up 7-5. Irwin could take the lead with a takedown. Down with 1:30 remaining. We'll see who presses the pace. Irwin may wait till under a minute. Try to take some time off the clock. Now steps around on a shot by Anderson. And now we're 8-7, 1-point lead for Irwin. Hit the nice goal behind on Anderson. Down to a minute remaining. Anderson and Irwin now back to their feet. Irwin's had the advantage with a couple takedowns on Anderson. Anderson with the near fall. Anderson on a single leg shot. He's going to try to turn the corner on Irwin. He elevates, posts the outside leg, cracks Irwin down. Anderson's going to come back around here on the edge of the mat. We're scooting to the edge. Anderson and Irwin. Anderson's got to pull that arm out. Irwin able to keep those hips up. Anderson and Irwin now. Irwin circling back around on Anderson. Has the back ankle caught. Irwin, now Anderson doubles up on Irwin. Irwin's coming back around. Anderson on the edge, scores it. 3-point takedown for Anderson off of the dynamic bridge and rolls through over the top on Irwin. He's up by 3 points here for Anderson. 15 seconds remain. He'll look for Irwin to explode out of here. He has 15 seconds. In off the whistle, Anderson drops down to a leg. Irwin steps over the top. And no reversal given up yet. And Irwin looking for near fall. He catches Anderson. And 2. And we'll see what happens here at the end of the period as the official didn't count back points. And does. And gives him 2 near fall at the end of the period for Charlie Irwin. So he didn't count back points, but he gives them back points. Did give Anderson, gave Anderson 2 back points. Anderson had Irwin on his back longer than 2 seconds. So we go now at 127 pounds. That's 10-11. Here's the score in favor of Irwin over Anderson. Here's your champion at 127. Take nothing away from either of the wrestlers. That was a great matchup here at 127-pound championship. As we will step away, take another word from our sponsors. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
And energy choice for our communities in central North Dakota. For all of your grain, agronomy, and energy decisions, they are proud to support our local farmers and communities we work and live in. With our state-of-the-art facilities and dedicated team, we ensure your farming operation will be looked at with care and efficiency. Whether you're looking for marketing decisions, agronomy needs, fuel for your operation, or a hot cup of coffee at their C-stores, Sendak Cooperative has you covered. Visit them online at sendakcooperative.com to learn more about how they can serve you. Sendak Cooperative, proud to serve our communities in central North Dakota.
Central Pharmacy is here to...
Hey, we are back here. And you got to hit the right screen. We are back here at YourLiveEvent.com for a championship match now at 133 pounds. At 133, we have out of Killdeer, North Dakota, is Jack Bombach. Bombach made his way into this into this championship match with a win over Ethan Tazarek by decision 7-0. Bombach placed third last year at the state tournament at 121 pounds. He comes in with the #1 seed into this championship match, taking on Cutter Arondick of Bowman County. Cutter made his way with a semifinal win by fall over Gavin Robertson of the Lisbon Broncos. Arondick last year not at the state tournament. He is the #2 seed. These wrestlers. These wrestlers out here in the championship match at 133 pounds. Here's Bombach in the white singlet. Rodnick underneath has the arm caught, trying to work into a high crotch position. On Bombach. Bombach has the back ankle caught. We're in the first period, a minute on the clock. So now, with 55 seconds remaining, we are in the first period, still scoreless after that little scramble between Rodnick and Bombach. Cutter Rodnick back in on a single leg shot. And stalemate called by the official. 42 seconds remain in the first. There's Bombach working the ankle. Another shot by Rodnick. He's done most of the work as far as taking the risk with these shots on Bombach. Bombach has been down blocking and sprawling here. Now steps around the corner, trying to hit this go behind. Rodnick still able, now recovers again. Thought it looked like Bombach was going to be able to step behind him. They're scrambling. Bombach on his hip. Rodnick kind of tripoded up, trying to advance the position. Now 3-point takedown awarded to Bombach, I believe, at the end of the period. So Bombach with the takedown. So Bombach up now 3-0. So it's 3-0 off the whistle to start the second period. Here's a Rodnick. Has Bombach broke belly down, not that. Over on the corner, far edge of the mat. They're wrestling through this position. Double leg or double boot ride by Cutter Rodnick from Bowman County. Rodnick wearing that Buccaneer singlet for the Beach Buccaneers. He's going to go put Bombach on his feet, and we're 4-0 now. So minute 27 remaining, 4-0 lead for Jack Bombach. And Rodnick back down underneath on Bombach. Bombach sprawls out. So Rodnick now reaching in, trying to hit the high crotch fireman. Bombach with a lot of pressure on top. He's going to try to spin around behind. Rodnick able to keep a hold of that wrist on Bombach. Bombach still not able to cut the corner. And Rodnick keeps that head buried down into the waist and leg of Bombach. Stalemate called back to the neutral position. This is your 133-pound championship match. And a snap down this time by Rodnick. Followed up with a single leg shot. Kind of caught Bombach, but now Bombach's able to recover. He has the heavy hips and able to stuff these leg attacks by Cutter Rodnick. Final 12 seconds of this period. And Rodnick has about 5 or 6 leg attacks to 7-0 for Jack Bombach, but Bombach is just content with hitting these go-behinds. He's now up 7-0. Rodnick goes underneath to start. He's down by 7 points. You're at 133 pounds. Look at who's coming on deck, or who is on deck at 139. In that match will feature Sawyer Owens, returning state champion last year at 133 pounds. He seeded number 1 in the tournament at 139. He'll take on Jace Duffy for Lemoore. Duffy making his way into the championship match, and he was the number 7 seed. He defeated Brexton Yanish by a fall with a nice elevator over the top to win that one at the end of the third period. And then he defeated Kyler Shaleski. Shaleski was the number 5 seed, so Jace Duffy here in the championship match. Last year not at the state tournament. That's your match that's on deck. And in the hole at 145, we have William Cook, returning state champion for Kenmare Bull Bells. And he takes on Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals. Garber last year was a state qualifier at 139. And a stall warning issued. And that's going against Bombach. So Bombach warned for stalling. Rodnick in the bottom position, 45 seconds remaining. We're in the third period. 133-pound championship match between Jack Bombach, a Killdeer. He's a freshman. And Cutter Rodnick, a sophomore from Bowman County. Rodnick wearing that blue Beach Buccaneers singlet. He's in the bottom position. Final 24 seconds of this third period. He's going to try to hit a roll. He's got the arm caught. He catches the leg on Bombach. Not able to hip ice through and now has to let go. Final 10 seconds. Your 7-0 lead for Jack Bombach, a Killdeer. And he will take the championship at 133 pounds here in New Salem.
Your champion at 100.
Wins by decision, 7-0.
Jack Bombach.
So that does it for that 133-pound championship match, and we will step away, take another word from our sponsors, come back for 139. This is YourLiveEvent.com.
In Carrington and New Rockford, we offer comprehensive health screenings, including blood pressure checks, diabetes monitoring, and immunizations. Our expert team also provides complete medication reviews to ensure you're on the right track. At Central Pharmacy, we have everything you need for your health and living needs. Experience top-notch pharmacy services with a personal touch. Visit Central Pharmacy today, where your health is our priority. Central Pharmacy in Carrington and New Rockford. Your health, our mission.
And welcome back, YourLiveEvent.com, as I do this the second time, as we are back here for our championship match. At 139 pounds, we have Sawyer Owens, returning state champion at 133 pounds, and he will face off with Jace Duffy from Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. The wrestlers out there set, ready to square off for this championship match. Don't know the head-to-head meeting between these two this year. And now the official blows the whistle, and we're on here at 139 pounds with Sawyer Owens and Jace Duffy. Owens looks to press the pace early, has a double leg shot, goes around the waist, steps around behind Duffy, gives up the 3-point takedown. Owens goes to work right away on Jace Duffy. Now with 1:40 remaining, Owens with the 3-0 lead. And Owens works on top, has the, looks like he's trying to chop the arm, as Jace Duffy broke belly down, working towards that far side of the mat in the center. And Owens now locks up the armbar on Duffy. And here it is. And a bar half hooked up on Duffy. Owens working for a near fall in the pin in this championship match at 139. He has Duffy drug over here. And Duffy still trying to hold his base. And now Duffy on his hip. Owens keeping that toe in bounce. 20 seconds remain. And Duffy's still trying to bridge out of this and get into the second period. A lot of pressure put on here by Sawyer Owens with that half Nelson buried in. He's working up over the top, final 10 seconds. And going into the second period, Sawyer Owens picks up the near fall. 4 near fall. 7-0 score and lead for Sawyer Owens in the championship match at 139. And here's Owens off the whistle. Duffy holding the center of that. Owens on a single leg shot, high crotch position. Duffy with the big sprawl, heavy hips over the top. Owens not giving up on it. Reaches in, grabs the arm. Now, see if he tries to work for a dump here with Duffy over the top. Duffy's going to try to reach in and snap down and spin behind. Still working an underhook. Now he snaps down. Now he's trying to chuck it. Owens catches him with the arm. Owens going to go spladle somehow on that spin there with Duffy. He caught the inside leg and now has Duffy spladled up. Not sure how that happened, but it did. And we have 4 near fall and 14-0 here for Sawyer Owens. As he goes armbar, catches the far wrist on Jace Duffy with under a minute remaining in the second period. Duffy trying to muscle out of this armbar attempt by Sawyer Owens. Owens has that arm sucked pretty deep across the back on Jace Duffy. Duffy back up to his knees. Owens going to run this around and put a lot of pressure on the shoulder. Duffy forced to go to his hips, and near fall coming up for Sawyer Owens in likely the championship now with 30 seconds remaining, working for a fall on Jace Duffy. He could just let up pressure, and he does. And that's a win by technical decision. Sawyer Owens, your champion. At 139 pounds, wins by technical decision.
Your winner at 139 pounds.
And that'll bring us to our 145-pound championship match as we will step away, take another word from our sponsors. We're broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth from New Salem, North Dakota. We will return for that 145-pound championship match.
Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations at Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
All right, welcome back here, liveevent.com, here for our 145-pound championship match. The lean and mean Nick Garber down here at 145 pounds for the Carrington Cardinals. Garber last year, state qualifier at 139 pounds, comes in as the number 2 seed. Your number 1 seed is William Cook, returning state champion last year at 139. Garber dropping down from 152, having a good second half of the season down at 145 as he's locked up now. Cook underneath on Garber. Garber up over the back, forklift, that waterfall position over the back. Has an ankle on Cook. Cook's going to try to pass the leg and hip ice back around. Garber ties up the ankle. Cook elevates. Garber scrambles. And a 3-point takedown now for William Cook. Cook leads early, 3-0 in the first period. That's a reversal. Little cartwheel, one-handed cartwheel by Nick Garber. That's one reason why you got kids doing all these different tumbling drills in your wrestling practices. As Garber showing off a little bit of athleticism. Down 4-2. So it's a 4-2 lead for William Cook, the returning state champion. Here last year at 139, up at 145. Garber drops down, outside single, spins around the corner. Cook was able to get in a whizzer just in time. Garber shelves it, takes Cook down with the 3-point takedown here for Nick Garber. Garber with the 3-point takedown at the end of the period, and he's going to take the 5-4 lead here for Garber. Cook defers, Garber chooses bottom. Garber with the reversal in the first period. And now a takedown, 5-4, up by 1. Off the whistle, crossface. Now Garber tripods up here with Cook. Spins away, Cook back down. Doubles up, no points awarded. Cook will try to eat up a little bit of time. And now Garber and Cook in the scramble position. Still 5-4. Garber started in the second period in the bottom, but Cook could take a lot of time off the clock here, not give up any points to Garber, as they're still scrambling. And a stalemate called. No point awarded to Garber. Goes back to the bottom position. Minute 20 remains in the second period. Coming up, your match on deck at 152 pounds for the championship match is Trenton Klatt for New Salem, as he won by decision 1-0 over Corbin Clifton of Carrington in the semifinals. And he will take on Carson Hildrey of Velva. Hildrey won by decision, or I should say by fall, over Ryan Hing in the semifinals. And a 3-point takedown for Cook now with the 1-point lead. 7-6 is your score. And Cook with the arm bar. Excuse me, Garber. Now bars halves, has the half sunk in deep on Garber. Garber's able to counter out. Post the outside leg, going to try to roll through again. Cook catches him, still has the arm bar locked up. Has that sunk almost all the way across his back. Putting a lot of pressure on that shoulder, extends it out, trying to scoop the head. Garber now goes around the world, locks it up, that hammerlock on the backside. Garber in a little bit of trouble here with Cook. If he gets out of this with not giving up any near fall, final 2 seconds of the period, and Garber gets in and escapes without giving up near fall. But it is 7-6, the score. Cook in the lead. Garber will let him go. Now he's down by 2 points. And off the mat, Garber and Cook go to the corner. 2-point lead for William Cook, returning state champion. Garber able to sprawl out. Wrestlers still on their feet now, a minute 18. 2-point lead for William Cook over Nick Garber. Garber did have the lead going into the second. It was 5-4. Now 6-8 is the score. He's down by 2 points here for Carrington. And now still 8-6. Here's Garber at the end of the period. Cook goes down to the Wizard. Garber going to try to elevate at the end of the period. Takes down and no, not able to catch William Cook on the edge of the mat. So William Cook wins by decision 8-6 and your champion at 145. So Cook with the win. And your champion at 145. As we will step away, we'll come back for that 152-pound championship just ahead on YourLiveEvent.com.
In our community, we're dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy and strong. At CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, we offer top-tier care for everyone, including our local athletes. From routine checkups to specialized sports medicine, our expert team ensures you're in top shape to perform your best, caring for our community and supporting local athletes, because your health and performance are our top priorities. Dedicated to you and our athletes. Visit chistalexiushealth.org or call 701-652-2515 to learn more. CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, where care meets commitment.
At Carrington Public Schools, their mission is empowering our students for the future. You can visit their website, carrington.k12.
And we are back here at YourLiveEvent.com as we are in our championship match. At 152 pounds, we have Trenton Klatt for New Salem Holsteins. Klatt entered the tournament as the number 4 seed for New Salem. He defeated Corbin Clifton by decision 1-0. Klatt in 2023 was a state champion at 126 pounds, so has a lot of pedigree behind him. Not on the tournament roster last year for New Salem. And then you have Carson Hildre for Velva. Hildre last year placed second at 145 pounds. And here's Klatt in on a double leg on Hildre. Hildre catches him in a head and arm. And now he slips it. Switch attempt. Hildre back up to his feet. Klatt has the back ankle hooked here with Klatt. But Klatt up over the top with the half. They haven't given or awarded the takedown yet to Trenton Klatt. And they go off the edge of the mat. So they are off the edge of the mat and back to restart. No takedown awarded. 47 seconds remaining in the first period. Wrestlers now holding the center of the mat. Big scramble before the restart. No points awarded. Back here in the middle with 20 seconds remaining in the first period. There's Hildred. Working inside tie, and then at the end of the period, we're going scoreless. You're at 152 pounds for the championship. Hildred defers over to Klatt, chooses neutral to start. Klatt and Hildred still battling it out on their feet at the start of the second period. Hildred goes in, little level change by Klatt. We'll see if he comes back to that. Kind of caught Hildred flat-footed. Hildred goes in an arm drag. Klatt spins out of that. Down to minute 35 remaining, second period. Still scoreless at 152 pounds. And a low single shot. Off the head tap here for Carson Hildred, drops down and trying to pull this leg in. Klatt brings those hands through, kind of scissors back in between the legs and stops that shot by Carson Hildred. Now with the minute 10 remaining, still scoreless. Klatt had choice. He chose neutral. Shot there by Hildred. Hildred backs up. Wrestler just off center of the mat. Down to 57 seconds remaining. In final 30 seconds of the second period, wrestler still locked up inside ties. And now a snap on the collar by Klatt. Final 20 seconds. They're in the second period. And here's Klatt with a double leg shot. Final 10 seconds of our second period. Drops down to a single. He's going to try to elevate this. Hildred has the ankle on the backside. Releases pressure, and that's it. You're scoreless going into the third period. Hildred chooses bottom position. Klatt and Hildred. We're at the minute 57 into our third period. Hildred in the bottom position. Klatt goes leg ride. Remember back to those days at 126 pounds there for Trenton Klatt. He was tough with the legs when he was able to get those in, puts the hooks in, and he's a tough rider here. And he goes with Hildred. Hildred is going to kind of sit back, try to counter this leg ride. Klatt's going to work underneath. A little hand fighting going on there. Now hooks the back leg. Hildred's still trying to get rid of this leg ride. Klatt takes Hildred down up over the hips. With a minute 15 remaining. Hildred scoots back up, gets the hips underneath him. Klatt gets rid of the leg ride on the left side. Now goes to a half Nelson, has it sunk in pretty deep on Hildred. Hildred tripods up. Down to 53 seconds remaining. Klatt goes back to the wrist. Going to dig this out. And final 30 seconds of this third period, a big tough ride here by Trenton Klatt as now Hildred stands up, tripods up. We'll see if he puts on the gas. The final 30 seconds here for Carson Hildred to try to score. Another boot in. Now this time Hildred was in good position. He caught the boot, but he only has 20 seconds here with Hildred. No stalemate called as Hildred is up over the top on, or Klatt's up over the top on Hildred. Final 10 seconds. And we're going to go and start or finish, settle this one on our feet. The final 2 seconds. And we're going into a sudden victory overtime, 152 pounds for our championship match. And this is 152-pound championship match. Sudden victory, Hildry, Klatt. Hildry catches Klatt, but Klatt spins, arm spins through it. Hildry still in position to score. Almost had the takedown. Grabs back, goes back to the ankle on Klatt. Still with the ankle. Klatt was able to get an arm in between the legs here on Hildry. Hildry steps around in potentially now blood time. Just as Hildry was turned in the corner, we get blood time, man. 152-pound championship match in sudden victory overtime. So we are here with blood time. We will step away here on YourLiveEvent.com. Come back for the conclusion at the 152-pound sudden victory overtime period.
School announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Cardinals pride with student updates and events with Carrington Public Schools. Carrington Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Cardinals. Learn more at carrington.k12.nd.us.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsboro offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsboro to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
And welcome back here after the blood time. We are back in action at the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. Sudden victory. And that's another shot by Klatt. A snap down here by Hildry, and he's going to win this in sudden victory overtime. Carson Hildry is your champion in sudden victory overtime at 152 pounds. 3-0 over Trenton Klatt. And we will keep it here. Try to give you an update on our championship matches this far. Starting at 107 pounds here with your Olson Accounting update. We had Jace Boynton, your champion, at 107 pounds, won by decision. 4-2 over Isaiah Hackman at 107, 114 pounds. It was Dalton Feist, your winner, over Ben Wagner at 114. Feist is your champion at 114 pounds. 121 pounds, we have Bodie Henderson, your winner by technical decision, over Hayes Weinberger of New Salem at 127 pounds. Your champion is Charlie Irwin. Irwin and Anderson in a back-and-forth battle. Irwin pulls out the victory at the end, and he wins by decision 11-10, and your champion at 127. And now for your championship match here after Olson Accounting recap, we have Mason Weigel and Eli Lyons battling it out. This classic matchup over the last year and a half of wrestling here in the state of North Dakota. Both dynamic wrestlers, don't count out either one in a match that they're in. They could be down 8 points and come back and win that by 10. As here's Lyons and Weigel go off the edge of the mat. Lyons all business. Weigel runs back to the center. So this is your championship match at 160 pounds. We did just complete that 152-pound championship match with Carson Hildry winning in overtime over Trenton Klatt, sudden victory overtime. So at 160 pounds, this is Eli Lyons from the Lisbon Broncos. Placed third last year at 160 pounds. Seeded number 1 in the tournament. He's taking on Mason Weigel Wago placed 5th at 160 pounds. Wago and Lions battled it all last year, and back here again. Now with both wrestlers at 160, Lions dropping down after the Christmas break to 160 pounds. Wago seeded number 3 in the tournament as he defeated Lincoln Spear by fall in the semifinals. Lions defeated Maddox Campbell by a fall in the semifinals to make it into the championship match. The wrestler's back. Locked up in the center. High crotch shot by Lions. Little hip wizard by Wago, but Lions able to get him cracked down. Wago goes to the leg. Lions just a little bit slow here for Wago, and Lions. Hip wizard by Lions. We'll see who wins this battle. Wago's going to step over the leg, has Lions split. Lions up over the top, going to try to hip heist back through in an awkward position with 20 seconds remaining in the first period. Lions up over the top looking for a stalemate with Wago. Down to 18 seconds remaining in the first period. And going collar tie here is Mason Wago. Lions at the end of the period with another shot. Runs out of time, and the flip of the disc by the official. As we go in with choice, Lions chooses bottom position to start our second period. Wago defers. Your 160-pound championship match. And looking off the whistle. Lions tripods up. Wago goes, locks up around the head, trying to hit the cradle on Lions. Lions kind of balled up underneath, reaches back around the ankle, is going to elevate that. Wago comes across the top of the nose or bridge of the nose. Wago, Lions now is going to shake Wago off over the front. Wago comes back around. Lions trying to work the reversal. Now Lions gets Wago down on his hip. Lions getting a little greedy. Picks up the 2 reversal. Wago gets back down, belly down. Back here with a minute on the clock in the second period. Lions has the 2-0 lead. Wrestling Mason Wago now reaching underneath, trying to get that ball and chain tilt. Wago able to grab the elbow, but Wago's able to stretch the arm out. He's just down by 2 points. Not a big enough lead when you're wrestling Mason Wago. Lions in control in the top position. Wago scoots the hips up now with a sit out. Final 30 seconds of our second period with Lions in the lead 2-0. Wago sits out. Lions going to try to hit a chin drop. Wago back belly down. Lions has that back ankle spiked as they're on the edge of the mat. Lions working armbar, has the hammerlock on Wago. They're trying to work through around the backside. Here's final 2 seconds, tick off the clock, and they go into the third period. Lions has the 2-0 lead. Lions is up 2-0. And Lions, here's a wizard. Lions down on a single leg shot. He's going to run it over, pick up the 3-point takedown, up 5-0 on Mason Wago at 160 pounds. Lions up 5-0. Minute 38 remaining in our third period. Still not a big enough lead for Lions. Now Lions goes crossface over the top. Hard crossface. Wago keeps those feet around the backside, perpendicular to the mat. Lions tying up are able to tie Lions up on the backside when he does that. So if you're looking for some sagey veteran tricks, that might be one of them. If you're somebody who likes bow and arrows, maybe not. If you're a person in the top. Lions goes leg right. He's a little bit high on Waggle. Comes back around with 40 seconds remaining. Now 45 seconds remaining. Lions going to go double boot right on Waggle. Try to stretch him out. Waggle still holding his base. Here's Lyons now as the double boots in, working over the top. Another hard crossface by Lyons. Final 25 seconds remaining for the 160-pound championship. And we do have a stalemate, or 1 point going over to Mason Waggle. Not sure if it was a full Nelson or what was going on, but must have touched hands or something around the backside of the neck, or backside of the head. On the sit-out, Waggle's going to go try to roll. Final 15 seconds of our third period. Waggle goes into Lyons. In 8 seconds, Lyons holds on for the win by decision. 5-1 over Mason Waggle. So Eli Lyons, your 160-pound champion. Lyons, your champion at 160. And we will step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back for a 172-pound championship on YourLiveEvent.com from our 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hey, welcome back here to YourLiveEvent.com at the Salem East-West Tournament. Broadcasting to you live from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. High atop the bleachers here from New Salem. As we're now into our 172-pound championship match. At 172. We do have Drew Zwack. So Drew Zwack, your returning state champion last year at 172 pounds. He made his way into the championship match with a 5-4 win by decision over Cale Hebel. And then we have Rocker Aguilar. Aguilar won by decision over Brock Norton of New Salem Almont to make it into the championship match. That was another close one between Aguilar and Norton.
His parents are Drew Scari and Marina. He is from Williams County. He is a senior. Coaches are Arlen Anderson, Aaron Bringer.
Aguilar, the number 2 seed coming into the tournament. Zwack, the number 1 seed. A minute on the clock.
And the North Dakota team. Special honors, he was third at state, 152.
Zwack with his back to the edge of the mat. Aguilar works an under on the left side, on his left side. Zwack steps away. Aguilar reaching over the top.
All 160-pound place winners to the chairs, please. 160-pound place winners.
And Aguilar got behind Zwack. Zwack trying to turn the corner on the backside. Here's Aguilar. Aguilar's going to reach for the head on Drew Zwack. He's got him in a little bit of trouble. Zwack pulls out on the backside. Now scrambling, Aguilar with the whizzer. And he's going to drive underneath. Zwack doesn't have anything to do with that. He just drops down, throws a half Nelson in. As he stops that takedown attempt by Aguilar with a half at the end of the period. And he has the 3-0 lead, but no near fall for Drew Zwack going into the second period. And off the whistle started the second period. Returned back down to the mat. There was Rocker Aguilar. Went for the ankle. Zwack tripods back up to his feet. Clears the hips and the hands and a 1-point escape. The wrestlers now far center edge, work their way back around to the middle. A little super duck attempt by Aguilar, but Zwack follows that up with the double leg shot. Momentum takes him off the mat. No points awarded there to Drew Zwack. He has the 4-0 lead in their championship match at 172 pounds. And Aguilar Zwack out again, center edge of the mat. Down to 55 seconds remaining in the second period. Still 4-0 lead for Aguilar, or for Drew Zwack over Rocker Aguilar. Zwack with his back to the edge of the mat. And little super duck by Zwack. Trades position with Aguilar. Gives Aguilar a shove at the whistle. The final 27 seconds of our second period on the restart. Still 4-0 lead for Drew Zwack against Rocker Aguilar for a championship at 172 pounds. A nice high crotch shot chasing this down as Drew Zwack. He secures the takedown. Up 7-0 and trying to get some near fall out of this. Still 7-0 is the lead for Drew Zwack. Final 3 seconds on the clock in the second period. And let's see, choice goes to Aguilar, choosing bottom position to start our third period. Drew Zwack in the top position has a 7-0 lead. Zwack going to try to treetop this. Good balance here by Aguilar. Zwack still with the treetop, not able, now takes Aguilar down. Puts him belly down on the mat. 7-0 lead for Drew Zwack in the top position. Zwack works underneath. Goes to spiral the wrist on the far side. Now Zwack tripods up. Leg right in on the left-hand side. Goes double boots here. Riding up over the hips. Has Aguilar broke belly down. A lot of pressure put on top. Power half stuck in with a minute remaining in our third period. Aguilar still trying to counter. Zwack putting a lot of pressure and goes double boots again. Really trying to stretch out Rocker Aguilar. Aguilar kind of clammed up in that bottom position. Now those arms go forward here for Drew Zwack. Final 45 seconds. Zwack still now putting a lot of pressure in the top position. Goes butterflies over the top on the backside. Trying to come back around with another leg on the left. Goes power half. They roll out for a restart back to the center of the mat. 20 seconds or 29 seconds remaining. And after that 127-pound match, kind of anticlimactic in some of these championship matches. That was kind of the barn burner so far of the finals at 127. Zwack in on a single leg with the mat return. He's going to crunch over the top. Final 15 seconds. Goes kind of the cow catcher position, catches the chin with the underhook. 1-point escape for Aguilar off the edge of the mat, 7-1. Aguilar down by 6 points. Takedown for near fall, wins it for Aguilar. Zwack chooses to wrestle down on the mat. Now trying to pick up another takedown at the end of it, and he'll do it. And secures a major decision win in the championship match here at 172 pounds for Drew Zwack. So he ends up winning 10-1 over Rocker Aguilar at 172. And we will keep it here as we will go back to recap. As we were at 139 pounds, they're your champion at 139. Or excuse me, your champion at 133. That's where we left off at in our Olson Accounting update. As we go through these matches, our championship matches, we had Jack Bombach here winning by decision over Cutter Rodnock. That was a 7-0 decision win for Jack Bombach at 133 for the championship. At 139 pounds, your champion at 139 is Sawyer Owens. Owens winner by technical decision over Jace Duffy of Lemoore. 145 pounds. That was William Cook, winner by decision over Callan Garber, 8-6 for Cook. And 152 pounds, your champion was Carson Hildry, sudden victory 2-0 win by decision. And your champion at 160 pounds, Eli Lyons of Lisbon Broncos, wins by decision over Mason Wagle of Napoleon, 5-1. And at the conclusion there, that 172-pound matches. Now we're caught up with our Olson Accounting recap. That was Drew Zwack, winner by major decision over Rocker Aguilar of Williams County. And now here, 189 pounds, we have Cole Henderson. Henderson last year placed second at 189 pounds, representing Northern Lights. And then we had Trey Bombach from Stanley. Bombach last year at the state tournament placed third. Henderson, the number 1 seed. Bombach, the number 2 seed in the tournament. So those are your entrants here in the championship match at 189. On deck at 215 pounds. Your on-deck wrestlers at 215 is Ivan Kruth, Ellendale, as they call him. He'll take on Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley. And then at 285, we have Big Cade Okeson for Minot Bishop Ryan. He'll take on Aiden Hinkle of the Lisbon Broncos. That match in the hole here at 285 pounds. So we're up wrestling 189 championship match. This is between Cole Henderson and Trey Bombach of Stanley. As we said before, Henderson state runner-up last year at 189 for Northern Lights. And Bombach placed third at 189 for Stanley. And down to 30 seconds remaining in this first period. Wrestlers still on their feet, no score. Bombach wearing the Stanley Blue Jays singlet with the blue belt. In final 10 seconds of the first period, here's Henderson with an under and an over, and the cow catcher position has the chin and the underhook. And as the whistle sounds and the horn blows, we go into our second period scoreless. Start of our second period. Cole Henderson in the bottom position has the inside leg. He has Bombach going to his hip in a 2-point reversal here for Cole Henderson. Henderson up 2-0. Minute 40, now minute 35 remaining in the second period for Northern Lights. He's in the top position. He has the arm chopped on the far side. Working now with spiraling, has the wrist spiraled. Still attacking that right arm on Trey Bombach. Bombach now scoots the hips up underneath him. See if he can post the outside leg, not able to do it. Here's Henderson, still works the arm, now has it chopped underneath. Pulls it tight across the waist. Henderson up 2-0. Final 50 seconds remain in the second period. Keeping a lot of pressure on that arm on the right side. Not allowing Bombach to pull those hips up underneath him. Still belly down. Henderson trying to dig that wrist out. on the right side. Now spirals. Had the left wrist spiral. Now goes back, attacks the right arm, trying to chop it underneath. We'll see if he comes out with the arm bar. Final 15 seconds of the second period. Henderson in control on top. He has the 2-0 lead. So Henderson's up 2-0 at the end of our second period. In the start of the third period, still 2-0 your score between Baumbach and Henderson. Baumbach in on a high crotch shot. He's going to try to lock this up. Down to a minute 20 remaining. Henderson has the leg spiraled on the near side. Official calls a stalemate. They go back to the center of the mat for a restart. So down to minute 15 remaining in the third period. Cole Henderson up by a score of 2-0. A takedown by Baumbach would have the 1-point lead. He's down on a high crotch shot on Henderson. Henderson spirals the leg. He has a kind of a front headlock over the top. Has Baumbach broke belly down. Baumbach's going to try to recover here on the edge of the mat. You see if Henderson is able to turn the corner and step over on the backside and secure that leg and the takedown. Baumbach able to keep the leg. Still has it, final 30 seconds. It's a good scoring opportunity here in a 50-50, and that goes back to their feet. Final 27 seconds. Henderson secures a takedown. That extends his lead. Baumbach with the takedown. Nice slide-by attempt. And he goes down on the desperation, a little bit of arm drag. And the three-point takedown for Cole Henderson. Henderson up 5-0. Final 10 seconds of the third period. And that'll do it. Cole Henderson is your champion at 189 pounds as he wins by decision 5-0 over Trey Baumbach of Stanley. And we will step away and have another word from our sponsors. You're watching NewLiveEvent.com, broadcasting to you from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth from New Salem, North Dakota.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
And back here for our semifinal match here at 215 pounds. We'll give you that Bank North scoreboard update here from Bank North. This is your scoreboard update on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll go to your top 5 teams. If I can get them up here, scrolling as in 5th place is Northern Lights with 96.5 points. 4th place is Oaks with 97 points. New Salem Almont in 3rd with 122. Belva in 2nd with 125 points. And in 1st place are the Lisbon Broncos with 153.5 points. Broncos locking up this is their 8th in a row New Salem East-West Championship. If you take out 2021, that was just a different kind of season with COVID. Here's Ivan Caruth with the takedown. Quick one, throws over Wilhelmy to his back. Caruth, defending state champion from 189 last year. That it concludes our Bank North scoreboard update. And we're into this one right away. Kruth with a pinning combination on Wilhelmi from Stanley. Wilhelmi last year placed 6th at 215 pounds. He's the number 2 seed, and Ivan Kruth the number 1 seed in the tournament. Kruth made his way into the championship match with a pin over Brock Lyons in the semifinals. Wilhelmi with his win over Andre Dahl in the semifinals. And that does it. That's your champion, Ivan Kruth. He wins by fall. And the match is over with. Now going to 285. So we'll step away as the place winners still scrambling to get over there for 189. We'll step away, take a word from our sponsor before this heavyweight match. You're on YourLiveEvent.com from the New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament.
Make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
All right, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com here for this championship match from the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We have Aiden Hinkle for Lisbon Broncos wrestling Cade Okeson of Minot Bishop Ryan. Okeson comes in with a 37-1 record. Or I should say a 39-1 record. Wrestling Aiden Hinkle. Okeson last year state champion, 285. Hinkle placed 7th at the state tournament. He gives Hinkle a shove on the edge of the mat. He goes down hard. Pushing each other around here with a minute 31 on the clock for the championship at 285. Oh, Hinkle and Okeson now. Hinkle locks up those double collars. Okeson going double under, or working the underhook on Hinkle. Hinkle still with the collar on the right side of Okeson. Okeson pushing a lot in, pushing into Hinkle. Hinkle trying to circle back in. Okeson keeping him blocked and off the edge, or on the edge of the mat. And now under a minute remaining, 58 seconds on the clock. We're still in the first period, scoreless. Here the official blows the whistle. A level change by Okeson. Hinkle wants to wrestle this one standing up on his feet. He's going to go throw on Okeson, who stuffs the double overs. And the win by fall for Cade Okeson on Aiden Hinkle. He's your champion at 285 pounds. So Okeson is the champion at 285 as we will conclude our championship matches here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. And we will step away for a word from our sponsors, come back and wrap this one up, hand out our Legacy Egg Precision Move of the tournament and our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Turns premium local durum wheat into a variety of mouth-watering pasta. From classic spaghetti to rich, hearty lasagna, their expert team crafts every shape and flavor with care. Their commitment to quality means you're getting pasta made with the finest local ingredients. Taste the difference that local durum wheat makes. For more information, visit 8avpasta.com and join them in celebrating the art of pasta making right in our community. Buen appetito!
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Welcome back here, LiveEvent.com. Handing out our heavyweight medals here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament as our championship matches have concluded. And your winner at 285 pounds is Cade Okeson, winner by fall over Aiden Hinkle. And we'll take a turn and look at that Bank North scoreboard after that championship match. And your top 10 teams here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament is Stanley in 10th place with 81.5 points. Bowman County in 9th with 83.5. 8th place, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe, 86.5 points. 7th place, Northern Lights, 87 points. Napoleon in 6th, 88.5 points. Kindred in 5th with 90 points. Oaks in 4th place with 97 points. New Salem Almont in 3rd with 118. 2nd place, Velva with 121. And your champions out of Lisbon, North Dakota, are the Broncos with 149.5 points. And I believe this is their 8th consecutive championship. You got the New Salem East-West Tournament in the individual team points race. The 2021 New Salem East-West Tournament was a dual tournament. Lisbon and a number of other teams not able to attend it due to the rules that they had set up at that time. So we are the Lisbon Broncos with the 2025 New Salem East-West Championship scoring 149.5 points. And we will wrap this up with our results, with our placings here. At 107 pounds, your champion was Jace Boyton of Bowman County. 2nd place, Isaiah Hackman at 107. 3rd place, here for your Olson Accounting recap, was Sky Kramlich at Carrington. 4th place, Bristol Swanson of Kindred. 5th place, Trig Dahlstrom at Oaks. 6th place, Alberta Verdeen of Hettinger Scranton. 7th place, was John Logering of Lemoore. And Lisbon picking up the championship trophy. And then in 8th place was Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. 114-pound place winners. 1st place, Dalton Feist of Napoleon. 2nd place, Ben Wagner of Oaks. 3rd place, Keenan Gores of Northern Lights. 4th place, Peyton Shea of Bishop Ryan. 5th place, Gavin Root of Kindred. 6th place, Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. 7th place, Logan Hyatt, New Salem Almont. 8th place, Jaden Kuntz of Killdeer. Those are your top 8 place winners at 114. 121-pound place winners. 1st place, Bodie Henderson, Northern Lights. 2nd place, Hayes Weinberg of New Salem Almont. 3rd place, Cole Mogren of Kenmare Bull Bells. 4th place, Joshua Turnes of Beulah Hayes. And 5th place, Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley. 6th place, Drew Carr of Carrington. 7th place, Cale Schwartz, Bowman County. 8th place, Grayson Lyons of Lisbon. 127-pound place winners. In the top 8, 1st place, Charlie Irwin, New Salem Almont. 2nd place, Noah Anderson of Lisbon. 3rd place, Colin Bell of Stanley. In 4th place, Riley Hasbrook, Kenninger Scranton. 5th place, Lucas Ali, Velva. 6th place, Connor Millen, Kenmare Bull Bellsburg Central. 7th place, Lander Rice, Killdeer. And 8th place, Regan Sand, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. Top 8 place winners, 133, Jack Bombach, Killdeer. 2nd place, Cutter Rondeck, Bowman County. 3rd place, Brooks Grunfelder, Napoleon. 4th place, Levi Jensen of Williams County. 5th place, Gavin Robertson of Lisbon. 6th place, Ethan Tazaric, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. 7th place, Shote Gerhardt of New Salem Almont. In 8th place, Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. Place winners 139. Sawyer Owens, your champion at 139 pounds for Hillsborough Central Valley. 2nd place, Jace Duffy of Lemoore. And in 3rd place was Kyler Selesky of Hettinger Scranton. 4th place, Cruz Ranke of Lisbon. 5th place is Ian Allender of Oaks. 6th place, Brexton Yanish of Velva. 7th place, Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And 8th place, Zach Spain of Minot Bishop Ryan. And 145-pound place winners, William Cook, Kenmare Bull Bellsburg Central. Nick Garber in 2nd place for Carrington. 3rd place, Case Allender of Oaks. 4th place, Brock Johnson, Kindred. 5th place, Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon. 6th place, Bryce Schneider of Napoleon. 7th place, Braylon Herman, Northern Lights. 8th place, Colton Beeker, New Salem Almont. And then in 152 pounds, top 8 place winners, Carson Hildre of Velva in 1st place. 2nd place, Trenton Cladd of New Salem Almont. 3rd place, Miles Theologis of Kindred. 4th place, Corbin Clifton of Carrington. 5th place, Ryan Ing of Lisbon. 6th place is 8 Higher of Oaks. 7th place, Bailey Zachmeyer Rugby. 8th place, Jeremiah Schmidt of Williams County. 160 pounds place winners, champion Eli Lyons of Lisbon Broncos. Waggle of Napoleon in 2nd place. 3rd place, Lincoln Spear, Kenmare Bull Bells. 4th place, Maddox Campbell of Velva. 5th place, Sawyer Knoll, Bowman County. 6th place, Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. 7th place, Gavin Enwich, New Salem Almont. And 8th place, Wyatt LaPierre of Killdeer. 172 pounds, top 8, Drew Zwack, your champion. 2nd place, Rocker Egelroller of Williams County. 3rd place, Cale Hebolamore. 4th place, Tanner Mengi, Kindred. 5th place, Madden Barstead of Velva. 6th place, Brock Norton, New Salem Almont. 7th place, Callan Garber, Carrington. 8th place, Riley Lucina of the Broncos. 189 place winners, Cole Henderson, your champion, over Trey Bombach of Stanley. 3rd place, William Roundy of Killdeer. 4th place, Braden Schnoll, Hillsborough Central Valley. 5th place, Ashton Weathersby, Williams County. 6th place, Gus Strawman, Beulah Hazen. 7th place, Carter Potasic of Oaks. And 8th place, Noah Werner of Velva. 215 pounds, your champion, Ivan Kruth of Ellendale Edgerly Call, winner by fall over Griffin Wilhelmi of Stanley. 3rd place, Brock Lyons of the Broncos, winner by fall over Andre Dahl in 4th place. 5th place was Jaden Foss of Velva. 6th place, Tucker Tuberville of Bowman County. 7th place, Brendan Thusen of Williams County. And 8th place is Tucker Tim of Kenmare Bull Bells, Burke Central. And then your 285-pound champion is Kate Okeson of Minot Bishop Ryan. 2nd place, Aiden Hinkle of Lisbon. 3rd place, Matthew Jacobs of Williams County. 4th place, Seth Irie, Ellendale Edgerly Colm. 5th place, Brett Tosted of Northern Lights. 6th place, Levi Uran of Stanley. 7th place, Max Klein of Oaks. 8th place is Delaney Feldman of Kenmare Bull Bells. And that is your top 8 place winners at each weight bracket at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament. We'll step away, come back for Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Tournament and our Agassi Egg Precision move of the tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. YourLiveEvent.com as we're now into our Agassi Egg Precision move of the match, or move of the tournament. That's going out. Going to give these awards out to these heavier weights here at 215 pounds. That one's going out to Ivan Kruth for Ellendale Edgerly Colm, as he is your Agassi Egg Precision move of the match recipient here at the 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, as he picks up that championship by fall at 215 pounds. And he did pick up 3 pins in this tournament for Ivan Kruth. He won by fall in 55 seconds over Kirby Freeman in the first round. In the quarterfinals, he won by fall over Tucker Tim in 32 seconds. And then won by fall over Brock Lyons in the semifinals. And then pinned Griffin Wilhelmi in the first period to pick up the championship at 215. So that is Agassi Egg Precision move of the tournament, going out to Ivan Kruth of Ellendale Edgerly Colm, your local precision planning dealer at Agassi Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-436-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. And then your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the tournament, that one's going out here to Kate Okeson. Okeson also picking up 3 falls in the tournament. In the first round, he won by fall in 26 seconds over Charles Jorgensen. In the quarterfinals, he picked up another pin in 42 seconds over Delaney Feldman. And then in the semifinals, he pinned Matthew Jacobs in the first period. And then dispatched Aiden Hinkle of the Lisbon Broncos, also in the first period by fall. And should make that 4 pins here for Kate Okeson. And he is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the tournament. You're at 285 pounds as he wins in dominant fashion for Enbridge Energy. Life takes energy from Enbridge Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for career opportunities. And that wraps up our coverage here, 2025 New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, as we will now turn our attention to, on the wrestling side, to those East regions, or Southeast region duels in Kindred next weekend on Saturday. And they do have those brackets out for that. Your top 3 teams is Oaks, the number 1 seeded team in the region duels for the Southeast region. Number 2 is Southport, and number 3 is Lisbon. So will be interesting to see how those shake out, and we will have coverage of the Northeast sub-region and Southeast sub-region duels on YourLiveEvent.com. And this is Brent Dick broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth, signing off from New Salem, North Dakota.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullison Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon For Farmers Union Insurance, Gullis & Olson Agency.